Recorded Books and One Click Digital present Night Watch by Iris Johansen and Roy Johansen. Narrated by Elizabeth Rogers. Prologue. Big Bear Lake, California. Those Chamber of Commerce brochures were right on the money, John Jayden thought. It was freezing, and he was practically up to his ass in snow, yet surfers and sunbathers preened on a warm beach less than 90 minutes away. He'd seen them as he'd driven up the highway on his way to Big Bear. A little longer than 90 minutes, he reminded himself. The highway patrol had made him turn around to buy tire chains before they let him up Bear Mountain. Annoying as hell. He knew how to handle himself on ice and snow, even if these other sun-baked idiots didn't. It didn't matter. This was going to be the best day he'd had in a long time. He pulled his jacket tighter around him as the snow fell harder. He'd left his car in a parking lot a mile back. Couldn't risk getting stuck. Not today. The snowplows hadn't found their way in this cluster of rustic vacation houses on a street called Starvation Flats. He shook his head. What the hell kind of name was that? Probably a story there, but not one he'd care to explore once his business was done. Most of the houses appeared deserted on this Wednesday afternoon, with no fresh footprints coming or going from any of them. He'd only seen one car since he'd set out on foot, a group of pretty boy ski bums on their way to the slopes. Perfect. He looked ahead to a 2-story wood cottage at a bend in the road. The Bavarian-influenced structure reminded him of one of his grandmother's old cuckoo clocks, just as it had when he'd first been shown the photo at dinner the night before. A bit kitschy for its resident, a man he'd always respected for having taste and intelligence. He smiled as he pushed his white hair back from his forehead. Of course, if Shaw was all that smart, Jayden wouldn't be standing in front of this house right now. He steadied himself on the path to the front door. His jeans were wet from the snow, and his athletic shoes were better suited for running than protecting him from the elements. No biggie. In just a couple of hours, he'd be tossing back whiskey shots in front of the fire pit at Gracias Madre. He rapped on the door and waited. No answer. He tried again. Nada. Shit. He'd been told that Shaw was always... Wait. He listened. Squeaky hinges and hurried, crunching footsteps on fresh powder. Around back. He bolted around the side of the house and leaped over the short fence. A stocky man was running away from the cabin, slogging through a snowdrift and pulling a long coat over his t-shirt and sweatpants. Jayden ran faster and overtook him. "Dr. Shaw." Shaw stopped and looked up at him. His round face was red and covered with sweat. He was out of breath.
"Jayden, what the hell? Do you know how far I came to see you?"
He looked down at Shaw's bare feet in the snow.
"No shoes? You were in that much of a hurry to get away from me?"
He glanced around nervously.
"I wasn't sure if you were alone." "Of course I'm alone. You see anyone else here?"
He smiled.
"How important do you think you are?"
He shook his head.
"I'm not going back to London." "No one's asking you to."
He studied him for a long moment.
"How in the hell did you find me?"
"I had help.
It's hard for people to hide and stay hidden these days, no matter how smart you are."
"Does he know where I am?"
"Sure. Who do you think sent me?"
"That's why I ran, Jayden. I don't trust him. I don't trust any of them. If you're smart, you shouldn't either."
"Stop being paranoid. He just wants to talk, to consult with you occasionally. If it's a matter of money, the money was never a problem. Then you can stop running. He'll find you wherever you go anyway. He just wants to know that you'll be available when you're needed."
His eyes narrowed on Jayden's face.
"That's it? That's why he sent you all the way here?"
He nodded.
"He's just looking for assurances. You know how he is."
Shaw stared at him for a moment. Then he nodded, and his fingers ran through his rumpled gray hair.
"Okay, But I'll never go back to London. He has to know that. He understands. And now I'm glad that you do too. Thank you.
He extended his gloved right hand. Shaw half smiled, and he started to take a step forward to shake his hand.
What would you have done if I'd said no?
He shrugged.
Same thing.
2 shots fired from his glove, muffled by a silencer. Shaw dropped to his knees. A bloody stain spread across his chest and drizzled onto the pristine white snow. His lips moved as if he was trying to speak, but no words came forth.
Shh.
Jaden put away his gun.
You're a smart man, Dr. Shaw. You had to know it would end this way.
Shaw fell face down into the bloody snow. As his last breath left him, the wind whipped up and blew fresh powder from the snowdrifts around them. Chapter 1. Pepperdine University, Malibu, California. Any questions? Kendra Michaels looked out at the 400-odd seminar participants at Pepperdine's Elkins Auditorium. She'd just delivered her latest research paper at a conference on aging, and it had seemed to go well. She'd documented several success stories using music therapy to treat Alzheimer's patients, but there was still resistance in the medical community. Not as much as there had been only a couple of years ago, when most academics still put her in the alternative therapies woo-woo column. She had helped move that needle, one study, one paper, one boring academic conference at a time. Try not to go on autopilot, she told herself. Stay in the moment. But how could she? When she knew that the man in the front row was obviously angry with his colleague about something, his pursed lips, narrowed eyes, and clenched fingers told the story as she watched him make small talk before the presentation. And how about that female brain surgeon who clearly hadn't operated on anyone in months, and sadly probably wouldn't again if the slight tremor in her left hand was any indication? Stay in the here and now. Answer the questions with crystal clarity and politeness, even as condescending as some of them were. She'd show them. She looked up toward the back of the auditorium. She froze. It couldn't be. A man stood in the doorway, partially silhouetted by the light from the corridor beyond. She couldn't make out his facial features, but she didn't need to. His ramrod-straight posture, impeccably tailored suit, crossed arms, and slight tilt of the head told her all she needed to know. Dr. Charles Waldridge was in the room. How long had it been since she'd seen him? 4 years, maybe 5. And then it had only been an accidental meeting at a conference. She felt the usual rush of excitement and intimidation. Suddenly, everyone in the room faded but the man in the doorway. No one on earth had changed her life more. Why was he even on this continent? Concentrate. Get through with the questions. She finished the Q&A, and as the participants left the auditorium, Waldridge moved down the aisle toward her. Well done, Kendra. He spoke in his British accent that always sounded distinctly upper crust to Kendra, though she knew he'd grown up in a working-class neighborhood in South London. Waldridge was in his late 40s, and he had a few more lines and gray hairs since she'd last seen him, but his angular good looks hadn't faded, and the added maturity only made his face more intriguing. And there was that ever-present, fierce and intelligent spark in his dark eyes that had held her captive since the first instant she had seen him. She smiled and came toward him. Dr. Waldridge. Please, he made a face. I thought we'd moved far beyond that. Why do you keep forgetting? It's Charles. Charles. I can't help it. I still have trouble being informal with you, damn it. You catch me off guard and I'm that starstruck kid again. She gave him a quick hug. I didn't see your name on the attendee list. Because I'm not an attendee. This is a bit out of my specialty, you know. Don't tell me you're teaching here. Hardly. I haven't taught anywhere since I left St. Bartholomew's. He stared deep into her eyes. Everything okay?" His stare made her uncomfortable, even though she knew he was looking at her clinically. She fought the urge to look away. "Yes, my eyes are fine. No cloudiness, no watering. Good. Have you been examined lately?" "About a year ago. Still almost 20/20. "Excellent." He looked from right to left and back again, then spoke softly. "Everything I could have hoped for, Kendra." "I didn't think doctors made house calls anymore." He smiled. "Only for very special patients. And you'll always be very special to me." Kendra finally forced herself to look away. She'd been born blind and spent her first 20 years in the darkness. She knew she'd still be there, had it not been for Waldridge and his experimental stem cell procedure. She was 19 when her mother had seen mention of the Night Watch project in academic journals and brought her, uninvited, to the front door of St. Bartholomew's Hospital in London. Her mother had ruthlessly browbeaten Waldridge and his staff until they agreed to see Kendra and eventually grant her a spot in their test group. "It's been over 9 years," she said, "but this all still feels new to me. I don't take it for granted. I never will." "Sight, you mean?" "Yes. I'm still making discoveries, all the time." "You have a wonderfully inquisitive mind, Kendra. You always have. I could tell the first time I met you." "So why aren't you in England poking around in that lab? There are a lot of other people in this world who need your help."
"Oh, it's the eternal problem. Finances. Research is expensive. There are occasions I have to leave the lab, hat in hand. This time it has brought me to your shores. But when I learned you were here, I knew I had to come see you in action."
"You've seen me work before."
"I've seen you working with your patients, which was miraculous. But here, watching you hold your own against some of the top specialists in the world, it's a side of you I hadn't seen." He added quietly, "It made me very proud."
Her face flushed. "Thank you. That means a lot."
"I was hoping I could take you to dinner if you know a decent place nearby."
"We're in Malibu, California. There are dozens of decent places nearby." She gathered her presentation materials and gestured toward the door. "And just so you know, I'm taking you to dinner." Waldridge followed Kendra half a mile up the Pacific Coast Highway to Joffrey's, a restaurant offering a large Mediterranean-themed patio and a spectacular view of the ocean. They arrived just in time to enjoy the sunset, a pale orange orb shimmering over calm waves, and an excellent dinner. They followed the meal with coffee, and after a few minutes of small talk, Waldridge folded his hands on the tabletop.
"Okay, Kendra. Time for me to say something that's been on my mind for a long time. I don't believe I've ever given you a proper apology."
Her eyes narrowed on his face. "Apology for what?"
"For the way I treated you in those first few years after your procedure. I turned you into a show pony, trotting you out for the media, medical conferences, fundraising dinners. I know it couldn't have been fun for you."
She looked away from him. "I tried to cooperate, but not always gracefully. I was going through a lot at the time."
"Of course you were. Your reality changed overnight, and I was too wrapped up in my project's success to even think about that. I wanted everyone to see what was possible. For someone to go from total blindness to near 20/20 vision, that was a dream come true for so many of us who had been working for years. You were our first great success. There have been several since then, but at the time you were totally unique. You were the key to showing people that this was the path worthy of all their attention and funding."
Kendra nodded. She was silent, remembering that time. "I'm sorry I didn't handle it better. I guess I just kind of rebelled."
"I didn't blame you. None of us did. You probably don't know about the others who came after you, but many of them had a difficult time after gaining their sight.
A life-changing experience like this has completely redefined who they are, along with every single one of their relationships. There have been divorces, family estrangements, bouts of severe depression. That actually doesn't surprise me, because you lived through it yourself. One would think that a gift like this would bring nothing but joy, but as you found out, it doesn't solve all of life's problems, and that disappointment can bring some hard feelings. Exactly. It took me a while to find out who I was. I call those my wild days. I wanted to experience everything I could, no matter how risky or dangerous it was. I know I scared the hell out of my friends and family. And me, he said ruefully. She shrugged. I came through okay. I'm grateful for the time and effort you were able to give me while I was fighting my way out of the dark. And I don't regret those wild days one bit. It helped to make me who I am. Which is an extraordinary young woman. But you always were that. He leaned forward in his chair. Since the last time I saw you, you've become distinctly more extraordinary. She cocked her head. As much as I enjoy hearing you call me extraordinary in that British accent of yours, I don't know why you would say that. I'm referring to your fascinating sideline, of course. He smiled teasingly. You've become Kendra Michael's crime fighter. She cringed. Oh, don't say it like that. Better still, don't say it at all. Why not? It's the truth, isn't it? I've consulted with the FBI and a local police department on a few cases. She shook her head emphatically. Believe me, it's nothing I've ever asked for. Success breeds demand, and from what I understand, you're very much in demand. Crazy, isn't it? Not at all. In a way, it makes perfect sense. I'm glad you think so. I do. Almost all the vision-impaired people I've known have developed their other senses to compensate. They know who's in a room from the particular sound of each person's footsteps. From a mere whiff, they can identify one of dozens of colognes, soaps, and even tobacco brands. They make themselves aware of their surroundings in a way that few other people can, just as a survival mechanism. I imagine that gives you quite an edge in the investigative arena. Kendra nodded. I've found that most detectives only go by what they can see. They don't pay enough attention to the sounds, the smells, and the textures. A lot of answers can be found there. But I'm sure you also see things they don't. Sometimes. Because I didn't have sight for so long, I now savor the things I see. I try to absorb every detail just because I can. I suppose that helps in the investigative work, too. He shook his head. Like I said, extraordinary. Are you working on anything now? No, I still haven't quite recovered from my last case. It was a serial killer, probably the worst I've ever come across. I spent months trying to find him, and it took a real toll on me. As I said, it's nothing I've ever asked for. Then why do you do it? She thought for a moment. When there's a killer out there who can and will strike again, it seems wrong to refuse if I know I might be able to help catch him. Waldridge nodded. You have a good heart, but you're right to take care of yourself, Kendra. He was silent a moment, gazing out at the ocean. I'm sorry I even brought it up. It's okay. But she wasn't sure it was okay. There had been something odd about that hesitation. She shifted uneasily in her seat before changing the subject. So, what have you been working on? I'm afraid I can't talk about it. Oh, come on. I practically bared my soul to you. He smiled, and I felt honored by every word. But I really can't return the favor. I wish I could. I heard you abandoned your corneal regeneration work. I keep abreast of the latest developments, but I leave it to others to refine the techniques I pioneered. I get more satisfaction from exploring new frontiers. Frontiers you can't tell me about?
Not right now.
She wrinkled her brow. Now you have me curious. There's an old adage about a cat and curiosity.
Drop it, Kendra.
She stiffened. I'm not a cat, and I'm uneasy about the idea that my being curious about what you're doing now could cause me to be killed.
Of course it couldn't. I shouldn't have used that term.
His smile was full of charm. I was merely trying to shift you away from interrogating me.
You always were persistent. It's really much better for you that we don't discuss it.
Better for me? Her gaze narrowed on his face. What in the hell is that supposed to mean?
Nothing.
He shook his head. I suppose I'm just being overly dramatic.
It's really not all that interesting.
Everything you do is interesting. You're a groundbreaker. Look what you did for me. You're one of the finest minds in medicine. Kendra studied him. I don't believe you. What's going on, Charles?
Nothing. Just fundraising meetings, as I said.
Where?
Downtown, Pasadena, Century City.
Anywhere else?
No.
Please don't lie to me, Charles, she said quietly. Waldridge looked as if he was about to protest, but he caught himself. Then he looked away, then back.
Of course.
What exactly do you know, Kendra? You arrived here from London only in the last couple days. Since then, you've been in the local mountains, Big Bear or Baldy, I would guess. Waldridge cursed under his breath.
Am I wrong? She asked. What else?
She shrugged, then continued. You drove straight from there to see me. You've spent a good deal of the day talking on the phone. You've been under an incredible amount of stress.
You don't think asking foundations for money is stressful?
That isn't what you were doing. You were telling Porter to stay out of sight until it was safe. Whoever the hell Porter is. He stared at her in shock.
How do you know all this?
Same way I always do. I pay attention.
That's too vague. I need to know now. It's important.
He spoke with such desperate urgency that Kendra felt compelled to explain herself quickly. Fine. Take it easy. Your car has a nice dusting of rock salt all the way around. That may be common in other parts of the country at this time of year, but it's extremely rare in Southern California. The San Bernardino Mountains have had record snowfall this week, and it's probably the only place within hundreds of miles that has been salting the roads. You also have some on your shoes and the cuffs of your slacks. If you hadn't come straight here, I know you well enough to know that you would have changed clothes, or at least tried to wipe it off. Waldridge looked down at his shoes.
I didn't think that it was that noticeable.
It isn't. And I know you were just in London from your haircut. You're very particular about the cut, and your stylist also has a specific way of sculpting the eyebrows. I can tell it's just been cut. Within days of each of your haircuts, a stray lash or two appears between your eyebrows. There are none there. You've been in London in the past 3 or 4 days.
What about my phone calls?
She could tell that was really bothering him. She hadn't realized that it would upset him. She had known him so long, she had felt as if she could trust him to understand. The opening of your right ear is red and slightly chafed. It's a small area, just about the size of an earbud. If you had been listening to music, you probably would have been using both earphones, not just one. You pretty much confirmed it when I looked in my rearview mirror on the way here and saw you talking on it at a stoplight.
How did you know what I was talking about?
She said simply, I read your lips. He gazed at her in disbelief. You can do that? I guess I never told you. When I got my sight, I was amazed to discover the visual aspect of human speech, the whole interplay of tongue, lips, and teeth. It was fascinating to see what caused the sounds I'd been hearing my entire life. I just paid attention to what movements caused what sounds. After a couple years of studying that, I was pretty good at lip reading. It's nothing I planned to do. It just happened.
Pretty good is right. But you're not infallible, Waldridge said sourly.
I never said I was. Did I get a word wrong? Waldridge stared at her for a long moment.
Clever, as always, Kendra. You're always a surprise and experience for me. But you could get yourself into trouble.
She grinned at him. Well, I'm always doing that.
I'm serious. I shouldn't have come. This was a bad idea.
Her smile faded. Talk to me. What's going on?
He shook his head. Drop it, please. It was a mistake.
I know you have a right to say that this is none of my business. She was silent a moment. Then she said with sudden passion, But you're wrong. You became my business when you gave me my sight. Nothing can ever change that. But if you don't feel comfortable talking to me about this, so be it. I'll try to back away. He pulled the napkin from his lap and tossed it onto the table.
Things aren't as simple as they once were, Kendra. I wish they were, believe me. I think that's why I wanted to see you. Seeing you takes me back to a happier time, when things were more clear-cut, black and white.
They were never that black and white for me.
Of course not.
But from a purely scientific point of view, we saw a problem that needed to be solved, and we fixed it.
You're my greatest success, Kendra, and I will always feel good about that.
Even if you don't feel good about what you're working on now.
You're guessing, and I'm not confirming.
He made a face.
I've said too much. Perhaps we should call it a night.
She didn't want to let him go. She felt frustrated, and the uneasiness was growing by the minute, but she could see by his guarded expression that he wasn't going to tell her anything more. Perhaps we should. Kendra paid the check, and they walked out to the valet stand in silence. After they handed their tickets to the attendant, Waldridge turned toward her.
Things aren't always what they seem, Kendra. The Night Watch project was formed to do great things, but there was more going on than any of us were aware. Even I didn't know until much later that I couldn't take pride in all of it. I hope you can forgive me.
Enough, Charles. Forgive you? You gave me the greatest gift anyone could ever give me. She took a step closer, her eyes holding his own. You have to talk to me about this.
I'm afraid I can't.
Bullshit.
I'm afraid it's not. This was a mistake.
His rental car rolled to a stop in front of them. Waldridge embraced Kendra and kissed her gently on the forehead.
I'm sorry. I know I must be driving you mad, but it's for your own good. Trust me, it's better for you.
That's my decision. You don't call the shots any longer in our relationship, Charles. She gripped his arm. Whatever is going on, I can help. Try me.
All that intensity. How I've missed it.
Waldridge pulled away and looked down at her for a long moment.
No, Kendra. You can't help. I can't let you.
He climbed into his car and drove away. Jaden stood at his hotel room's floor-to-ceiling windows and stared out at the twinkling lights of West Hollywood. His mobile phone was on speaker while he finished changing his clothes. "No problems?" Hutchinson asked. His voice on the phone had a slight echo.
"No problems," he replied. "The snow will melt off before anyone finds him. There will be no footprints, no trace I was ever there."
"Good.
I'll be out on the early flight tomorrow. I'll be back with the team by early afternoon."
"That's what I wanted to discuss with you. He needs you to stay a few more days."
It was supposed to be in and out. He promised me.
I know, but there's been a development. Dr. Waldridge has reached out to an old friend. We're still not sure why, but we'd be foolish to ignore it. Sit tight until we can check it out." Jaden muttered a curse as he turned from the window.
"I don't like this."
"Nothing to worry about. Just a precaution. You haven't asked me who the friend is."
"I didn't ask because I don't give a damn."
"You will."
"I doubt that."
"It's Kendra Michaels."
Jaden froze. "Are you sure?"
"They were having dinner together less than an hour ago."
Kendra Michaels.
That's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
I really hate unfinished business.
Jaden sat on the edge of the bed and smiled.
"Okay. I'll stay. This just got interesting."
Chapter 2. St. Bartholomew's Hospital, London, 9 years earlier. "It's nice to meet you, Kendra. I'm Dr. Charles Waldridge." Kendra crossed her arms before her and placed them on the small conference table. "I know. How do you do, Dr. Waldridge?" Waldridge closed the door behind him. "How do you know who I am? We've never met before, have we?" "No, I listened to one of your lectures on YouTube. Even before you just spoke, I recognized you from your footsteps, and from the jingle of keys in your pocket. You have some kind of charm on your keyring that makes a tinkling sound when you walk." "Very good. It's a little souvenir dolphin my niece brought me from Grand Cayman. You also like to rock back on your heels every time you make a major point." "You could hear that on the video?" he asked, amused. Kendra adjusted her Ray-Ban sunglasses. "Yes, you did it 8 times in a 50-minute lecture." He sat in a chair on the other side of the desk from her. I didn't realize I did that. Is it effective?" "I'm not sure what it looks like, but those pauses work for you. It gives your students time to think about what you've just told them."
"Good. Anything else?"
"I know you're British, but I'm not familiar enough with the various accents to know exactly from where. It's my first time in England. But I do know you have a small dog."
"You're wrong about that, I'm afraid."
"Really?"
"You're not accustomed to being wrong, are you?"
"It happens."
"Well, you're not that far off. I'm looking after a colleague's dog this week. Am I giving off an offending canine odor?"
"No, it's nice. Oster flea and tick shampoo."
"And how did you know the dog was small?"
"Mandarin violet scent. I'm sure there are owners who use that on big dogs, but I've never met one." He chuckled.
"It's a poodle."
"That sounds about right." He opened a file folder and turned the pages.
"So, you're 19 years old?"
20 next week."
"And you've been blind since birth?"
He spent another moment flipping through the file pages before resuming.
"Just so you know, I'm meeting with you as a courtesy. Our pilot program is filled. We had thousands of applicants. If you had called or emailed, I could have saved you and your mother an awfully long trip."
"My mother called and emailed. She already knew it was full."
"Then why are you here?"
"My mother never takes no for an answer."
"I got that impression. I know she wants this, but I'm not sure you want it, Kendra."
"What makes you say that?"
"Your tone. Most people I interviewed for this program practically begged to be part of it. You seem as if it's an inconvenience."
"Wanting it and believing it are 2 different things."
"Do you want me to beg?"
"I'll do it, if that's my role in making this work. But don't expect me not to take this with a grain of salt. My entire life I've met a lot of doctors, scientists, and con artists who promised to make me see. My mother has been on a mission."
"How does that make you feel?"
Kendra bit her lower lip. Waldridge leaned forward and asked quietly,
"Like you're not good enough for her the way you are?"
Kendra recoiled. No. Why would you think that? I've seen it a lot in the past few months. Well, that's not the case here. My mother's just trying to help. She's the one who is going to be hurt the most if she can't pull this off. She doesn't care if she ruffles a few feathers as long as she's doing everything she can for me. Me, she repeated fiercely. It's all for me. She wants the best for me. Nothing for herself. Did your father feel the same way? No, I never knew him. He left before I was 2. He wasn't prepared to care for a special needs child. That's also more common than you might think. It doesn't matter. My mother and I have always gotten along fine without him. I believe that. Waldridge paused. I'm not promising anything to anyone. Anyone who does is either a con artist or a fool. I'm neither. But I do think I offer the best hope you've had so far. He paused. If I were standing, I suppose this would be one of those moments where I lean back on my heels, for emphasis. She found herself smiling. She hadn't expected him to have a sense of humor. Most of the specialists who had examined her before had tended to have a god complex. He turned more pages of the file. You're actually just the type of test subject we were looking for. Your cornea's degenerated due to a disease you contracted in the womb. We're experimenting with a technique to help corneas regenerate. How? It's fairly simple. We combine stem cells with cells that we harvest from healthy parts of the subject's own eyes. We implant them in the corneas, and we have hopes that the corneas will regenerate themselves based on the genetic blueprint provided by your own cells. Cool. He was silent for a long moment. If you participate in our study, you would have to stay here at least 2 months. No air travel. The pressurized cabin is a variable we don't want to contend with right now. She went still. You're talking like you might actually let me in your program. He closed the file. That depends on you, Kendra. Depends if you'd be willing to join us here for the next few months. She couldn't breathe. She was suddenly dizzy with hope. She hadn't expected this abrupt turnaround. Does my mother know? No. If you're not interested, we'll step outside, and I'll incur her wrath by telling her again that the program is full. It's entirely up to you. What do you say, Kendra Michaels? Would you like to join us? Kendra smiled shakily, even as she felt her throat tighten, surprised into a sudden flood of emotion. Yeah. Her voice was unsteady. Sure. Good. Then I'll go and discuss details of the procedure with your mother. It was nice to meet you, Kendra. He stood up and leaned toward her. He said softly, and here's to not taking no for an answer. Earth to Kendra, Olivia said quizzically. Hello? Kendra snapped out of her daze. She and Olivia Moore were on their morning jog on the Embarcadero in Marina Park, overlooking San Diego Bay. They had stopped to cool off when Kendra had checked out for a few moments. Sorry about that, she grimaced. I was just thinking about Dr. Waldridge again. You haven't thought of anything else since you came back to the condo last night, Olivia said dryly, and I might as well have been exercising with a sleepwalker this morning. I know. It's just that the man I saw last night was so different than the man I remember. Different how? He was unsettled, evasive. I don't know. The Waldridge I've always known has been supremely confident and at the top of his game. Something was definitely wrong. You said he was out here for some fundraising. Maybe it hasn't been going well. No, it was more than that. I think he wanted to tell me something, but for some reason he changed his mind. He kept saying it was for my own good. That's strange. You know, I've been getting emails from him once or twice a year ever since you introduced me to him. Every time he runs across research that he thinks could one day be promising for me, he sends a link. She shook her head. I think he feels guilty that he couldn't help me with my eyesight. Kendra gazed at her friend and didn't state the obvious, that she felt guilty too. She and Olivia had met as children at the Woodston School for the Blind in nearby Oceanside, and one of the great pains of Kendra's life had been leaving her friend behind in the darkness. Olivia, who had lost her sight in a childhood auto accident, sustained optic nerve injuries beyond the reach of even Waldridge's revolutionary techniques. He had graciously met with her and reviewed her medical case files and seemed genuinely regretful when he was unable to help her. Kendra wasn't surprised that he'd kept in touch with her even though years had passed. Olivia was a very special person, and he must have recognized that fact. Maybe not guilty as much as frustrated. He's something of a genius, and he doesn't like to admit defeat. Believe me, I would have been ecstatic to be one of his successes. The wind from the bay blew Olivia's long brown hair up and around, gently caressing her beautiful olive-toned face. Never once had she expressed a single iota of jealousy over Kendra's amazing transformation, but she did harbor hopes of one day regaining the eyesight that had been taken from her. He really did want to help you, Kendra said gently. I know. He's a good man, she smiled. You know, the way you always talked about him, I'm surprised nothing ever happened between the two of you. Kendra's eyes widened. What? You mean in a romantic sense? Why not? There's 20 years and 8,000 miles between us. I never thought about him that way. Are you sure? Yes. Kendra found her tone getting defensive. The 20 years wouldn't have bothered me, Olivia said. Mature men are more experienced, and that makes them sexier. The 8,000 miles are an obstacle that can melt away in a heartbeat. Did you ever hear about jet planes? I've never described Waldridge as sexy to you. I've heard you describe him as brilliant at least 100 times, and refer to him as good-looking on at least half a dozen occasions. I know you, Kendra. The intelligence alone is a big draw for you. Put those two descriptions together and you come up with sexy. He is good-looking. It doesn't mean I want to jump him. And it doesn't take a schoolgirl crush to know that he's a brilliant guy. Of course. It's just a vibe you put off. No vibe. The man changed my life in a profound way, so naturally I'm going to feel a certain amount of awe. Trust Olivia to zero in and strike home. How could Kendra help but feel a certain amount of hero worship toward Waldridge, who had not only given her a fantastic gift, but had been the only man in that first year to teach her, work with her, and chase away all the fear and uncertainty. Even Olivia would never realize what he had meant to her during that time. So don't try to explain the unexplainable. I was going to say gratitude. Well, I'd sure feel awe. Olivia felt the face of her Bradley touch-capable wristwatch. We should start back. I have Reddit online chat in less than an hour. Olivia's online web destination, Out of Sight, featured articles, interviews, and product reviews, all geared to a vision-impaired audience who accessed the content via audio reader software. Out of Sight had quickly become a very successful business for Olivia, and she spent many of her waking hours generating material for the site. Okay, Kendra said. She looked down the sidewalk. Clear. She had developed a verbal shorthand for guiding Olivia through a variety of terrain and conditions on their frequent runs together. Side! Olivia ran beside her as they continued their conversation. Will you see him again before he leaves? Olivia asked. That may be up to him. I tried to call his cell this morning, but he didn't answer. Try him again. I will. She had no intention of letting Waldridge fly out of her life again and leave her with this feeling of uneasiness. He'd had a reason for contacting her yesterday, then had backed away. She couldn't just let it go. As soon as we get back. They ran through the gas lamp district and cut down 5th toward the 5-story building that housed both of their condominiums. But as they neared the building, Kendra saw a police car double-parked outside, with flashers on. "What the hell?" she murmured. 2 uniformed officers stood on the sidewalk. One of them turned toward Kendra as she put her key in the front door. "Dr. Michaels?" "Police," she said to Olivia. She looked from one officer to the other. "You're here for me?" "Yes. Lieutenant Ortiz would like to see you at the station." "I'm not doing police consulting work right now. He usually calls me." "He did. There was no answer." "I never bring my phone with me when I run." She stared at him quizzically. "So he sent a squad car to lasso me in?" "He was concerned for your safety." "My safety? Why would he—" Her brow furrowed. "What's this about?" "If you'll come with us, Lieutenant Ortiz will—" "Tell me now," she said flatly, "or I'm not going anywhere." The cop sighed and glanced at his partner before turning back. "Do you know a Dr. Charles Waldridge?" Kendra felt herself tense. "Of course I do. What's happened?" "He's missing, under suspicious circumstances, and you may have been the last person to see him." "Dr. Michaels, glad you could join us." Lieutenant Mark Ortiz entered the police headquarters lobby and gestured toward the detective walking a few paces behind. "Detective Vince Halderman, Kendra Michaels." Halderman nodded his greeting, but Kendra ignored him and launched immediately into attack mode. "What happened to Charles Waldridge?" "We were hoping you could help us with that. When was the last time you saw him?" "We had dinner together last night, at Joffrey's in Malibu. We left around 8 p.m., each in our own cars." "So what's the story?" "Be patient. I have a few more questions." "No. I answer some, then you answer some. That's how this will work. What happened to him?" Ortiz turned toward his partner with a pained expression that Kendra knew she'd given a lot of other cops in her time. Then he turned back to her. "Dr. Michaels, I'm afraid the answer is that we don't know. He was staying at the Huntley Hotel in Santa Monica. There was some kind of disturbance in his room, a lot of noise. Other guests complained, but by the time security arrived, no one was in the room. The lamp was broken, and the television screen was shattered, but all of Waldridge's belongings, including his phone and wallet, were still there." "Not good." Kendra cursed under her breath. "What have you gotten yourself into, Charles?" "You were in a relationship with him?" Kendra shook her head. First Olivia, now this clown. But she knew that the detective was merely fishing, straight out of the cop playbook. "No, we're good friends. We've known each other a long time. We hadn't seen each other for a while, and he met me at Pepperdine, where I was presenting at an academic conference, and we had dinner afterward." She went on the attack. "How did you know I had any connection with him?" "He had your Pepperdine seminar page still up on his laptop, and we found your name and number in his telephone address book. Google told me a bit more about your medical history together." She raised her eyebrows in approval. "Wow, good cop. Now it's my turn. He was a long way from home. What brought him to California?" "He was fundraising for a project. He's a research scientist." The detective shared a quick glance. Kendra caught that look of doubt between them. Now what? "We've been in touch with his colleagues in England," Halderman said. "They didn't even know he'd left the country. They had no idea why he would have come here." Kendra let that sink in for a moment. "Are you absolutely certain?" Ortiz nodded. "As far as they knew, he was just taking a few personal days." "What did he say to you?" "Just what I said. He told me he was raising money for a medical research project." "And yet none of his colleagues knew anything about it." "It doesn't sound right to me either. But a lot of what he said didn't sound right." "Like what?" Kendra told them about Waldridge's evasiveness, general uneasiness, and cryptic statement about wanting to protect her. Ortiz jotted down some notes in a notebook as she spoke. He glanced up. "Protect you? Were you under the impression that he felt he was in any kind of physical danger?" "No, I didn't get that vibe from him. I'm not sure what he meant, and he wasn't in any mood to explain himself. I was planning to call him today." "And you had no idea what he was working on?" "No." She leaned back in her chair, wishing desperately that she'd pressed Waldridge to talk to her. Then maybe whatever mess he'd managed to get himself into wouldn't have escalated to this degree. Ortiz pushed a legal pad across the table. "We need a list of Dr. Waldridge's friends and associates in the area." Kendra pushed the pad back. "There's only one. Me. At least as far as I know. Waldridge doesn't like California. It's too laid back for him. The few times he's come here since I've known him, he did his business and got away as quickly as he could. There may be some professional contacts here, but you'd have to ask his colleagues about that." "We have. They said you were the only one." "Well, there you go. Have you been to Waldridge's hotel room yourself?" "No. Santa Monica PD is working the scene." "Don't let them break it down. I'm going down there right now." Halderman scowled. "Why? You think you'll see something all those cops missed?" Ortiz shrugged. "Actually, she might. I'll tell you about Dr. Michaels later." He turned back to her and offered, "I can make a call." Kendra stood. "Thanks, Ortiz. It might make things easier when I get there." "You're not even going to wait and see if they're willing to let you in?" "I'll keep my phone on while I'm driving down. Let me know what they say." She was heading for the door. "But one way or another, I'm going to take a look at that room." She didn't wait to hear from Ortiz whether he'd been able to get her into the crime scene. She decided it was time to take out insurance. Before she was even on the I-5 freeway, Kendra voice-dialed a number she hadn't called in months. She had hoped it would be a good while longer. After hurdling the jittery receptionist, she was finally patched through. "Special Agent Griffin." "Hello, Griffin." "Kendra, will you please go easy on my assistant?" he said testily. "She's already terrified of you for telling her that her sister married a guy just so he could get a green card." "Did she disagree? Call me a liar?" "She's not talking. And to tell you the truth, I don't want to know anything more about it." "Then tell your assistant she should remove the photo in the lower right side of her cubicle. I'll leave it at that." "The lower right side?" His voice trailed off. "Never mind. Surely you have something more pertinent to talk to me about." "I'm on my way to Santa Monica. It's a case the FBI may have some interest in." He paused for a long moment. "Okay. In that case, perhaps you should be talking to the Bureau's Los Angeles office." "Not yet. It's about someone I know, Griffin." She told him about Waldridge and his disappearance. Griffin clicked his tongue. "So, what do you want from me?" "Access. I want to get in there and look around." "And you want me to grease the wheels for you?" "Yes. Tell them I'm a consultant." "But you're not. At least not on this case." "Not yet." Silence. "Does that mean you're ready to come back and do some more work for us?" Kendra had known this was coming. "Do this for me and we'll talk about it. I have to get in that room, Griffin." "Believe it or not, most big city police departments employ very competent investigators. Is there anything that leads you to believe they're not doing their jobs?" "No, but they can always use an extra set of eyes." "Especially yours." "Yes. That's what you always told me when you wanted my help." "But Santa Monica PD hasn't asked for your help, or the FBI's help." Griffin was playing with her, trying to manipulate her as he usually did. He hadn't liked it that she had opted to stay away from the Bureau this long. Put up with it. She needed him at the moment. Waldridge isn't just a British citizen. He's an internationally renowned medical researcher. We may want to get a head start on this.
So now it's we. I know this doctor means something to you, Kendra, but you...
Then make the call. Get me in there. Griffin sighed.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. The Huntley Hotel?
Yes. Thanks, Griffin.
Don't thank me yet. And if I do get you in there, do me a favor and don't treat them like they're total idiots, okay?
But what if they are total idiots?
Keep it to yourself.
I'll do my best.
That's not very comforting. Goodbye, Kendra.
Despite a traffic snarl-up in Irvine, Kendra reached the Huntley Hotel in less than 2 hours. She stepped off the elevator on the 8th floor and immediately spotted a uniformed officer at the end of the corridor. As she walked toward him, he quickly sprang into intercept mode.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'll have to ask you to... It's okay, officer, a voice called from the end of the hall. Let her through.
Kendra looked up to see a stocky detective with close-cropped blonde hair and a bright red face. It wasn't a sunburn, she decided. He was probably just of Irish descent. She extended her hand. I'm Kendra Michaels.
Tommy Shea, Santa Monica PD.
He shook her hand.
In the past couple hours, I've heard from both the FBI and the San Diego PD about you, Dr. Michaels. They seem to think it was extremely important that you take a look at this crime scene.
I appreciate it.
I'm the one who helped piece together your connection with Waldridge. After I couldn't get hold of you, just to be safe, I called San Diego PD and had them make contact.
Which they did. That'll teach me to go running without my phone. Have you found anyone who might have seen him after I did last night?
He popped up on security cams in the lobby and parking garage around 9 p.m. After that, nothing.
That's strange. No sign of him leaving?
No. And no sign of anyone suspicious around him. I looked at the video myself.
Is his rental car still here?
Yes, but it doesn't appear to have been disturbed. The keys were in his room next to his wallet and phone. We're having it towed in.
She glanced inside the room. You're not about to break the scene down, are you?
Actually, we are. We've got what we needed. Fingerprints, photos.
DNA? She asked.
They took a few swabs, but you probably know what disgusting petri dishes hotel rooms are.
She grimaced as she recalled the few times she'd seen a hotel room comforter illuminated by a UV light. Gotcha.
Besides, we're not even sure there was a crime committed here, except maybe a little property damage. So if you want to take a look, knock yourself out. But after that, we're packing up his belongings and the hotel will send up their handyman to get the place back in circulation. There might be someone else in that bed tonight.
Great. Well, I guess I better get to it before someone else obliterates whatever evidence might be left. Shea smiled and shook his head.
Naturally, you're assuming there's evidence we've missed. Detective Ortiz told me about you.
And still, you're letting me in. He gestured toward the open door.
Chalk it up to curiosity.
Anything that gets me inside.
Knock yourself out.
She entered and stopped short inside the door. One side of the room looked as if Waldridge had merely stepped out for a bucket of ice, with his wallet, rental car keys, and hotel parking garage ticket on an end table next to the unmade bed. The other side, however, was a mess. The flat-screen TV was shattered, with web-like cracks emanating from the center. Fresh dings played over the pressed wood white chest of drawers below, obviously struck by the overturned chair. Kendra looked at the desk, where the smashed phone had been knocked on the floor and a long Ethernet cable had been stretched taut halfway to the bed. Kendra felt a sickening chill as she looked at the cord. This cable was used as a weapon. Shea crossed his arms.
What makes you say that?
It's pinched in two places about 2 feet apart, as if it had been gripped and wrapped around a pair of hands. Then it was stretched, just the way it would look if it had been used to... Her voice trailed off.
Strangle someone?
Shea finished. Hearing him say it was like getting a punch to the gut. "Yes," she whispered.
For the record, I saw it the same way. I've already had it swabbed.
"It probably won't help. Whoever handled it was using gloves." Shay glanced back at the cable.
How do you figure that?
"That cable has a soft sheath, soft enough to show ridges on the spots where it was gripped, ridges from hard rubber grips on a pair of gloves. With some time, your forensic people might be able to tell you the brand of gloves. It's worth a shot." Shay nodded, looking closer at the cable.
That I didn't see. Not that it makes a lot of difference. Hundreds of people probably pawed that cable in the past few weeks. In any case, I'll be bagging it and sending it to the lab.
Kendra turned away. She didn't want to look at that cable any longer. She was having trouble keeping from shaking. What in hell happened here, Waldridge?
Dr. Michaels?
She forced herself to look back. This was no time to fall apart, not when Waldridge might need her. She cleared her throat. "Was there luggage?"
Yeah, in the closet. But we checked it, and he'd totally unpacked.
"I'll take a look anyway." Shay produced a pair of latex evidence gloves from his jacket pocket.
If you wouldn't mind.
"Of course." Kendra pulled on the gloves and moved to the open closet door. Hanging there were a pair of slacks, 3 shirts, and the jacket Waldridge had worn the previous night. His rolling suitcase was on the floor. Kendra knelt beside it. A small blue and white tag was affixed to the handle, imprinted with the code L35. She angled the tag toward Shay. "Any idea what this means?"
No. Only that it wasn't put on here by a bellman. I asked.
She dragged out the suitcase, unzipped it, and looked inside. As Shay had indicated, it was empty.
Satisfied?
He crossed his arms, watching her. "No." She shoved the suitcase back into the closet, then stood up and walked into the bathroom. Waldridge's toiletries were neatly arranged on a hand towel next to the sink, perfectly spaced, with the same precision that Waldridge demonstrated in everything he said or did.
A little OCD, if you ask me,
Shay said. "He's a surgeon. It's exactly what I'd expect." She looked closer. "There was medication here. Did you or your officers take anything away?" He gazed at her quizzically.
Medication? No.
"There are 2 faint impressions on this hand towel. See?" She pointed to a pair of round indentations on the towel's surface, most likely put there by low to medium quantity prescription bottles. "Did you find bottles this size here or in his car?" Shay shook his head no. "People steal meds, but since his wallet wasn't touched, I doubt that's what happened here."
It could be a good sign.
"Yes. If someone did take him, it might mean that they wanted to keep him alive and well. You should check and see what his prescriptions are." He was already scribbling in his notebook.
I'm on it. Anything else?
She looked around the bathroom for a moment longer. "That's all in here." She followed Shay out of the bathroom. "I'll check the drawers and under the bed, but that's all I'll probably—" She froze. He turned toward her.
What is it?
"I just heard something." He gestured toward the window.
From outside?
"No." She looked down at the floor. "Could you please retrace your steps?"
You're kidding.
"I don't kid. It may be important." He stared at her in disbelief.
Okay, I'm trying to cooperate. Do you want me to retrace my steps since I got here this morning, or
"The last 6 steps you've taken." He shook his head and stepped backward. Kendra cocked her head and listened as he walked. Thump, 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 squish. "There!" She pointed down. "Did you hear that?" He stopped and looked around.
Not really.
"Sure you did," she said impatiently. "You heard it, but you didn't listen." She knelt and pressed her gloved hand over the spot where he had just walked. The carpet is damp here, all the way down to the pad. It squished a bit when you stepped on it. So unless one of your officers spilled something, your faith in my department is overwhelming. No spills. She sniffed the liquid on her glove. This needs to be analyzed. It's very faint, almost odorless. That's why I didn't pick up on it before. Shay rubbed his glove over the spot and sniffed it. Unusual smell. She closed her eyes and tried to make some connection with the odor. It's a little tarry, a bit like citrus, but neither, really. I'm sure I've never smelled it before, whatever it is. Shay dropped a fluorescent yellow evidence tag on the spot. I'll get forensics back up here to sop up a sample. Thank you. Shay nodded. Just doing my job. You surprised me. I like to be surprised. That FBI guy told me that you were born blind and you'd still probably be that way if it wasn't for Waldridge. That's right. In that case, I'd be doing everything in my power to help him, too. He nodded thoughtfully. He's lucky to have you in his corner, Dr. Michaels. After a quick once-over in Waldridge's rental car that turned up absolutely nothing, Kendra gave her card to Shay and walked out to her car on 2nd Street. She leaned against her car for a long moment. What now? Everyone involved would probably prefer that she just sit back and wait for a call. Damn it. Waldridge deserved better than that. But with no clear sign that a crime had occurred, it would be days before the police treated the case with any kind of urgency. By then, it could be too late. She had been uneasy as hell at what she'd seen at that crime scene. So what could she do to make sure Waldridge received the same single-minded dedication from her that he'd given her all those years ago? She knew the answer. She'd known it all along. As much as she hated to admit it, she needed help. She needed the big guns. And she had one of the biggest guns of all on her speed dial. Chapter 3. Adam Lynch picked her call up on the first ring. What a complete pleasure. Though I knew you'd call sooner or later, Kendra. I'm glad it turned out to be sooner. Kendra gripped her steering wheel harder. It had been 2.5 hours since she'd left the hotel, and she'd spent most of the drive wondering if she was really going to make this call. Lynch, your smugness is actually radiating through the phone. Lynch let out a laugh that boomed through her car speakers. No smugness. Just happy to hear from you. Is that such a surprise? What's going on? She hesitated. Something's come up. I can use your help. He paused so long that she thought the connection had dropped. Lynch? I'm still here. I'm just a little stunned. I'm the one who always has to ask you for help. I'm not quite sure how to deal with this. She mouthed a silent curse. Lynch wasn't going to make it easy for her. They both knew there wasn't anything Lynch couldn't handle and manipulate to suit himself. He was a former FBI agent who now worked freelance for whatever government agency needed his unique abilities. She had teamed with him a few times recently, and she was now violating her own pledge to put some distance between them. You'll find a way to deal, Lynch. The question is, are you even in the country right now? It so happens I am. I just got back from Madrid, and I'm sitting here thinking about unpacking. Do you want to meet somewhere? How about your place? Sure, but if you don't feel like driving up here, we could always. I'm looking at your house right now. You want to open the gate for me? Seriously? Kendra looked up at Lynch's beautiful 2-story Tudor-style home in an exclusive neighborhood in northern San Diego County. Yes, I was driving back from Santa Monica, and I thought I'd give it a try. I just pulled up. Turn off the motion sensor weaponry and let me in, okay? As if in response, the tall iron gates silently swung open. She cut the phone connection and drove up the stone-tiled driveway. As always, the landscaping was garden club beautiful, and the house's beveled glass windows twinkled in the late afternoon sun. She parked in front of the garage. As she climbed out, Lynch stepped out onto the driveway. "Miss me?" He hit her with his movie star smile. He wore white cotton slacks and a blue shirt that brought out the intensity of his eyes. And, as usual, he was totally high impact. "Should I have?" "I can but hope. Well, I've certainly missed you." She raised her brows. "Stop being so skeptical. I think I've been very considerate giving you your space. But after all you've been through in the last year, you made it clear that you wanted to step back from the FBI, the police, and everything that reminded you of that part of your life." He tapped his chest. "And that evidently included me." Not included. He was in a class by himself. Lynch managed to dominate both her thoughts and her responses when she was with him. "Oh, I'm sure your bikini model girlfriend kept you company." Kendra looked up at the house. "Is she here now?" "No. No, she's not." Kendra studied him. Lynch had suddenly become guarded, which was totally out of character for him. "I see. Is there a story there?" "Well, maybe. Ashley moved out of the country." Kendra's eyes widened. "That's quite a power over women you have. A few months with you and they run screaming to distant lands." "Cute. She's been working more and more in Europe, and it seemed whenever she was here, I was gone. Not a great recipe for a relationship. She lives in Rome now." "I'm sorry to hear that." He shrugged. "We just spent the weekend together in Marbella while I was over there. We still know how to have a good time together." Kendra rolled her eyes. "You know, I was almost feeling sorry for you." His lips turned up at the corners. "Oh, I wouldn't want you to do that." "You don't deserve it. Ashley is the one I feel sorry for." "I'm sorry you never got to meet her. You would have liked her." "I admired the catalog swimsuit spreads, but I'm not sure it's the same thing." "It's not. She's very sweet." "Sweet." She tasted the word. "Ah, I'm sure that was the attraction." He tilted his head. "Did you come here to bust my chops about my ex-girlfriend?" "Somehow, I don't think so." "No, as enjoyable as that would be, I want you to go with me to the FBI field office." He stared at her for a long moment. "That may have been the last thing I expected to hear you say." "Yeah." She made a sour face. "Didn't sound right to me either." He motioned toward the front door. "Come inside. I need to hear about this." She joined him on the curving walkway and followed him inside his home. As he closed the tall door behind her, she glanced around the dark wood fixtures and tile floors. It wasn't her style, but she felt herself oddly comforted by her surroundings. Some of the tension drained from her shoulders. "You like it here." He smiled. "This is one place you've always been able to relax." "I can relax lots of places." "Not like you can here. You know I'm right." He was right, she realized, even if she didn't like to admit it. "It would be pretty sad if I needed retractable bulletproof shutters, motion sensors, and security cameras to relax." "Why?" "That's why I built this place." "One of the drawbacks of being a government agent for hire. You've made a lot of enemies over the years." "And you haven't?" "My enemies are either dead or in prison." "Lucky you. Still, you have to admit it's nice to have an impenetrable barrier between you and the outside world." "I can't let myself feel that way." "You already have. And there's nothing wrong with that, especially after the things you've been through. You deserve some peace." Peace. Kendra looked away. She wanted peace, but it wasn't in the cards for her right now, not while Waldridge might be in trouble. "But that's not happening with you." Lynch's gaze was searching her face. He leaned closer. "So I think you'd better tell me about it." She hesitated. This was why she had come, wasn't it? But if she drew Lynch into this, it would be a commitment. A commitment she'd been avoiding for months, because she never knew where that commitment would lead. He was looking into her eyes. He said softly, "Tell me." Do it, before she changed her mind. She quickly told him about Waldridge, his cryptic statements, and his disappearance. After she was done, Lynch placed his hands on her upper arms. "See? That wasn't so bad, was it? Whatever you need, I'm here for you." Good. She stepped back and slid out of her jacket. Lynch's eyes lit up. "Oh, yes, by all means. Get comfortable." She gave him a squelching glance and showed him the jacket's sleeve. There was liquid on the floor of Waldridge's hotel room, something I couldn't place. I sopped up some on my sleeve. "Did you tell the cops on the scene?" "Yes, and they promised to run it by their crime lab, but I don't think—" "You don't think they'll give it high priority," he finished for her. "And you're probably right." She held up the jacket sleeve. "I want to take this to the FBI lab and have it tested there." "I'm surprised you're not there now. Griffin would jump at the chance to get you back in the position of owing him." "He already thinks I owe him one for getting me in that crime scene to begin with, and I don't want this to get lost in the crime lab inbox. I want priority." "Priority over every active FBI investigation?" "Exactly. I want it done today." He chuckled. "Of course you do. And you think I can make that happen?" "I know you can. I've seen how fast things happen when you decide to send a text or two to D.C. I've spent years building currency there. Currency that can evaporate if I tap it too much. You're the go-to guy for people at every government agency. You replenish your currency with each assignment you do for them." "Only if I'm successful." "Which you always are." "Almost always. That's a big distinction. One that can sometimes mean the difference between life and death." "Are you trying to impress me? Because as much as bikini model Ashley may swoon when you talk like that, no, I wasn't trying to impress you." He thought for a second. "Well, maybe a little. Another day I might have been impressed. A little. But right now, I'm just worried sick about my friend. I owe him Lynch." Lynch nodded. "I know. Which is why I'm willing to spend every bit of professional capital I have to help you. Now that should both dazzle and impress you. Okay? We'll leave right now." He walked her toward the garage. "I'll drive." Kendra stopped in front of a large painting in the hallway. It was a striking portrait of her, one that she and Lynch had actually watched being painted by a suspect in a previous case. Her eyes were closed in the painting, and her lips were slightly curled in a serene smile. Kendra nodded toward the painting. Maybe this is why Ashley left. Most women aren't cool with their boyfriends decorating their houses with pictures of other women. Ashley loved this painting. She joked about taking it with her. So she could burn it? No. She looked at it a lot. To her, it looked like you were enjoying something that only you could see. Even though my eyes are closed? Maybe because your eyes are closed. It was very perceptive of her, I thought. I had the exact same impression. I couldn't get it out of my head after you and I saw it being done. That's why I had to go back and buy it. I still think you got taken." "No, I didn't," he said softly. She turned to face him. Lynch was looking at her, not the painting. And she found she was caught and couldn't tear her gaze away. After a long moment, he gestured toward the garage door. "Shall we?" "Release." She nodded. "By all means." She hurriedly followed him to the garage. FBI Regional Field Office, San Diego. They made record time to the FBI's gleaming, glass-fronted building in Sorrento Valley, home to much of San Diego's high-tech industry. They rode in Lynch's Ferrari, and for once, Kendra resisted the urge to tease Lynch about his expensive, overcompensating for something wheels. Her gesture didn't go unnoticed. "No snide remarks about the car," he said as he parked. "Now I know you're upset. Either that or you've finally learned to respect my ride." "There's also the third option." "And that is?" "I'm grateful for what you're doing for me, so you get a one-time pass." "It's my pleasure." "Although, the way you were stroking that gear shift makes me a little uncomfortable. It's really kind of disturbing. I know you have feelings for this car, but should I leave you two alone for a little while?" Lynch shook his head. "That's the Kendra I know. The world still spins on its axis. So much for the free pass." "You got a pass by my not mentioning the two women you've had in this car in the past week. Young women, probably mid-20s. You liked one of them, the Latina woman, well enough to bring her back to your house." He shook his head. "Okay. I definitely need to know how you knew that." "Later." She opened the door. "We have work to do." Special Agent in Charge Michael Griffin stood in the corridor outside the FBI crime lab, staring at the jacket in Kendra's outstretched hand. "You're kidding, right?" "That's what that LAPD detective asked. I thought you'd know better." She shoved the jacket toward him. "It's on the left sleeve. It could mean nothing or everything, but we won't know until it's tested." Griffin looked at her, then at Lynch. "You two are tough enough to take when I have to deal with you separately. How did you come to team up on this?" Lynch scratched the back of his head. "You know, I'm still trying to figure that out myself. I think I was shanghaied." "Uh-huh. And what if I tell you that our lab is already on a weeks-long backlog?" Lynch crossed his arms and smiled. "I'd say you should expect a call. Soon." Griffin cursed. "The last time you said that, I got an extremely unpleasant phone call from the Deputy Director of the Justice Department." "Good. Then you already have some history together. You'll have something to talk about." Griffin sighed and took the jacket. "Fine. But even if I bump this to the front of the line, it's not something that can be done in an hour." "When?" Kendra persisted. "I'll call you tomorrow. Or I'll have the lab guys call you." Griffin glared at Lynch. "Don't bother to sick your patrons on me. It's the best I can do." Lynch nodded. "Understood." Griffin turned to Kendra. "Listen, I'll put a call into Santa Monica PD. I'll make sure they keep us in the loop on their investigation." She looked at him in surprise. "Thank you." He shrugged. "I can imagine what this guy means to you, Kendra. I'll let you know if I hear anything." He turned and disappeared through the double doors that led into the lab. Lynch shook his head. "Damn." "What?" "I've practically made a career of disliking that man. Then he goes and pulls a stunt like that." "You mean being decent?" "Yeah. The nerve of that guy, huh?" "Yeah. Some nerve." Kendra smiled and turned to walk back down the hallway. He fell into step with her. "What now?" "I guess we wait." "Like hell. I know you better than that, Kendra. You're not going to twiddle your thumbs while you wait for the lab to do its thing." "No. I mean, you've done what I asked you to do." He sighed. "And now you're done with me? How cruel. I figured you have better things to do than traipsing along with me on a case that may not be a case." He stepped close to her. "Haven't you noticed I enjoy traipsing with you? It's always an experience. It's the most fun I've had in the past couple of years." "You have a strange idea of fun." He flashed that $1,000,000 smile at her again. Was he trying to be irresistible, or did it just come naturally to him? He was trying, she decided, though he didn't have to try very hard. "I mean it," he said. "Where do we start?" "I'm going to the mountains. Big Bear." "Why?" "I could tell from Waldridge's shoes and tires that he'd been in snow recently. They were frosted with rock salt. That doesn't leave much of Southern California left, and he had a tag on his suitcase labeled L35. Lynch nodded. Big Bear City Airport. You knew that off the top of your head? I had to Google it on my phone when we were driving here. He shrugged. I get around. Anyway, I figure I'll drive up there and ask some questions. Now? Like you said, thumb twiddling isn't my style. I don't like the idea of driving. It's getting dark, and the roads are icy and slick up there. I think it would be better if... Ha! You're just afraid of getting that Ferrari dinged up. No problem. Take me home and I'll get my... I was just going to say, why drive when we can fly? Especially if we're going to the airport anyway. It's a little late to try and arrange a charter. Who said anything about a charter? She stared at him for a long moment. Don't tell me you have your own plane? No. I've done very well for myself, but those things are tens of millions of dollars, and I wouldn't use it enough to make it worth my while. He motioned for her to follow him toward the elevators. I'll borrow one from a friend. She snorted. But who's going to fly it? You? Yes. Unless you'd like to take a whack at it, but I'm afraid my friend would insist that your CE 525 license rating would be up to date. Seriously? You can actually fly a plane? I guess you're about to find out. He pulled out his phone as they walked. I just need to make a quick call. It's always nicer to have the jet warmed up and waiting when we get there. She just stared at him. Warmed up and... He spoke into the phone. Greetings, Giancarlo. It's Adam. I have a favor to ask. Kendra spent the 20-minute drive to Montgomery Field Airport in a state of disbelief that abated only slightly when Lynch drove through a group of small hangars toward a small, low-winged jet with a rear T-tail. A high-pitched whine emanated from the plane's engines. Lynch parked a few yards away. Beautiful, isn't it? Kendra pointed toward the plane. You didn't say it was a jet. I didn't say it wasn't. It's a Cessna Citation jet. This one's configured for 8 passengers, so the 2 of us should be very comfortable. He opened his car door. Shall we? She followed him out of his car and across the tarmac to the plane, where Lynch shook hands with a ground mechanic. They boarded the few short steps into the cabin. Kendra ducked into the doorway and froze. Is everything all right? Lynch asked. She surveyed the main compartment, which was over 20 feet long, with plush leather chairs, a large coffee table, and a sectional sofa. It was decorated more like a sumptuous living room than a corporate jet. She shook her head in amazement. This is nicer than my condo. My friend hates to fly. This takes the sting out of it for him. I guess it would. He moved toward the cockpit. My seat is up here. Make yourself comfortable. You'll find the bar stocked with some of the nicest wines you'll ever taste. I recommend the '89 Grand Puy Lacoste. Give me a break. Don't pile all this fine living on me at once. Is there room in the cockpit for me? Lynch shrugged. There's a co-pilot seat, but I guarantee you it's a lot less comfortable than that sofa. It's okay. I'll ride shotgun. They settled in the tiny cockpit and buckled up. Lynch slipped on the headset, and after a brief exchange with the tower, he conducted the instrument check. He then piloted the jet onto a runway and took off into the night sky. Lynch glanced at her and smiled. You're very quiet. You look like you've never ridden in a private plane before. No, and certainly not piloted by someone I know. But you seem to know what you're doing. Thanks. He grimaced. I guess that's why you wanted to sit up front, so that you could see for yourself. I'm glad I passed the test. I'm not qualified to judge your ability. I was just interested in the entire process. She smiled. And you can never tell when you might be able to use something you watch being done. He chuckled. Please tell me you won't attempt to fly this Cessna without a little more instruction than a visual. I wouldn't think of it. Maybe. When did you find the time to get a pilot's license? He shrugged. I started flying about 7 years ago when I was still on the FBI payroll. I figured it would be a handy skill to acquire. It's actually come in more handy since I left. I'm now rated on several planes and helicopters. When I'm in a tight spot, it's always nice to have extremely fast transportation options. I guess that makes sense. But not everybody has a friend with a private jet at his disposal. Who is this man? Giancarlo? Just a guy I helped out once. Helped out how? Lynch paused to check his altitude. I was sent to find him in Budapest a few years ago. Our government got some intel that he was plotting some terrorist activity against U.S. targets, and they wanted him taken out. She went still. They wanted you to kill him? No, they just wanted me to find out where he was. He looked at her quizzically. Who do you think I am? It was a question that she had been trying to solve for all the time that she had known him. She knew how clever he was. She knew he had a genius for manipulation and an experience in black ops that was both dangerous and impressive. She just didn't know how and in what depth he used those skills. And it wasn't something she would ever ask him. Do I really need to say it? Well, they had other people standing by for that. Anyway, I found out we were working with some faulty information. He was being set up. I helped him out of a potentially lethal situation. In the end, I helped clear him and broker a deal with the State Department that brought him here. He's been a grateful friend ever since. His gratitude includes the use of this plane? As long as I bring it back in one piece and gas it up when I'm finished. Nice. Yes. I try not to abuse his generosity, but there are times it's incredibly convenient. Like tonight. He shot her a sly glance. When it enables me to impress a woman who is exceptionally difficult to impress. Who said I was impressed? I'm merely interested in a new experience. New experiences, he murmured. I'll have to remember that's the way to lure you. And I wouldn't really worry about abusing your friend's generosity. She looked away from him. Sometimes the debt is so great that you're willing to put up with anything, do whatever is possible or not possible just to pay a little toward it. I don't think we're still talking about Giancarlo, he said quietly. Sure we are. She smiled with an effort. I was just reminding you of something that a master manipulator like you should always keep in mind. I'm surprised that you're treading so softly where your friend is concerned. The emphasis and key word is friend. He grinned. That concept can sometimes mess everything up when you're trying to rule the world. He checked a flight map on his tablet computer. So what do you expect to find in Big Bear? She was glad that he had shifted the subject to one that made her feel less vulnerable. I have no idea. But I know Waldridge was in the area, probably earlier in the day yesterday. He wasn't pleased when I figured out he'd been there, so that's pretty much all the reason I need to check the place out. We'll see what turns up. Sounds reasonable. Only another few minutes. He glanced at the snow blowing across the windshield. You're not dressed for this weather. Look in the closet just outside the cockpit. I think you'll find something to wear. Big Bear City Airport, Big Bear Lake, California. 15 minutes later, Kendra stepped off the plane wearing a Macaj moto jacket, all leather and zippers. She looked down at the snug-fitting garment. The snow won't be kind to this leather, you know. I don't care. I'm positive that jacket has never looked better. Lynch smiled and followed her down to the tarmac. He was wearing a long wool coat he'd grabbed from the same closet. They stopped and looked around the small airport. It was quiet and dark. There were no other planes in operation, and the place was obviously working with a skeleton crew. He motioned toward a brightly lit building at the end of a row of hangars. That's the administrator's office. We'll start there. They walked toward the building and glanced through the glass door to see a dimly lit office of 3 desks. The room's only occupant was a young man peering intently at a laptop. Kendra tried the door. Locked. Lynch rapped on the glass, and the man stood up and came to the door. He unlocked it and pushed it open. "May I help you?" Kendra's eyes flicked to the name plaque on his desk. "You can if your name is Matt Paulson." Yeah, that's me." "Good. I was told you could help us." She pulled out her phone and showed him a photo of Waldridge. "Did you see this man arriving here in the last couple days?" He squinted at the phone. "I'm not sure. I don't see everyone who comes through here. You might ask some of the ground crew. There's no way to know for certain." "He was probably on a charter," she interrupted. "He might have transferred from LAX or another international airport. He has an English accent, and he would have been pulling a brown and black rollerboard." "Wait." He studied the photo for another moment. "I do think he was here." "And what makes you think that?" "I remember the accent. Kind of upper crust. It was the night before last. Somebody met his plane." "A limo?" Lynch asked. "No, it was another English guy, and they seemed like they were friends. The guy picked him up in an SUV." "What color?" Kendra asked. "It was dark. Maybe green?" She turned to Lynch. "Sounds like the same car Waldridge was driving. His rental car was a dark green Explorer." Lynch leaned closer to Paulson. "What can you tell us about the plane that brought him here?" The young man hesitated. "Not sure? You'll probably need to check your files." Lynch pushed past him and strode confidently into his office. "Come on, Kendra. We'll wait inside, out of the cold." Paulson frowned uncertainly as he watched Kendra enter the office. I'm not sure I can talk to you about this. I mean, do you have some kind of warrant?" Lynch took a step forward, instant dominance and aggression. He must be getting impatient. He was usually much more diplomatic. Kendra raised a hand to stop him. She reached into her pocket and produced Detective Shea's card. "We're working with the Santa Monica Police Department on an investigation. If you have any concerns, please call this number. But we need this information immediately, so if you want to call now, we'll wait." Paulson looked at the card for a long moment, giving Kendra time to wonder how Shea would react if he actually decided to phone. Paulson finally waved the card away. "It's okay." He moved to the front desk and jiggled the trackpad of a laptop to wake it up. "It's all part of the public FAA record. We log all the flights here. It wasn't from any of the charter companies that usually service the airport." He studied the screen. "What?" Lynch asked. "It's a tail number. I cut and pasted it into the FAA registration database, but it's not coming up as a valid entry." "Like it doesn't exist?" Kendra asked slowly. "Exactly like that." Paulson tried it again, this time making sure that he had inserted all of the characters. The monitor flashed. "Number not valid." "Could it have been changed?" Kendra asked. Lynch shook his head. "Even if it had, this registry would still show us every plane that had ever carried this number." He turned to Paulson. "Are you sure this is correct?" He shrugged. "There's always the possibility of a mistake, but I doubt that. We check and double-check these things. Homeland Security pretty much demands it." "No, I'm sure that's the number on the plane that brought him here." Lynch turned toward a bank of 3 monitors mounted high on the office wall. Each camera showed a night vision image of another part of the tiny airport. "What are the chances of one of these capturing the plane's arrival?" "Not great. Those cameras are more for loss prevention. They might have caught your guys coming or going in the car, though." Lynch and Kendra exchanged a glance. Kendra studied the monitors. "How long do your recordings stick?" "They sit on a hard drive for 7 days." "Good," Lynch said. "Take us 48 hours back." Lynch fired it more like an order than a request, but he correctly predicted it would be the surest way to get Paulson to immediately comply. "Okay." Paulson leaned over a computer desk beneath the monitor bank and used a trackpad to move back the surveillance camera's timeline. He stepped back and looked at the screen. There. Too bad it wasn't during the day, but the night vision camera helps a bit. Kendra studied the image, which at the moment only showed the familiar SUV. That's definitely the vehicle that Waldridge was driving, she said, right down to the scrapes on the right wheel hubs, as if someone had ground them against a tall curb. She pointed as two men stepped into the frame. That's Waldridge. How about the other guy? Lynch asked. Kendra studied his pudgy features, bushy eyebrows, and unkempt white hair. I don't know. I've never seen him before. She turned to Paulson. Is this the man you were talking about? The one who also spoke with a British accent? Yep, that's him. Waldridge loaded his rollerboard suitcase into the hatchback, then climbed into the passenger seat as the white-haired man took his place behind the wheel. After another few moments, the SUV turned around and disappeared through an opening between the hangars. I'd like a photo printout of those two men, Lynch said. Paulson smiled apologetically. I'm afraid we're not set up for that. Lynch pulled out his phone. No problem. If you'll rewind it, I'll snap a photo right off the monitor. As Paulson and Lynch worked on their crude frame grab, Kendra took the opportunity to take a closer look at the man. His suit, with its narrow-cut, high arms and sculpted shoulders, was likely British, as were the leather Chini shoes. She couldn't get a read on his spectacles, though they were consistent with many European frames she'd seen. His wild hair probably hadn't been cut in 3 months or more. That SUV is over 5 years old, Lynch said. Too old to be in the fleet of the major rental car companies. Where could he have gotten it? Paulson shrugged. Those are popular rentals around here. Easy to throw skis and snowboards in the back. He thought for a moment. It could be one of Fennel's cars. Fennel? Kendra repeated. Yeah, Wally Fennel. He runs a small used car lot near the hospital, but I think he makes most of his money renting the cars while he tries to sell them. Some of those wrecks have a tough time making it back up the mountain. If anyone's renting 5-year-old cars around here, it's probably that guy. Kendra nodded. Okay, good. We'll find out where he lives and see if he... Oh, you won't find him at home. Not for another few hours. Kendra checked her watch. It's almost 10. Is his lot still open? No. He spends most nights at Murray's Saloon on Cottage Lane. He sings karaoke there until he gets too drunk. Then he just drinks. Lynch smiled. In that case, we'd better get over there before he goes face down on the bar. You're probably still okay. Paulson stopped the recording and the current security camera feeds resumed on the monitors. But you still may have to listen to his really terrifying rendition of My Sharona. Chapter 4. One 10-minute cab ride later, they walked through the front door of Murray's Saloon and Eatery, a bustling bar/restaurant decorated with an uneasy mixture of wood and neon. A pool table was in heavy use by the door, and a small stand served as the karaoke stage, where 3 drunk young women belted out a song that might have been Love Shack. A long bar lined the left side of the room, which seemed to be populated by a combination of young snowboarders and older locals. I'll talk to the bartender, Lynch said. Before he could get the bartender's attention, the women finished their song and the DJ introduced the next karaoke singer. Okay, everybody, give it up for Wally F. Kendra and Lynch turned toward the stage, where a bearded man with long, kinky brown hair picked up a wireless microphone. No one applauded. Think we're about to hear My Sharona? Lynch murmured. She listened to the first few bars of music. No. God help us, I think we're about to hear Copacabana. He flinched. Please tell me you're joking. She wasn't joking. Wally performed the song with gusto, making up with enthusiasm whatever he lacked in actual talent. He danced during the extended musical bridge, oblivious to the fact that no one appeared to be watching him. No one except Kendra and Lynch, that is. They stood next to the bar with stunned expressions. Lynch shook his head. The guy has cojones, I'll give him that. I hope this is worth it. After the song ended, they walked over to him. Good job, Kendra lied. Wally looked them up and down, perhaps registering that they didn't look like the bar's usual clientele.
Thanks. It's a little cheesy, but what the hell?
What the hell, Lynch agreed. He raised his phone and showed Wally the picture he'd taken of the security video. Is this SUV one of yours? Wally suddenly appeared a bit guarded.
Who's asking?
I am, she said. My name is Kendra Michaels. One of the men in this picture is a good friend of mine, and he's missing.
Shit. What about the car?
He asked immediately. Kendra rolled her eyes. Your concern is touching.
Sorry,
But you're worried about your car, Lynch interrupted. It's sitting in a police garage in L.A.
A police garage? Why?
We'll get to that, Lynch said. But you can confirm that this is your car? Wally nervously looked from Lynch to Kendra.
Yeah, it's mine. I loaned it to him.
You mean you rented it to him, Kendra said.
Well,
come on, Lynch said.
We're not trying to jam you up for the kind of business license you do or do not have. We know about your side business. Just tell us what we need to know and we'll be on our way.
Wally hesitated once again.
Okay, let's step outside. It's kind of noisy in here.
They followed him out the door, making a detour past a large barrel of peanuts so Wally could grab a handful. They exited the bar and stood near the parking lot, out of earshot of a few bar patrons smoking on the sidewalk. Lynch showed him the photo again.
Do you recognize either of these guys? The shorter one with all the hair. He's the one who rented the car from me.
What was his name? Kendra asked. Wally cracked open a few peanuts and popped them into his mouth.
Don't remember.
Maybe we have to take a ride to your office, Lynch said. Wally shrugged.
Maybe we would if it was 1998.
He pulled his phone from his pocket.
I keep all my docs in the cloud. Doesn't everybody?
Kendra smiled. I will now. Wally thumbed his way through an app and drilled down to a collection of saved documents.
I do know he rented it from me about 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks? Was he with anybody?
Nah, he was alone. He didn't know how long he'd be in town.
Did he say why he was here? Kendra asked.
No. He did seem kind of nervous, though. Jittery. At first, he wanted to buy an old car from me, but then he changed his mind. I don't think he was too interested in messing with registration and all that. He seemed more comfortable staying under the radar.
Wally raised his phone.
Here he is.
Kendra and Lynch moved closer to look at the screen, where there was a photocopied Montana driver's license. Definitely the same man who had picked up Waldridge. She read the name. Peter Hollister?
Yep.
Lynch looked up. The license is a fake, you know.
How do you figure that?
There should be a strip of microprint on the front right corner. It's extremely hard to reproduce. Whoever made this license didn't even attempt it.
Damn.
Wally looked at the license image.
I didn't know that.
Most people wouldn't. I'm sure that's why he picked a license for the least populous state in the Union. Did he give you a local address?
Yeah.
Wally swiped his finger across the screen to flip through the rental contract. On the last page, he pinched to zoom in on the signature and handwritten address.
211 Starvation Flats.
Kendra grimaced. Starvation Flats? That has to be a phony address.
No, it's a real street. It's just off the main road.
Wally popped some more peanuts into his mouth.
You think this guy may have done something to your friend?
I don't know. I'm just hoping I can get some answers from him.
And I'd really like to get my car back.
Kendra nodded. I'm sure you'll be hearing from the Santa Monica Police Department very soon. In any case, I'll pass along your info to them. Lynch looked down the street.
Is your lot near here? Yeah, just down the street. But I told you, all that info on this that's not what I want.
Lynch interrupted as he produced a wad of bills.
I'd like to rent one of your cars for a couple of hours. Let's go pick one out.
In less than 15 minutes, Kendra and Lynch drove up Big Bear Boulevard in their rented Subaru Outback. Kendra sniffed the interior. Did you have to pick a car drenched in the aroma of beef tacos?
I thought it was cheeseburgers.
Nope. Taco Bell beef tacos with maximum strength fire sauce.
I'll take your word for it. It was one of the only vehicles with four-wheel drive, so it was either the taco odor or sliding into a ditch.
She wrinkled her nose. I'm not sure which is worse. He glanced down at the screen of Kendra's phone on which she was searching the web.
Any luck finding out who this guy is?
No. The name pops up a few times, but it isn't him. It looks like a fake name came with the fake ID. Waldridge was obviously comfortable with him, though. I could see it in his body language.
On the surveillance video?
Yes. Waldridge tends to stick his chest out a bit more when he's around men he doesn't know well.
Only men?
Yes.
How very Cro-Magnon of him.
It's not all that uncommon. Anyway, he wasn't doing it with this guy. If we don't find him here, a thorough search of all his friends and associates back in England would be a good place to start. But maybe we'll get lucky. Lynch slowed as they turned onto a street covered with several inches of snow.
The plows haven't been here. We were right to choose four-wheel drive, taco smell and all.
So you say. She looked at the house numbers. His place is probably at the end, near the cul-de-sac, 4 houses down. Lynch cut the headlights and pulled to the side of the road.
Let's walk the rest of the way. Agreed?
Agreed. No sense in announcing ourselves any sooner than we have to. They climbed out of the outback and trudged through the snow, making their way past the mostly deserted vacation cottages. They stopped short of Hollister's house, which was a fanciful Germanic-styled home with yellow and blue trim. The house was dark.
Did we somehow stumble into a grim fairy tale? Lynch asked. I'm pretty sure this thing is made of gingerbread.
Kendra looked at a single line that cut through the snow and moved around the house. I don't think this motorcycle tread belongs to Hansel or Gretel, she said as she knelt beside it. This is fresh.
How fresh?
Last hour or so? No snow has accumulated on top of the tread marks. She used her camera to snap a picture of the tread in the snow.
Well, he did let Waldridge use his car. Maybe now he's getting around on a bike.
Maybe. Kendra activated the flash on her phone and shined it up ahead. Just before the tread peeled around the house, there was a footprint on either side, as if the rider had paused for a moment. Kendra stood over the print and inspected it. It's a seedy Fusion Lay riding boot, size 7 or 8. She looked up. This was a woman. He raised his brows.
Seedy Fusion Lay?
In my wild days, a lot of my friends were bikers. This is a hot-looking boot. It's hard to miss.
Even from just a footprint in the snow?
Kendra shrugged. I thought about buying a pair myself once. Lynch looked up at the front porch.
No footprints up there. No one has come or gone in the last day or so.
Let's check around back. It looks like that's what the motorcycle rider did. They circled around back, following the tread to the large expanse of land behind the house. It was darker here, but the snow-covered ground reflected the half-moon with a blue, iridescent glow. Kendra motioned toward the back of the house where the footprints told the story. Whoever the motorcycle rider was, she checked the back door and windows. After that, she circled around. Kendra's eyes followed the line of footprints behind her, which appeared to circle a dark object, half covered in snow. What's that?
Lynch was already heading toward it.
Wait here.
No way. She half-waded, half-hopped through the snow, but Lynch got there first. He whirled sharply toward her.
Stay back.
What makes you think you can... She froze in her tracks, suddenly realizing what he'd seen, what he was trying to keep her from seeing. A body. A dead body. Waldridge? Oh, God! Is it... He crouched next to the corpse.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
She made herself walk over and kneel next to him. Someone else had already brushed some of the snow off the body's head and chest, but not enough. She couldn't tell. She reached out, but Lynch stopped her.
I'll do it.
She shook her head. It should be me. Don't let it be him, she prayed. Don't let all that brilliance and dedication end like this. Her hand was shaking as she carefully brushed off the rest of the loose snow. She stopped as she saw the plump features and straggly white hair. It wasn't Waldridge. Thank God.
It's Hollister, Lynch said. Or whatever his name really was. He was shot in the chest. Looks like he's been out here a couple of days at least.
Kendra nodded. He may have been dead even before Waldridge came to see me. But why? And why here? Then something occurred to her. The motorcycle tracks. Which way did they go? Lynch pointed to a clump of trees and brush.
They go in that direction.
Kendra stiffened as her gaze followed where he was pointing. She whispered, "But where does it come out, Lynch?" A single blinding headlight flooded through the trees, and a motorcycle engine roared to life. Before Kendra could even react, the cycle and its rider burst through the brush and spun its wheels in the snow. It roared back around the house and hit the street. Lynch was already running for the car. "Come on!" They scrambled toward the outback and piled in. Lynch started the engine and turned the wheel hard left.
"Buckle up. I'm not sure what this thing can do."
"There's no way we can catch her."
"We can sure as hell try."
He jammed the accelerator and spun the outback up the street, the back end fishtailed on the snow and ice. Kendra glanced over at him. "That's not good. Too slick. How does it feel?"
"We could use some more weight in the rear. Want to get back there?"
"Seriously?"
"No."
He stepped harder on the gas, getting more traction when they hit the plowed roadway. He pushed a button on the door console, powering down the door windows. Icy wind whipped through the passenger compartment. "What's that for?" Kendra shouted.
"Listen for the motorcycle. Which direction?"
Kendra nodded. Of course. Clever man. She should have thought of that herself, she thought in disgust. She leaned toward her open window and closed her eyes. Detach. Concentrate. There it was. That obnoxious motorcycle engine was echoing off buildings in the distance. She leaned back. "Turn right." "Are you sure?" "Yes. You asked me to find it. Now trust me, damn it." He pulled the wheel hard right and skidded down a well-lit street of small shops. "It's up ahead now."
Lynch nodded. "I hear it now. It doesn't sound like she's gunning it as hard."
"She isn't. She may not know we're after her." Lynch stepped harder on the accelerator. Kendra cocked her head. "I think she veered off to the left." Lynch cursed.
"She's heading down the mountain."
"That's a bad thing."
"Depends on how icy the roads get." "Hang on."
He spun onto a side road, kicking up snow and rock salt as he raced toward State Route 18. There was a bend in the road just ahead. They barreled around it. Flashing lights. A police car up ahead. They skidded to a stop, narrowly missing the police car parked in front of a blue and white barricade. 2 uniformed officers approached them with guns drawn. "Show us your hands!" one of the officers yelled. Kendra and Lynch immediately complied.
"There's been a murder," Lynch said. "We're pursuing a suspect."
"Hands where we can see them," the officer repeated. "He's telling the truth," Kendra said. "A man is dead."
"So we've been told," the other officer said. "But right now, the only suspects are you."
"Shit," Kendra whispered. "She called the police." Lynch nodded.
Check and mate. It took over 90 minutes of explanations, confirmations, and follow-up calls at the local police station before Kendra and Lynch were able to convince the police who they were and their exact interest in the case. They were finally allowed to drive back to the murder scene, which was by then taped off and lit in every direction by several work lights. It looked like a stadium as they approached. A young detective bent under the police tape and approached them. "Dr. Michaels? Mr. Lynch?" Kendra extended her hand toward him. "Yes, Detective..." "Sergeant Mark Brantley. I heard my buddies put you through the ringer tonight. They were just doing their jobs, you know." There was a trace of defensiveness in his tone, even as he flashed an appealing, lopsided smile. Brantley projected a more nerdy vibe than most cops that Kendra had met with his prep school haircut and wide-rimmed glasses. But even through his long winter coat, she could see that he was in phenomenal physical shape, with well-defined chest muscles and abs. Lynch shrugged. "They did an amazingly fast job of getting out there and laying down the roadblock. Too bad they got the wrong people." "It would have been a different story if you had called the police. Then they would have caught the right person." Kendra looked away. "We already got this lecture from the detectives at your station." Brantley shrugged. "A lesson for next time, then." Lynch put a warning hand on her arm as if to hold her back. He knew that Brantley was annoying the hell out of her, and she was literally biting her tongue to keep from retaliating. Brantley turned to Lynch. "Did they let you hear the 911 recording?" "Yes. It was a woman's voice, and she was obviously on her motorcycle when she called. She most likely had a headset in her helmet." "And you think she might have murdered this guy?" Kendra cut in curtly. "No, I don't think that at all." "Then why the hot pursuit?" "We wanted to know why she was here," she said. "We could see from her footprints that she'd scoped the place out before she found him." Lynch gestured toward the cottage. "From the footprints we saw here, it's obvious she looked in those windows before discovering the body. She brushed away just enough snow to get a read on who it was. It's not the behavior of someone who had murdered him 2 days before." "We're inclined to agree," Brantley said. "But it's my understanding you're investigating another case, the disappearance of another man?" "Yes," she said. "Charles Waldridge. He's from England, just as this man probably was. They knew each other. Kendra told him about the surveillance video at the airport and the rental car." "Do you have a name?" "Yes," Lynch said, "but it's probably not the correct one. He rented the car under the name of Peter Hollister, but the driver's license was a phony." "That's the same name he used to rent this house. We've already been in touch with the property management company that handles it. They've sent someone over with a key." "You haven't been inside yet?" "No, we haven't been here all that long ourselves. I'm guessing you'd like to join the fun?" "We would," Kendra said. Brantley nodded. "Since the FBI and half the police departments in Southern California have instructed us to extend you every courtesy, I guess we can make that happen." He looked back at the corpse. "We'll get prints and DNA off the body. And your FBI buddies have already promised to try a facial recognition match with passport entries, but it would make everybody's job easier if there was something in that house that could ID him." "Something like a passport?" Kendra asked. "Dare to dream, Dr. Michaels. Let's go to the front door." Kendra, Lynch, Brantley, and 2 uniformed officers walked around front, where another officer was standing with a middle-aged woman who could only have been the property manager. She wore a pink ski jacket and matching boots over a pair of flannel pajamas. An old lift ticket on the jacket identified her as Stacy Liston. "Thank you for coming so quickly," Brantley said to the woman, "but you really could have taken the time to have gotten dressed." "I kinda freaked when I got the call." Her hand trembled as she handed him the key. "We had someone OD in one of our properties once, but never anything like this." "Did you ever meet the victim?" Kendra asked. Stacy shook her head. "No. He arranged the rental a few weeks ago. He paid a month's rent and a security deposit up front with a cashier's check." "From where?"
Some English bank, she thought for a moment. Barclays. He picked up the key at our after-hours lockbox.
Brantley unlocked the door and handed the key back to her. "We'll be here at least until mid-morning. We'll give your office a call when we're about to leave."
Stacy made a face. You don't think there's anybody else in there, do you? I mean, like him?
You mean dead?
She nodded.
Probably not. Brantley patted her arm. Go on home. We'll take care of things here.
She nodded uncertainly and headed back up the front walk. Brantley opened the door, and Kendra took a deep whiff. Pine cones, wood varnish, and mint. Nothing that would indicate another corpse inside. Thank goodness for small favors. Or perhaps a gigantic favor. She'd been afraid if they found another corpse, it might be Waldridge. They moved into the front hallway and looked around. Inside, it looked less like a fairy tale and more like a standard-issue ski lodge, with an abundance of wood, shag rugs, and more wood. The furniture was heavy and dark, and ski equipment adorned the walls in such a fashion that Kendra couldn't tell if it was there for storage or decoration. Lynch glanced around. There are no personal items here. None. Kendra nodded. You're right. The only sign that anyone was even here is that half-empty coffee cup on the end table. Brantley shrugged.
Maybe upstairs.
They mounted the stairs, which featured twin banister posts carved in the shape of boy and girl skiers. The steps creaked as they made their way up to the second floor. Kendra looked each way as they reached the top. It was basically a long hallway with doors to 3 bedrooms and a single bathroom. Small prints of snow scenes hung on the hallway walls, punctuating the gaps between rooms. Kendra opened the door of the first room they passed and paused, staring into the darkness. Dr. Waldridge stayed in here. Brantley turned on the wall switch and peered inside at the room.
How do you know?
Arlington.
As in the National Cemetery?
As in the British-made cologne. Waldridge is the only man I've met who uses it. I'm also smelling a spray-on deodorant he uses. It's called Fog. She turned toward Lynch. I saw both bottles in Waldridge's hotel room this morning. He sprayed both in this room recently, before he went to Santa Monica.
Brantley stared at her. How can you possibly...
Long story, Lynch said. Let's look at the other rooms. They walked down the hallway to a brightly colored bedroom with bunk beds. Brantley turned to Kendra.
Let me guess. The aroma of Play-Doh?
She shook her head. Just Ortho Home Defense Max insect spray. I don't think anyone's been in here recently.
The sergeant smiled. Certainly not any roaches. 1 room to go.
The master bedroom at the end of the hallway was more than double the size of the others, and it featured a canopy bed that appeared to have been hand-carved. A flat-screen television was mounted to the opposite wall, suspended over a rustic set of dresser drawers. An open suitcase was next to it, stuffed with wrinkled clothing. Someone has gone through this suitcase, Kendra said. Lynch looked at it.
Are you sure? You should see my bags after I've been out of town for a few weeks.
It looks like it's been turned upside down onto the floor, and all the contents shoved back in here a piece at a time. It's possible he did it himself, but the rest of the place is so immaculate that it doesn't seem consistent with his fastidious nature. Lynch looked around. No computer. No computer, no phone. Although he did have an Acer laptop and an iPhone in here, and a computer bag, too. They were taken. Brantley's brow wrinkled.
How do you figure that?
There are 2 power adapters still plugged in under the table. One's for an Acer laptop, the other has an Apple iPhone connector. She turned back to the open suitcase. In that jumble of clothes, there's a leather computer bag carry strap. With a good look and a bit of research, we'll probably even be able to identify the maker and style of the computer bag it goes with.
You can't tell us off the top of your head? Brantley joked.
Don't even say that, Lynch said. I have a hunch she'll soon know more about laptop bag carry straps than we ever knew existed.
Only if it's necessary, Kendra said. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste my time right now.
Brantley stared at her. I'm starting to get an idea why the FBI and all those police departments like you so much.
That's not at all accurate. I don't think any of them will admit to actually liking me. She continued her scan of the room until she spotted his toiletries next to the sink in the connected bathroom. She stepped inside and looked them over. Nothing unusual here, though it does help to confirm that he was English. McLean's toothpaste is a British brand. Lynch had already begun opening the drawers and closet door.
Nothing here, he said. Just a jacket in the closet. Nothing in the pockets.
Kendra shook her head in frustration. Unbelievable. Not a thing to let us know who he really was or what he was doing with Waldridge.
We'll take the whole place apart to make sure there's nothing hidden someplace, Brantley said. And of course, we'll photograph and fingerprint the body in the next few hours.
Good, Lynch said.
We'd appreciate it if you could forward your docs to the FBI field office in San Diego. It might help to find the man we're looking for. We can do that.
Kendra stepped back into the hallway. Damn. The trail to Waldridge had come to an abrupt halt, right to that man lying dead in the snow. A man without a name or even a... She stopped. What in the hell? The work lights outside bathed the shadowy hallway in a dim glow, just enough that she could see that something was out of whack in the wood-paneled hallway.
I know that look of yours, Lynch said quietly from behind her. What do you see?
The pictures in this hallway. Can you see it? Lynch studied the nature scenes.
Other than they wouldn't be out of place in a cheap hotel room? No.
It's not the pictures themselves. It's the walls. They're slightly faded from the sunlight that streams in here. It's darker where the pictures have been hanging, but it looks like they've been rearranged.
Lynch nodded slowly. I see what you mean.
The walls are slightly darker where the pictures have been, but they don't quite match now. She stepped closer to the picture nearest to her. It looks like these have been taken down for some reason, then put up in different places. And it happened recently. She pulled the picture off the wall and stared at the back side.
What is it? Lynch asked.
Nothing, except... She turned the picture around to show that the back of the canvas was covered with several purple splotches.
Paint? Brantley asked.
I don't think so. She dabbed her finger into one of the splotches. It's still sticky. Lynch pulled 2 more pictures from the walls and spun them around. The back sides were covered with splotches that matched the ones on the first. He put them on the floor and continued down the hallway, pulling pictures off and setting them on the floor with their rear sides exposed. All 10 pictures had the same markings.
They're fresh, Lynch said. All of them.
Brantley picked up one of the pictures and examined it more closely.
I don't get it.
Join the club, Lynch said. Kendra picked up the smallest of the pictures. I want to take this one with us. The FBI lab might be able to tell us what it is. Kendra and Lynch drove back to the Big Bear Airport, and as arranged, they left the car parked outside the main departure building with the keys in a magnetic box tucked under the rear wheel. Kendra held the picture carefully in front of her as they boarded the plane.
What do you think you have there? Lynch asked.
I have no earthly idea. Just like everything else we've run across. Lots of questions, but no answers. And I don't feel like I'm any closer to finding Waldridge. He placed his hand in the small of her back.
You're closer than anyone else. And at least you're out here asking the questions.
His touch should have felt casual, but somehow it didn't. There was a warm comfort, an intimacy about the way his palm was She stepped away from him. And you're asking them with me. She put the picture down and settled on the large leather sofa in the plane's main compartment. She smiled wearily. Thank you, Lynch.
You're very welcome. We'll find him, Kendra.
There was something so definite about his tone that, for the first time since they'd found that body in the snow, she felt genuine hope. Sure we will. She leaned back. I guess I'm tired.
It's been a long day. We'll get in the air and I'll take you home.
She suddenly remembered. My car. It's at your place.
You're welcome to stay with me, and I'd certainly prefer it. But I know you well enough to know that you'll be more comfortable in your own bed.
You do know me well.
I'll drop you off at your place and pick you up tomorrow. The FBI lab may have some answers about that substance you found in Waldridge's hotel room, and while we're there, we can give them that picture to work on.
Oh, they'll love that.
They'll do it. Not because of the pressure I can put on them, but because they owe you. And they're smart enough to know that they'll need your help again sometime. You're the one with the real capital, not me.
If that's true, I'll use it all if it will help me find Waldridge.
I know. Waldridge is a lucky man.
He picked up a throw blanket and draped it over her.
Get some sleep. I'll have you home in no time.
Intimacy, again, she thought drowsily as she watched him go into the cockpit. The way he had tucked the blanket around her, his smile, the comfort that he had managed to instill. He had sensed that slight withdrawal and moved to reassure. Why? It didn't matter. Better just to accept the complications that made Lynch the man he was. Just as she'd learned to accept the complications of Waldridge all those years ago. Chapter 5. St. Bartholomew's Hospital, London, England, 9 years earlier. Enjoying your time in London, Kendra? It was Dr. Waldridge's voice, she realized with relief. It had been almost half an hour since she'd been wheeled into the surgical theater, and she was beginning to wonder if Dr. Waldridge was even going to show. He could have changed his mind, couldn't he? She smiled up from the operating table. Nice of you to drop by. I hope I'm not cutting into your breakfast time.
You are, but I'll try not to hold it against you. I'll make up for it at lunch. Did you get a good night's sleep?
Good enough, I guess. She was lying. She had been too tense, too aware of what this day could hold for her. But now he was here, and, as usual, she felt calmer, more able to cope. I'm surprised they didn't knock me out. They told me there isn't even an anesthesiologist in the room.
That's right. No need. You'll be awake the entire time. I don't want you to miss a second of this.
What kind of surgeon are you, anyway?
The cunningly brilliant kind. Most of the difficult work has already been done. We've already combined stem cell cultures with cells from your eyes, and we'll be secreting them back in with a formula we've developed to help your damaged retinas regenerate. Your body will be doing most of the work over the next few weeks, my dear.
We hope.
The human body is an amazing thing. You can sew on a severed finger and all those thousands of nerve endings will work furiously to reattach themselves within months. Incredible, isn't it? The body wants so very desperately to make itself whole. In this case, I'm just giving it a helping hand.
Well, you do your part, and I'll do mine.
It's a deal.
She cocked her head as she heard more footsteps entering the surgical theater. But if this is such a simple procedure, why the big production?
Production is right.
We have video cameras covering this from several angles. We'll be trying this a few different ways in our various subjects, and we need to see what works best. As long as mine is the one that works best, I'll be happy. He chuckled.
So will I. By the way, your mother is watching. She's sitting in the observation booth above us.
I told her she should go see Stonehenge or something. Well, maybe soon you can go see it with her. Possibilities. All those wonderful possibilities teasing her on the horizon. Kendra smiled. Aren't you supposed to manage my expectations? You told me yourself this was a long shot. And it is. But I have a good feeling about you. A good feeling? That's funny talk coming from a research scientist. Agreed. And I can guarantee that I will never repeat it in any paper I write on the project. But instinct can be a powerful thing. If you say so. Anything he said at this moment was going to be fine with her. She was trying to fight the fear and the excitement and not show him either. But evidently she hadn't been totally successful. I say so, he said. But you're something of a skeptic, so I brought you something to remind you while I give you the benefit of all my cunning brilliance. He took her hand and placed something in her palm. Shh, don't tell anyone. It's not sterile. Are you trying to sabotage me? Her fingers were probing, exploring. Tiny, metal, shaped like a fish? Try again. Then she knew what it was. The dolphin charm you said your niece gave you. The one you always have on your keychain. It's only a loan. I get it back after I prove myself to you. Is it supposed to be lucky? No. We make our own luck. But at the time when she gave it to me, I was having a rough time developing this process and was pretty discouraged. But Ellsworth was only 3, and she was facing years of therapy for cerebral palsy. She smiled up at me, and I knew that she would never surrender, never give up. He squeezed her hand and said softly, So, I couldn't either. Never surrender. Never give up. She could feel the tears sting her eyes. How is she? Still fighting. Still splendid. He took a step closer. Now, let's begin. His voice was very gentle. I understand you brought an iPod loaded with music you'd like to listen to while we work. Only if it's okay with you, she said quickly. You're the one doing the work here. If you want to listen to your classical music or whatever, I'm cool with that. Why does everyone think I prefer classical? Is it because I'm English? English and highly educated. Sorry for pigeonholing you. What's your pleasure? He paused. Well, I do have London Symphony Orchestra season tickets at the Barbican. Ha! I knew it. But pick any music you like. Your iPod's warmed up and waiting on the dock. Once I start to work, I'll tune it out anyway. It was going to start. Together, they were going to begin the adventure of her lifetime. Her hand tightened on the dolphin. Never surrender. Never give up. She tried to concentrate on what they'd been talking about. Music. She thought for a moment. How about The Clash? London Calling. Kendra woke up to the sounds of The Clash in her ears, though she hadn't set her music alarm. It was a memory echo of an album she hadn't played in years, but it came to her with astonishing clarity. Then she remembered. Waldridge. Damn. She checked her phone. 7:17 a.m. One text from her mother, but nothing from the cops or the FBI. Probably a good thing. Any message from them at this early hour would most likely be bad news. Nothing from Lynch yet, either. It had been almost 3 a.m. by the time he'd dropped her off at her condo, but she was sure he was already mapping out their day. She opened the text from her mother. It read, Waiting with breakfast and a pot of coffee across the street. Come over when you wake up. What? Kendra checked the timestamp. The text had come less than 20 minutes before. Well, it was one way to start the day. She threw off her covers and stepped into a pair of flip-flops. She splashed water in her face, ran a comb through her hair, and did a rudimentary teeth brushing. Then she left her condo, rode the elevator down, and ran across the busy street to Thompson's, a neighborhood restaurant that did a booming breakfast business but was practically deserted every other hour of the day. Kendra knew just where to look. Her mother was at her usual table in the corner, surrounded by platters of Danish, bagels, waffles, and sausages. The food was competing for space with a tall coffee pot and 2 newspapers. Kendra walked toward her. "Geez, Mom, how many people are you expecting?" "Just you. I wasn't sure what you would want, so I thought I'd give you a choice." She looked disapprovingly at Kendra's sweatpants and t-shirt. "You look like you just rolled out of bed." "I did just roll out of bed. I knew you were waiting. You could have given me some warning, you know. If you wanted to meet for breakfast, I would have been happy to. I didn't know until this morning, and you never get enough sleep. So I thought it would be best if I did it this way so you could join me whenever you woke up." She cleared a space for Kendra. "Sit down. Eat something." Kendra took a seat and grabbed a Danish. "Don't you have class today?" Her mother shook her head. "Finals week." Dr. Diane Michaels was a history professor at UC San Diego, and her skill as a lecturer was matched only by her impatience with students who didn't take her classes seriously. Kendra had no doubt that the kids were frantically preparing themselves for her mother's notoriously challenging final exam. "So what brings you downtown on a weekday?" Diane folded the newspaper in her hands and placed it on the table. The headline read, "British Researcher Missing," along with a photo of Waldridge. Kendra stiffened in her seat. Not good. Her mother had been an integral part of both her operation and her relationship with Waldridge. She had a right to know what was going on. Kendra had just hoped to delay it until she had a more concrete idea herself. "I can see from your expression that this isn't news to you." "No. It's all I've been thinking about for the past 24 hours or so. I saw him the night before last." "And you didn't tell me? I would have loved to be able to see him, and he surprised me. He just showed up at my Malibu lecture. We had dinner afterward. I could tell something was wrong. He was different." "What do you mean?" Kendra brought her mother up to speed on Waldridge, his disappearance, and her visit to Big Bear. Diane shook her head. "I should have known you'd be in the middle of this. You think I should just sit back and wait for the police to give me progress reports? Believe it or not, that's the way it usually works. Not with me. Not when it concerns Waldridge, and you should be happy that I'm not going it alone." "Maybe I should take some comfort in that," she grimaced. "But there's something about Mr. Lynch that frightens me." "I can see that. He can be intimidating. Lucky for me, I'm on his good side." Diane looked away for a moment. "I know that. It's obvious he cares for you. He's very protective of you. So what's the problem?" Diane paused to put her thoughts into words. "I guess the problem is that I'm protective of you, too. Kendra, he's a dangerous man. Just in your experience with him, you know that. He wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone he thinks might be a threat. He wouldn't be alive otherwise. I might not be either. But don't you think he helps create the dangerous situations he finds himself in? The man comes on strong like a Mack truck. That kind of force practically demands a forceful response. I just don't want you standing next to him when that response comes. I can take care of myself. That's exactly the attitude that makes me worry so much about you. Hey, I'm your daughter." She smiled gently. "You taught me to take care of myself, mostly by example. Well, now it's come back to bite me. The man has to live in an armored fortress. That should tell you something about him. It tells me that he knows how to take care of himself." Diane placed her hands on Kendra's. "Let's get the hell out of town. I'm done for the semester. My teaching assistant can administer the final exams. I was supposed to attend a seminar in Denver in a few days, but I'll cancel. Let's go someplace nice. Hawaii. I know what Dr. Waldridge means to you, and you've made sure he's on everyone's radar. Now it's time to let them do their jobs. I'll let them do their jobs, but I still need to do everything for him I can. You should know that more than anyone, Mom. You're the one who took me to him because you still believed in miracles. Well, he gave me that miracle. Now I have to do everything I can to give back. And I'm telling you, Lynch is valuable, an asset. He's already been a big help.
Glad you think so, a familiar voice said. I can but try.
Kendra and Diane looked up to see Lynch walking toward the table, smiling broadly.
Good morning, Diane. Wonderful to see you again.
He leaned close and kissed her on the cheek. Diane shook off her look of surprise. Mr. Lynch, Kendra didn't tell me that she invited you here.
She didn't, Lynch said. I was on my way for a visit, and I glimpsed her dashing across the street. It just took me a while to find a parking spot.
He turned to Kendra.
Well rested?
Ha, very funny.
He shrugged. When I first saw you on the street, I thought it was a young woman on her walk of shame.
Flatterer. But when you got closer and saw it was me, you realized...
No, I quickly realized it couldn't be a walk of shame. Not with that sloppy look you're sporting.
Right, Diane said. Kendra rolled her eyes. Okay, enough about my clothes. This is what I slept in.
Obviously, Lynch said.
Diane smiled and motioned toward an empty chair. Mr. Lynch, would you care... Before she could finish her thought, Lynch dropped down in the chair and began scooping food onto an empty plate.
Smells delicious. Are these waffles as good as they look?
Better, Kendra said, watching him with an amused look. By all means, help yourself. Don't worry about leaving me any. I'm not very...
Okay.
He deposited the rest of the waffles on his plate. He looked up.
I take it Kendra has brought you up to speed on the disappearance of Dr. Waldridge?
Diane nodded.
And I'm quite sure you voiced your displeasure with her taking the case, particularly with me.
Diane looked flustered, which was most unusual for her. Well, I only...
It's quite all right. You wouldn't do your duty as a mother if you didn't say those things.
He poured syrup on his waffles.
Just let me assure you that your daughter's safety is always my #1 priority.
I don't doubt your desire to protect her, Mr. Lynch, but there are things you can't always control. Kendra leaned forward. Okay, Mom. Enough. You haven't grilled a guy like this since Tommy Schiller took me to my high school prom.
Tommy Schiller? Lynch said. I think I need to hear about this guy.
No, you don't, Kendra said firmly. He was thoughtful and sweet, qualities that would never interest you.
Lynch made a face. Ugh, you're right. Definitely anemic. But they apparently didn't interest you either, since you now refer to him in the past tense.
She opened her mouth, but she didn't have a response.
Lynch turned to Diane. You were probably right to grill him. What tipped you off?
I thought he might be a phony, Diane shrugged. He was very slick, but there was something about him. She was still blind at the time, and I was afraid that she couldn't sense what I could see. You didn't tell me that, Mom, Kendra said. Why? You were stubborn. I wanted you to trust your instincts, but there was always the chance that you might resent my interference. I had to be careful. So careful that somehow Tommy faded into Never Never Land.
It's all right, Lynch said. I'm sure Tommy has gotten over you by now.
He glanced at Diane.
Good job.
Kendra said with exasperation, Surely you didn't come here to talk about my high school boyfriends.
No, but I found it fascinating.
Lynch grabbed a pecan roll and poured himself a cup of coffee.
As much as I enjoy watching you squirm, I wanted to discuss our strategy for today. I thought it would be best if we started camping out at the FBI lab as early as possible. Although we were promised priority, things have a way of slipping down the to-do list if you don't stay in their faces there. And you learned that the hard way. You don't get very far in the FBI without learning to navigate a bureaucracy.
Sounds like the best way to navigate that is to leave and just go freelance.
It works for me.
Okay, so we make pests of ourselves at the FBI. I have a lot of practice at that. I'll also follow up with Santa Monica PD and the Big Bear Police. Diane threw up her hands. I guess Hawaii isn't even on the table. I suppose I'm heading for that seminar in Denver in a couple days. Sorry, Mom. I have to do this. I know when to accept defeat. So what can I do to help? Nothing. Don't say that. If you're going to do this, I have to feel useful somehow. I care about Dr. Waldridge, too. She smiled. You're right. He was the dream maker. I remember the first time you looked at me after the operation and really saw me. I wanted to get down on my knees to him. So did I. Kendra was silent a moment. Well, you're still fairly well hooked into the academic scene in London, aren't you? I don't know if I'd call it a scene, but I do have quite a few friends at the universities there. Maybe you can ask around about Dr. Waldridge. See if anybody has any idea what he's been working on, who he's been working with. She pursed her lips. Sounds like busy work to me. It's not. It could really help us. Diane thought for a moment. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Thanks, Mom. She waved her hands. Now, go. Leave. Get out of here before Mr. Lynch eats the rest of my breakfast. But there was definite amusement in the remark, Kendra noticed.
I like your mother, Lynch said as he guided Kendra through the crowded restaurant. Charming and sensible. I'm glad we arranged to have breakfast with her today.
I didn't arrange to have breakfast with her. You might say I was hijacked. She glanced at him. Now, you might have arranged it. I found it a little too coincidental that you happened to see me flying across the street and decided to join us. He smiled.
Coincidences do happen.
And so does that truly amazing skill with electronics and phones that you've used on me before. When you stopped by to pick me up and I didn't answer the door, did you hack into my phone and read Mom's text?
Why, Kendra, you told me never to do that again.
And when did that ever stop you when you wanted to do something? She tilted her head. But why did you want to join us? It was almost all attacks on my sloppy clothes and past boyfriends and... She stopped. Mom. It was all aimed at Mom. You were manipulating her, you bastard. All of it was making sure she considered you both on the same team, fighting the same fight. By the time we left, you'd gotten exactly what you wanted.
I like her, he repeated. And I knew she'd be more comfortable about you if she liked me. I enjoyed breakfast, and I found out more about you. And Diane knows that she can trust me because we both think Tommy Schiller would have been a big mistake. I think it's been a good day so far.
And I think that Mom was right. She gazed thoughtfully at him. You're a very dangerous man, Lynch.
Without doubt, he nodded. But not to you. Never to you, Kendra. And now Diane knows that whatever threat I am is aimed at protecting you from the Tommy Schillers of the world. We just won't mention all the other serial killers and scumbags you might stumble across. Okay?
He took her elbow and guided her across the busy street.
Now, let's get you out of those sloppy sweatpants and into something more alluring to impress the lab boys.
FBI Regional Field Office, San Diego. Kendra and Lynch arrived at the FBI field office main lobby and approached the reception desk. Kendra spoke brusquely to the thick-necked young man behind the counter. Kendra Michaels and Adam Lynch to see Special Agent in Charge Michael Griffin. She expected a blank look and at least 2 phone calls before they would be admitted, since no one had any idea they were coming. Instead, the guard immediately slapped 2 badges on the counter, each pre-printed with their names.
"The lab's on the 8th floor. Do you know where you're going?"
Kendra stared at him in disbelief. This circumventing of bureaucracy was mind-boggling in her experience. Yes, of course." The man glanced down at the small nature print that Lynch was holding in his left hand.
"Nice painting."
It really isn't. Lynch scooped the badges up and steered Kendra toward the elevator. "Thank you." After the elevator doors closed, Kendra shook her head as she clipped on the badge. What just happened? Did you tell them we were coming?
"No, not at all. I guess I didn't have to. Griffin knows us too well."
He sure does.
"And this way we're the lab's problem. Appearances to the contrary, Griffin is no fool."
The elevator opened almost directly in front of the white double doors of the forensics lab. A slender, ponytailed young man in a white lab coat walked past. Kendra remembered him from another case. Dustin Freen? Freen turned around and smiled.
"Hi, guys. What took you so long? I thought you would have been here a while ago."
Apparently everyone knew that but us, Kendra said. Lynch immediately got down to business.
"Do you have something for us?"
"Actually, I do. I came in early today. Way early. Griffin authorized overtime for this."
"Nice of him," Kendra said. Lynch smiled.
"He probably wants to clear the lab and get us out of his hair as quickly as possible."
Freen spoke to Kendra.
"You say that fluid transfer came from the floor in Dr. Waldridge's hotel room?"
"Yes," Kendra said. "I couldn't quite identify the odor."
"Come in. I may have some answers for you."
He led them through the double doors into the lab. They walked past several aisles of scientific equipment and lab tables before reaching a series of cubicles that wouldn't have been out of place in any office in corporate America. But instead of Dilbert cartoons, most were decorated with gruesome crime scene photos. Freen leaned into his cubicle and picked up a printout.
"It appears to be a combination of some fairly typical household products."
"Like what?" Kendra asked.
"Like sodium metabisulfite and sodium hydrosulfite."
"Common in your household, maybe."
"They're the principal ingredients of a rust stain remover. The trade name is Iron Out. It was mixed with a smaller amount of hydrogen peroxide."
Lynch clicked his tongue.
"That's not good news."
Kendra looked from one to the other. "What am I missing?"
Lynch took a deep breath.
"If someone tried to clean up blood from a crime scene, it almost always shows up under luminol and an ultraviolet light, but there are ways of obscuring it."
"Like bleach?" Kendra asked.
"That's one way," Freen said. "But bleach stinks and totally discolors any carpeting and many hard surfaces it comes into contact with. If you're trying to cover up a crime, that's not a very stealthy way of doing it."
Kendra glanced at the report in Freen's hands. "I don't think I like where this is headed." Lynch spoke gently.
"Iron Out and hydrogen peroxide can be sprayed over an area to obliterate any bloodstains that might show up under luminol and a UV light. It doesn't have a strong odor and doesn't cause discoloration. There are other chemicals that may be more effective, but these products are easier to get."
"Shit," she whispered. "Someone's trying to hide a bloodstain."
Freen nodded.
"That's the way it looks. You probably wouldn't have even known if the liquid hadn't pooled where you found it. Maybe there was a spill or it was oversprayed in one area. Santa Monica PD has already been in touch with us about it. They say they probably wouldn't even know about it if you hadn't picked up on it, Kendra."
Someone's trying to hide a bloodstain. She could still see the horrified look on the face of that dead man lying in the snow. Did the same thing happen to Waldridge?
"He could still be okay," Lynch said.
"But it just got a hell of a lot less likely,"
she said jerkily. "But I'm not giving up."
"I know," Lynch said softly.
Kendra grabbed the framed print from Lynch's hand and displayed the backside to Freen. "I need you to do something else for me."
"Okay," Freen said doubtfully.
"We found this at the murder scene in Big Bear. We discovered this and 9 others, all with fresh splotches on the back. I need to know what this purple stuff is." Freen took it from her and held it up, letting the overhead fluorescent light play across the rear surface.
"Where did this come from?"
"No idea, but it was placed there and put back on the wall along with the other prints." Freen nodded.
"I can take a look, but I'll have to get approval from Griffin."
"Please do," Lynch said, "and tell him to call me if he'd like to discuss it." Kendra slumped down in the seat of Lynch's car, trying to fight off the depression. They had just left the FBI building parking lot, and she had been too lost in thought to even speak as they left the building.
"Talk to me," Lynch said.
"Not much to say. It's not what I was hoping for, but after seeing that body in the snow last night, I've been preparing for the worst."
"Well, it's better to know.
The police can start testing the floor to see if they can get DNA match off any of the blood residue, and it's likely they'll now allocate more manpower and resources to the case." She nodded. "Okay. Think on the positive side." "Yes. And we do have a lot of things set in motion. We have the FBI testing the material from the back of the picture, and hopefully we'll be able to ID Waldridge's associate before too long." Lynch reached under his seat and pulled out his tablet computer.
"I have something that may help."
She tried to smile. "Sorry, but your skill at Angry Birds isn't going to be much use to us right now."
"I don't like computer games. You should know that by now."
"Of course. When you've mowed down dozens of armed assailants in real life, an online game can't compare."
"I wish I was half as interesting as you make me out to be."
"Are you denying it?" "I can neither confirm nor deny any operations in which blah, blah, blah." He flipped back the tablet cover and showed her a close-cropped photo of a man's head and shoulders.
"Look familiar?"
She took the tablet and stared at the photo for a moment. "That's the dead man we found. But he's alive here. Where did you get this?"
"He's not alive here. This is the picture I took with my phone last night. After I got home, I emailed it to a friend who's a wizard with Photoshop. I had her alter the picture to show how he might have looked when he was alive."
"This is amazing. How did she get the eye color?"
"She just guessed. I didn't think to lift his lids when we were out there last night, so she inserted a pair of eyes she found online. They're actually Robert Redford's eyes."
"Really?" Kendra looked for some sign that the picture had been altered, but the effect was seamless.
I also sent her a photo I took off the airport security video. The camera was too far away to be of much help, but it did give her an idea of how he set his jaw and eyeline when he was alive.
"I'm impressed." She handed the tablet back. "Who is this wizard? One of your government photography experts?"
"No, actually."
He paused a long moment before finishing.
"It was Ashley."
"Your supposed ex-girlfriend?"
"My definite ex-girlfriend."
"Whose photography skill obviously goes beyond merely standing in front of a camera."
"It's her career. She's made it her business to know everything about the process."
"The process? Making a dead guy look like he's alive."
This was a first for her. She enjoyed the challenge.
"If one of my exes emailed a picture of a dead guy to me, I might not be so understanding."
"Sure you would. And then you'd solve the case yourself."
She shrugged. "You might be right about that."
"I know I am."
Incredible. It's not enough that every city bus had a larger-than-life ad with Ashley's beautiful Asian face and magnificent bikini-clad body. She can also toss this off on command.
"Time is of the essence. I wanted it done quickly, so I asked her. She was happy to do it. It could help us to identify him. People get a little disturbed when you flash them a picture of a corpse, and it often doesn't look like the person they knew. This is probably a more accurate picture of him. I agree. Kendra gestured toward the picture. She even neatened his hair. And the photo will come in handy for an idea I have. What's that? You gave it to me when you were talking about your mother this morning. It's a very good idea to approach this from the London angle. What Waldridge was working on, who he was working with. I'm not going to London. That's not what I'm suggesting. I know someone there. We should contact him. Kendra checked her watch. I have some appointments today. 2 at the studio and 1 new referral. I really can't miss them. Do you still have a teleconferencing set up at your studio? Yes. He started up the car. We'll use it to get in touch with my friend. It will only take a few minutes. Chapter 6. After a quick detour to Kendra's condo so she could pick up her car, they met at her office, situated on the ground floor of a medical building. Most of her space was dedicated to a large, carpeted studio where she conducted her music therapy sessions. The room was filled with an assortment of musical instruments, an adjacent observation area, and a 70-inch television monitor. Lynch looked at the monitor. Do you use your teleconferencing equipment often? Occasionally. Music therapy is a new discipline, and we're still feeling our way with new techniques. It's a good way for me and my colleagues to share our sessions and compare results. Well, I think it would be an excellent way for you and my friend to meet each other. Really? Why? And just who is this guy? His name is Ryan Malone, but he'll take serious offense if you call him anything but Rye. He's a good man, extraordinarily competent at what he does. What exactly does he do? A little difficult to explain. He's kind of like me. I already don't like him. Rude, very rude, and not truthful. You will like him. He's Oxford-educated and spent his first several years out of college writing reports and doing research for the various intelligence agencies. Then he got restless and started taking assignments out in the field. Turned out he was good at it. He saved my bacon a couple of times. Do you think he'll help us? I would think so. Lynch gave her a sideways glance. I've also saved his bacon, and he's usually available. He really doesn't like to work. He relaxes in his house in the English countryside, drinking wine and reading French literature. When he runs out of money, he just takes another assignment. Kendra smiled. Sounds like he has it figured out. He does. He's probably the happiest person I know. Lynch held up his phone. I've already traded texts with him. He's expecting our call. His address is right here. Kendra glanced at the address on Lynch's phone and picked up her teleconferencing remote. She keyed in the address and looked at the screen, which glowed blue with the manufacturer's logo. The screen flickered, and finally, an image appeared. It was a large brown leather chair in what looked like a study. A moment later, a 50-ish man dropped into the chair. As he smiled, his thick mustache jumped high on his round face.
What in the bloody hell have you gotten yourself into now, Lynch?
His tone was playful, with a thick British accent. Nothing you can't get me out of, Rye.
Tell me something I don't know. Who's your pretty friend?
This is Kendra Michaels. I've told you about her. His eyes widened.
Ah, yes. The blind girl, who now isn't.
Kendra smiled. I hope there's more to me than that.
Of course there is, my dear. I've heard of your remarkable achievements, but surely you will understand why I would be so fascinated by the wonderful gift you've been given.
I do understand, and it is wonderful.
But there's something I've wondered ever since I heard your story, if you'll indulge me. When you finally got your sight, was there anything that disappointed you?
She thought for a moment. Something I saw that didn't live up to my expectations?
Exactly.
Well, disappointment is a strong word. Almost everything I saw was beautiful to me, still is. But there was something that was disturbing.
Yes?
Noses. He looked at her in disbelief, then roared with laughter.
Really?
She nodded. Obviously, I've always been able to feel them, so I knew they stuck out and had nostrils on the underside, but there was something about actually seeing them. They looked strange to me. I was really kind of freaked out for a while. He laughed again.
That's fantastic. I love it.
You just reminded me of another one.
What's that?
The facial expressions people make when they laugh.
Seriously?
Yes, the wide-open mouth, closed eyes, the red face. It was strange at first, but now it may be my favorite thing in the world.
Mine too, my dear.
He wiped his eyes.
Thank you for tolerating my rude curiosity. I hope I can make it up to you.
You can, Lynch said. Rye chuckled.
Somehow I thought I might. What's going on?
Lynch stepped toward the monitor, getting down to business. We've been working on a missing persons investigation. He's a resident of the UK, but it happened while he was here visiting Southern California. His name is Charles Waldridge. He's a surgeon and medical researcher. Who changed my life, Kendra added quietly. Dr. Waldridge gave me my sight.
Ah, then I understand.
Rye jotted notes on a small pad resting on his chair arm.
How long has he been missing?
Less than 48 hours, Lynch said. We found the body of an associate of his last night. He'd been murdered. We haven't ID'd him yet.
You don't think Waldridge killed him and went on the lam?
Kendra shook her head. She'd had an instant of fierce protective defensiveness before she'd smothered it. Rye was the first to say it, but she was sure others had begun to mull that possibility. No, she said flatly. No way.
Where did Waldridge work?
He was vague when we spoke about it the other night, Kendra said. But he worked with the Night Watch Project for years. It's based there in London. You can find a lot about it online. Rye jotted down some more notes.
And about you, I'm sure. I'll take a look.
I'll send you an email with all the details of the case so far, Lynch said. The FBI and the local police are helping us locally, but we could use some help on the London angle. I thought that with your research and investigative background...
And a willingness to get my hands dirty,
Rye interrupted. That shouldn't be necessary.
One man's missing and another is dead.
Rye put down the pen and leaned forward in his chair.
Not a promising situation. There could be something very dark at the bottom of this. You should both be careful.
Kendra smiled. You're the second person to say that to me today. The other was my mother.
Rye groaned. That's a new low. I meet a beautiful woman, and she says I remind her of her mother.
I've heard women say much worse to you, Lynch said.
You're right.
Rye sighed.
Often accompanied by a hard slap across the face. I guess I should consider myself lucky.
Will you help us? Kendra asked.
Why not?
Rye gestured around the room.
It's about time I got out for a while. I've made this place far too comfortable for myself. Send me the info, and I'll see what I can find out.
Lynch bowed his head and gave a mock salute.
Thanks, Rye. You're the best.
Rye cut the connection. Lynch turned to Kendra. Well, that's another front we've covered. Rye is extremely thorough. If there's anything to be found out there, he'll uncover it. I hope so. The moment of distraction and optimism that Rye had brought was fading fast. Thank you, Lynch. He caught the change immediately, and his eyes narrowed. Sure. Anything wrong? At that moment, the studio door opened, and Selena Motter entered with her 8-year-old twin sons. One of the boys suffered from depression, and Kendra had been successfully using duo sessions to draw him out. Kendra nodded. I think work is just what I need right now. Good. I'll go home and send Rye the photograph and everything else I have. He reached out and gave her hand a quick squeeze. We'll touch base tonight. He leaned close to her, but pulled away as the two boys bounded closer. Lynch smiled at them. Go easy on her, guys. He turned and walked out of the room. Kendra's back-to-back afternoon sessions were just the jolt she needed. Her anxiety didn't completely dissipate, but it felt good to focus on something other than Waldridge. It didn't hurt that both clients appeared to be success stories. Finally, a few rays of light to scatter the oppressive darkness. She checked her phone for the email that had come in earlier that morning. A psychologist in Mission Valley wanted her to meet with a young autistic girl who might benefit from her techniques. After an hour-long evaluation at her psychologist's office, Kendra would decide if she'd take her on or not. Not everyone responded to music therapy, and it would serve no one's best interest to waste time on techniques that would have little chance of succeeding with this particular patient. Kendra drove the 20 minutes to Mission Valley and found her way to the smallish 2-story medical building that bordered the Riverwalk golf course. The medical building was new. So new, in fact, that there were still pallets of ceiling tiles sitting in the lobby, and the lone elevator had yet to be activated. No problem, she thought, as she started up the freshly tiled stairs. She needed the exercise anyway. She climbed to the 2nd floor, then the 3rd. She left the staircase and stepped into the hallway. It was dimly lit, as if all the offices had closed for the day and everybody had gone home. She checked her watch. 5:15 p.m., right on schedule. So where the hell was everybody? She glanced down at the floor, where long boxes of molding lined the corridor. The air was thick with the odor of paint and new carpeting. She approached Suite 316, where she was supposed to meet her prospective new client. She stopped. No name on the door. The frosted glass panels next to it were dark, indicating no life or activity beyond. She tried the handle. Locked. What the hell? She checked her phone to make sure they hadn't canceled. Nope. She scrolled through her old messages to make sure she was at the right place. Yup. But the entire floor appeared to be empty, just like the entire building, for that matter. Someone was yanking her chain. But why? Why in the hell would anyone... Footsteps echoed behind her. She turned. They were coming up the stairs. Good, maybe she could get some answers. The footsteps suddenly stopped. Then, a moment later, they resumed, but slower and quieter. It was like someone who was trying not to be heard as they approached this floor. Tap, 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 tap. They were getting closer. Tap, tap. Kendra spun around. These were coming from the other side of the hall. Tap, tap. Another person trying not to be heard. Whispers behind her. Then in front of her. They were talking to each other. She wasn't just being paranoid. She was sure they were on their phones or some other devices engaged in a hushed conversation. And they were both still moving toward her. She could feel her heart start to pound. Tap. Tap. Shit! The lights had shut off. She couldn't see her hand in front of her face. That was okay. More than okay. Did they even know who they were dealing with here? She was at home in the dark. She crouched low against one of the closed office doors. Stay calm. Focus. Neither of these people, whoever they were, knew that exactly 26 steps separated her from the stairs. They weren't aware of the 2 cartons of molding, box of nails, and the large fire extinguisher in their path. She could make the darkness work for her. She looked up. 2 green eyes glowed at the end of the hallway. Her heart sank. Oh no. Night vision goggles. She turned back. Another pair of goggles glowing in the darkness. They could see everything as clear as day. And they were moving toward her. Her eyes flicked between the 2. Judging from the height of the goggles, she was dealing with 2 large men between 6 feet and 6'2". If she waited, it would be 2 against 1. Can't let that happen. She leaped to her feet and ran back toward the stairs, zeroing in on the glowing eyes. Gotta do this just right. The assailant appeared to be frozen in place, stunned by her frontal assault. Or had he just stopped to aim a weapon at her? Can't think about that. Play it smart. She ducked and weaved at the last moment, never breaking stride as she reached out with her outstretched hand. She clawed upward and ripped the goggles from his face. She felt his skin fly beneath her fingernails. She whirled around and landed a direct kick to what she thought were his kidneys. The man grunted and fell to the floor. She spun around and ran for the stairs. Just another few. Pain. Horrible, excruciating pain between her shoulder blades. Can't breathe. Can't move. Her legs weakened, and she felt the floor rushing toward her. 2 strong arms grabbed her before she landed. She looked up. 2 glowing green eyes. The other man now had her in his grip. He dragged her to one of the offices and threw open the door. The early evening twilight flooded in through the bare windows. At last she could see, but the only sight that greeted her was a nightmare. There, in the middle of the bare office, was a roll of duct tape, a large 55-gallon drum, a handcart, and a hypodermic needle. Great. A psychopath's standard-issue abduction kit. She could feel her legs again, but they were weak, rubbery. She was in no condition to fight this man, but if she didn't do something fast, she knew she was going into that damn barrel. She dug her nails into his hand, but that was the only resistance she could summon. The other man moaned in the hallway as she found herself dragged toward the hypodermic needle. In an instant, the man's low moan gave way to a shriek. Then silence. The man holding her called out to his partner, "She's not easy! Stop whining and get in here! Now!" Silence. The man grunted a curse word and threw her to the ground. He placed a knee on her back and picked up the needle. Kendra's eyes darted around the room. She couldn't move, but there had to be some way, somehow that... Zat! She heard an electrified crackling, and in the next instant, her attacker was face down next to her. What the hell? She rolled over. The man was twitching and gurgling, and the sudden acrid odor let her know that he was wetting his pants. Then, a familiar pair of boots strode into view. CD Fusion Lay motorcycle riding boots. Size 7 or 8. She looked up. A woman stood over her, wearing a motorcycle helmet with tinted visor so as to entirely obscure her face. She wore tight jeans and a brown leather jacket, and she held a still sparking taser before her. "You're hurt. Can you stand?" The woman's voice echoed from behind the visor. Kendra shook her head to clear it. "I think so. Yes." "Then get the hell out of here. You have about 3 minutes before this wears off." The woman placed the taser on the back of the man's neck and hit him with another blast of electricity. He screamed and twitched again. The woman turned to Kendra and shrugged. "Maybe a little longer than 3 minutes." Who are you?" She ignored the question. "Let me see you stand." Slowly and gingerly, Kendra pulled herself up. She struggled to maintain her balance. "Walk. She nodded as Kendra took a faltering step. "Now go. Don't waste time." "Who are you?" she repeated. "For God's sake!" She was plainly disgusted. "You sound like someone from a Marvel comic book. I've heard a lot about you, but nobody told me you were stupid. Well, I may be awesome, but I'm no superhero. I just want to get you the hell out of here before I have to stick around to give this guy another zot. Get moving." "I want to know," but the woman was already out the door. She paused only long enough to hit the man in the hallway with another jolt from her taser. Kendra tried to run to catch up with her, but her wobbly legs and back weren't allowing it. "Wait!" The woman was gone. Kendra looked back at the still twitching thug in the hall. Probably not a good idea to stick around. She could still remember the sense of panic she had felt when she had been helpless, unable to move. She moved toward the stairs, gripped the railing, and moved down one step at a time. By the time she reached the second floor, she felt herself getting stronger. She heard a motorcycle rev outside and roar down the street. "Thank you, whoever you are. You may be rude as hell, but I owe you big time." She looked up. There was a sound above her. Her attackers were obviously recovering. "Get out." She hurried down the rest of the stairs and moved quickly out the front door. She glanced around the parking lot. No one else there as far as she could tell. She slid into her car and started it. She could still hear the woman's voice ringing in her ears. "Get the hell out of here." She got the hell out of there. She drove a few blocks, and when she was sure that she wasn't being followed, she voice-dialed Lynch. He answered immediately. "What's up?" She drew a deep breath. "More than I'd like. 2 guys just tried to grab me." "What?" "My afternoon consult was a total setup. It was an empty building. They came prepared, complete with hypodermic and barrel for removal." Lynch muttered a curse. "Damn it. You could have been killed." "They didn't want to kill me. That would have been easy for them. They wanted to drug me and carry me out of there. I'm telling you, they had it all set up." "How did you get away?" "You're not going to believe this. I had help from our motorcycle-riding friend from Big Bear." He was silent for a long moment. "You're right. I don't believe it." "I'm still having a tough time believing it myself, though it was a dose of cold reality when she accused me of being stupid when I started asking her questions instead of doing what she told me to do. She came out of nowhere and laid them out with a stun gun." "How long has it been?" "Just a few minutes." "Okay. I'm calling Griffin and the cops and have them go there. Give me the address." Kendra gave him the building's street address. "It was the 3rd floor. I'll meet them there when they..." "No. Get someplace safe. Maybe your mother's house." That sounded like exactly what she wanted to do, she thought, and then maybe curl up in bed and put her head under the covers. She couldn't do it. "I'm going back there." "The hell you are." "I was there. It happened to me. I can help." Kendra turned down a side street and pulled up to the curb. "I just pulled over. I'll wait 15 minutes before I go back. I'll hang back from a safe distance, and I won't go in until I see the squad cars." "Just this once. I wish you would." "I'll see you there, Lynch." She cut the connection. "I'm not sure all this was really necessary," Kendra said as she eyed the 4 cruisers and 2 unmarked police cars in the office building parking lot. She stepped toward Special Agent Roland Metcalf, who was waiting for her in the parking lot. Metcalf smiled. "When Kendra Michaels snaps her fingers..." "Not funny. Cut the sarcasm. Anybody inside?" "No. 2 uniformed officers were first on the scene. They did a sweep, but the men who attacked you had already left." He shrugged. "Dancing with the Stars is on tonight. How could you compete? Can't really blame them." She managed to smile. She could always count on Metcalf to try to diffuse any tense situation. He was a tall, good-looking man in his mid-20s, and Lynch was sure he had a major crush on her. Metcalf didn't return her smile.
Hey, you look pretty rough. Are you okay?
Yes. Fine. One of the guys got a solid punch between my shoulders and literally struck a nerve, but I'm feeling better now. He nodded.
Good. Adam Lynch filled us in, but I'm going to need a full statement from you. San Diego PD will want one too.
No problem. As soon as I get a look up there. 2 strong arms suddenly wrapped around her from behind. Kendra jumped and let out a startled yelp. She turned to see that it was Lynch and drew a relieved breath. She backed away from him with her hand to her chest. "I'm sorry," she said. "Guess I'm still jumpy."
Shit. Lynch shook his head. I'm an ass. I'm the one who should apologize. I don't know what I was thinking after what you've just gone through. I saw you standing there and I just wanted to... He repeated, I'm an ass. I'm sorry, Kendra.
That's okay. She was as much surprised by Lynch's action as her own case of nerves. Lynch was always cool and contained and seldom displayed any emotion but mockery. "It might not have been your fault. My back took a hit."
Did it?
His lips tightened.
I'll have to remember. Do you still want to go up?
Metcalf was frowning. He was obviously surprised and uneasy with Lynch's show of protectiveness.
Maybe you should...
"I want to go," she interrupted. "Let's do it." Kendra led them into the building and up the stairs, giving them a step-by-step description of her visit there only minutes before. As she drew closer to the scene of her confrontation, she found her slight nervousness giving way to anger. Anger at those bastards for making her feel helpless and unsafe. Anger at herself for showing fear in front of Metcalf, Lynch, and those cops in the parking lot. She was practically steaming by the time she stepped onto the 3rd floor. Lynch squeezed her arm.
I'm sensing a bit of tension, or more likely, gale force winds. Are you okay?
Yes. She clenched her jaw. I'm sure as hell not letting them get into my head.
Good.
She pointed ahead. I put one of them down right there, but the other struck me in the middle of the back and dragged me into that office. She led them through the open door, where 3 uniformed officers were standing around the green 55-gallon drum. Kendra glanced around. "This is all you found?"
"Yes, ma'am," one of the officers replied. "Not sure what this barrel is for."
"It was for me." She gestured to the floor. There was duct tape, a hypodermic needle, and a gray hand cart, but they obviously picked those up on the way out. They also took the night vision goggles that I knocked off the man in the hallway. I guess they were in too much of a hurry to take this thing. Metcalf crouched next to the drum.
They knew it would have been a giant marker identifying them as the people we're looking for. We might be able to get some prints off it.
Well, we do have DNA for both of them. Lynch slanted a glance toward her.
How do you figure that?
Kendra stepped toward the uniformed cops. Officers, I need 2 plastic evidence collection bags. Can you help me out? The police officers pulled clear plastic bags from their pockets and gave them to Kendra. She placed her hands inside each one and pulled the adhesive seal taut around her wrists. She held up her plastic-wrapped hands. I scratched the hell out of both of those guys. I have their skin under my fingernails. Attacker A with the right hand, attacker B with the left. Metcalf nodded approvingly.
If either of them has been in jail in the last decade or so, their DNA should be in the CODIS database.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Well done,
Lynch said quietly. She grimaced. Not pleasant, but my options were limited. I was feeling pretty helpless. It's all I had. Metcalf pulled out his phone.
Tell you what, suppose I get some forensics people out here so that you won't have to walk around with those bags on your hands for the rest of the evening.
Great idea, Kendra said grimly. I don't need any reminders. I have more than enough. As promised, a crime scene tech arrived within 30 minutes and scraped the skin from Kendra's fingernails. After giving a statement to Metcalf and the police officers on the scene, Kendra left with Lynch. Metcalf appeared clearly disappointed when she refused his offer of a lift to her home, but he smiled back at Kendra and waved as they walked away from him.
"See?" Lynch said as they walked across the parking lot. "The guy has a major crush on you. Even you can't be so socially impaired that you don't see it."
She smiled. "Okay, you may be right about him."
"Of course I'm right. The only question is, what are you going to do with that information?"
"Nothing. Metcalf is intelligent and handsome, and I'm sure he has his choice of women."
"Not the one he wants."
Lynch leaned closer to her as they reached their cars.
"So what are you waiting for? Who are you waiting for?"
The heat of his body was radiating, touching her own. She had to hold her ground against his sudden intrusion into her personal space. She wouldn't let him know it disturbed her. "What business is it of yours?"
"Consider me a concerned bystander."
That doesn't answer the question. It's your business because
I care. Isn't that enough?
That could be a barbed or enigmatic question coming from Lynch, but she wasn't going to be anything but honest. "Sure, it's a good reason. Fine. Those years after I got my sight, the wild days, I was with a lot of guys just because I cared enough about them to do it."
"Even with our funny-looking noses?"
"Yes."
"Just out of curiosity, what would constitute a lot?"
She gazed at him in disbelief. "If you really think I'm giving you numbers..."
"Sorry. Go on."
"I was so determined to experience everything and everyone I could that I don't think I ever stopped to truly appreciate any of it. Then, somewhere along the way, I realized it's important to have a good reason to experience the things in my life, not just because they're there."
"It was good enough for Sir Edmund Hillary."
"It's not good enough for me. Not anymore."
"Makes sense. Come home with me."
"What?" He leaned even closer.
"It's the one place you can be safe. Somebody went to a lot of trouble to lure you out here and try to grab you. They're not going to just give up, especially when it's painfully easy to find out where you live and work."
"You're inviting me to your house for my personal safety?"
"Yes."
Kind of an abrupt segue.
Was it?
"By design, I suspect. In any case, I'm not going to your house."
"It worked for you before."
"I can't run to your suburban fortress every time things get a little dicey." He chuckled.
"You would classify attempted kidnapping as a little dicey?"
"No. It was flat out terrifying, which makes me even more determined not to run away."
"Sometimes running is the smartest thing to do. Running, regrouping, plotting your next move."
"I'm going home. My home."
"Fine. Then I'm going with you."
"Like hell."
"I'm not joking. After what happened tonight, I'm sticking close. At least until we can figure out what the hell is going on. I think we'd be a lot more comfortable at my house, and you might even find it less intimate. Plus, we both know it can withstand a military bombardment, but if you insist on going back to your condo, I'll be there with you."
"My spare room is filled with boxes and junk. There's no place for you to sleep." He tilted his head.
"Oh, we can work something out."
"Really?" she said sarcastically.
"I was referring to your living room sofa. It's a stronger line of defense than any place else in your condo."
"I really don't think..."
"I'm an excellent house guest. Magnificent, I've been told."
He started back toward his car.
"I'll follow you."
"We need to discuss this."
"We already have. You're just too tired and beat up to realize it. I'll order Chinese on the way."
She was clearly going to lose this one. "Don't you even want to pack a bag?"
He pointed at his car. I keep a suitcase packed in the trunk. I can never tell when I'll be called to Lisbon or Shanghai on a moment's notice.
You think you're impressing me again?
Not really. Traveling sounds glamorous, but it almost never is. I do have an unbelievable number of frequent flyer miles, though. Want to go to Dubai tonight?
No.
Chinese food it is. See you at your place.
He climbed into his Ferrari and started the engine. You didn't stop for Chinese, Kendra said, as she watched Lynch set his leather suitcase down in the corner of her living room.
They're going to deliver.
He checked his watch. In about 50 minutes, which should give us just enough time. Enough time for what? She asked warily.
For me to get you taken care of. He slipped off his jacket. Take off your shirt.
I beg your pardon?
You heard me. He was heading for the kitchen. That son of a bitch hurt you. You jumped when I touched your back at the parking lot. Then when you got in your car, you flinched again. I'm going to take a look at it and see what I can do.
It's a bruise. It will go away.
I'll take a look at it, he repeated as he opened the freezer. I've had my share of wounds and bruises. I know how to get by with as little pain and discomfort as possible. Take off your shirt.
She hesitated, then unbuttoned her shirt and took it off. The painful motion caused her to flinch again.
See?
He was coming toward her with a large bag of frozen green beans in his hand.
He hurt you. Sit down on the couch and let me take a look at it.
He sat down beside her and gently turned her so that he was facing her back.
Shit, he muttered. You've got a bruise back here that's almost a foot long. Nasty.
He undid her bra fastening and pushed it off so that it fell on her lap.
It's going to hurt.
He gently pressed the frozen bag to her back and held it there. She inhaled sharply. Ice-cold plastic on top of that bruised flesh.
It will get better in a minute. Hang in there.
It did get better. The ice was causing a numbness to spread over the inflamed bruise. Why ice and not heat? She asked.
Ice is better for the first 24 hours. Heat tomorrow.
He was carefully moving the ice bag around the bruised area.
Do you have any arnica?
Don't think so. Should I?
It might help. I'll call a drugstore and have them send a bottle.
You do know about bruises. He chuckled.
Did you doubt me? Hell yes. I remember one time I was beaten so badly by a tribal leader in Nairobi that I could barely walk. But the next day I knew I had to escape or it wasn't going to happen. So I learned very fast how to lessen the pain and make it bearable.
How long do you have to do this ice therapy?
Another 5 minutes or so. Then I'll massage it for another 15.
Massage it? The idea of rubbing that painful area made her shudder. I don't think so.
Trust me. I'll make it work for you.
She was silent, letting the numbness grip and take the pain away. Why was that tribal leader beating you?
His daughter decided she couldn't do without me, and he didn't like the idea of me as a son-in-law. Lynch. I thought that sounded pretty good. Much better than his wanting to know where I'd hidden a cache of diamonds he'd stolen that we were planning to use to ransom hostages being held by pirates from his village. Boring.
It depends on how you look at it.
True.
The ice was gone, and she heard him move away from her.
Lie down flat on your stomach now, and I'll get to the massage.
She stiffened.
Do it, Kendra. I won't say I'll never hurt you, but I won't do it if it's not necessary. And it's not what you're thinking it's going to be.
She hesitated, then slowly stretched out on her stomach. It just seems weird, and definitely not medically approved.
I won't touch the bruise itself. I'll just go around the edges in gentle circular motions.
He was doing it even as he spoke.
Breathe deep and relax. Massage helps your body's normal lymphatic process to clear it away. This better not be bullshit, Lynch. He chuckled. Suspicious woman. You do have a fantastic back, but this isn't my idea of foreplay. And it wasn't hers either, but his fingers were skilled and gentle and infinitely soothing. She felt treasured. But she was beginning to feel something else, too, that was not at all soothing. She was acutely aware of her naked breasts pressed against the soft pillows of the couch, his warmth above her, the sound of his breathing. How long? He went still. A few more minutes. Then he continued to massage. I'm not stopping while I know it's helping. You wouldn't want that. No. Her voice was muffled in the pillow. But that few minutes was a long time. Then his hands were gone. That should do it. Now go get cleaned up while I set the table. It's almost time for the food to get here. Right. She grabbed her bra and shirt, jumped up from the couch, and hurried across the room. Thanks. You must have done a good job. I hardly felt a thing. Didn't you? I did. His quiet voice followed her. And if I can make a suggestion, when you change for dinner, why don't you put on that sloppy sweatshirt you wore at breakfast? I believe we both might be more comfortable.
Chapter 7. Chinese food was a veritable feast, whipped up by the Sichuan chef who owned one of the most popular restaurants in the city. He delivered the food himself and even insisted on cooking part of it in Kendra's small kitchen. After he left, Kendra stared in amazement at the spread on her dining room table: dry-fried chicken with chilies, hot glass noodles, fei-tung fish, and multiple other delicacies she couldn't even identify. This is astonishing. I'm stunned that you were able to get him to do this. I once saw that chef's picture on the cover of San Diego magazine.
He's one of the best.
Okay, so how did you get him to do it? Let me guess. You once rescued him from the clutches of a Macau crime syndicate?
No.
You sprung a family member from one of China's notorious black jails?
Lynch laughed. Afraid not. I got Huang here the old-fashioned way. I offered him an obscene amount of money.
You didn't have to do that.
You've been through a lot today. I figured you deserved it.
She eyed his leather suitcase in the corner. You're serious about staying here?
I am, unless I can change your mind about coming to my place.
Kendra thought for a moment, then nodded toward the living room. The couch isn't so bad. Lynch smiled.
It's a nice night. Let's load up our plates and take these up to the roof. There's a sun deck up there, isn't there?
She nodded. It was one of the perks that made me buy the condo. They toted their dinners and a bottle of wine to the table on the rooftop deck, which was illuminated only by the downtown city lights. After eating a plate of the most delicious mapo tofu she had ever tasted, Kendra leaned back contentedly with her glass of wine. It was good to gaze out at the lights and just let herself relax. Lynch was always disturbing, but tonight he had turned down that high-powered appeal to low voltage, and she felt almost comfortable with him. This feels wonderful. I can almost think. She paused. You know, I was pretty scared today. His lips tightened.
I know you were.
And I'm still trying to understand what happened. She took a sip of wine. And why?
Are you working on anything else? Lynch asked. Any other open cases?
No. It's been months. I have to think it's related to what happened to Waldridge.
I can't disagree. And it's significant that they wanted you alive. In my experience, people only do that if they think you have something they want.
Like what?
Information.
What information? I'm still trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
Those men might not know that. And you were the last person to see Waldridge. Maybe they think he told you something or gave you something.
But he didn't.
If they don't know that.
He leaned forward, gazing down at the wine in his glass.
We might be able to use it.
What do you have in mind?
Nothing at the moment, but it's always good to keep your eyes peeled for any kind of leverage we can exert.
She smiled, and it's always interesting to see how the puppet master's mind works. She amended, when it's not being used to manipulate me. He quickly veered away from dangerous waters.
It's not half as interesting as watching yours at work. What are you thinking about all this?
She shrugged. Right now, I'm wondering about my fusion lay boots-wearing savior.
So am I. He grinned. I'm a little peeved. Swooping in for last-minute heroics is my job.
Yeah, sure. Not likely. Well, maybe on occasion. Kendra stood up and looked out at the shimmering, twinkling lights of the city. Was she following me or them? Or did she somehow know about their plan in advance? She said something about things she'd heard about me. She made a face. It wasn't complimentary. But right now, she's the one I want to talk to.
And you're sure she's the same person we were chasing in Big Bear last night?
Positive. Designer riding boots aside, I recognized her voice from the 911 tape we heard at the Big Bear police station. It was definitely the same woman.
But no one you've ever met before?
Never. I'm sure of that, even though I couldn't see her face behind that helmet visor. Lynch stood up and came over to stand beside her.
But I'm sure that hasn't stopped you from picking up some useful information about her. Am I right?
Kendra shrugged. I'm pretty sure she's from California, maybe up in the Central Valley around Bakersfield. She's around 30, but she's already traveled a lot in Western Europe, maybe even lived there for a while. She's ex-military. Lynch's lips quirked.
You couldn't tell which branch?
Sorry. She was riding the same motorcycle as she was last night. She didn't ride far, though. She's either staying nearby or more likely she's driving a truck or van that she uses to tote the motorcycle around.
Really?
Kendra nodded.
Okay. Curiosity won't be denied. I'm not letting one more second pass without some explanations. I'm assuming the geographic data came from her speech patterns.
Simple linguistics.
Not so simple, but go ahead.
Central Valley residents have a slight but unmistakable twang. It's a carryover from the Dust Bowl migrant days. I'd say she's from north of Bakersfield. She's picked up a few vowel suppressions that are associated with exposure to Romance languages. It can be acquired from a relative or spouse, but more likely to come from longer-term travels.
But what about the military background? Was she wearing her dog tags?
No. When she came at the guy who had me, she had a distinct forward fighting stance. Front knee bent, weight evenly distributed on the balls of her feet. She probably had military training. She's in great shape, but she's no kid. There's a maturity in her movements. She's at least 30, but almost surely under 40.
How about the motorcycle?
Her odor, or her lack of odor. Anyone riding for any length of time on a warm, sunny day like today should be giving off a distinctive smell. Perspiration evaporated by the sun and wind leaves behind a stale scent. Add automobile exhaust fumes, and it's a recognizable combo. I didn't pick up anything like that from her, although I recognized the sound of her motorcycle starting up on the street and leaving. She either lives close by or transported the bike here using another vehicle, probably one where she could hide it. That's why the police weren't able to find it on any of the roads out of Big Bear. Lynch smiled.
Excellent. As usual. This may be better than a composite sketch.
I'm not sure about that. It's as close as I can come, but I'm thankful for her, whoever she is.
So am I.
She turned to see that Lynch was staring intently at her and had moved even closer, almost unbearably close. He lowered his voice.
You scared the hell out of me today. You know that? When you called and told me you were going back to that place, I couldn't get over there fast enough.
Not necessary. I'm a careful girl.
Not always. One of the most fascinating things about you is that you've made mistakes and you've learned from every one. Yet there's still that streak of recklessness in you that makes me wonder what would happen if we ever came together. I believe it could be mind-shattering.
He moved still nearer.
What do you think?
She wasn't thinking at all. She could only stare up at him and feel. I don't know where you're going with this, Lynch. I don't believe you do either.
Maybe. I'm acting purely on impulse. I've been doing that all day ever since you called me. But I do know where I'm going, and I know I'll never get there if you don't stay alive.
He reached out and took the wine glass from her hand and placed it on a planter at the rooftop's edge. What are you doing? I wasn't...
He pulled her close and kissed her. Hot, wet, erotic, full impact, just like everything else Lynch did. She went still. Then she realized that she was kissing him, too. Not enough. She pressed forward against him, opened her mouth, and took his tongue. She couldn't breathe. So close. She felt full of him, but not full enough. Her entire body was aching, ready to take more of him. This was Lynch, the center of how many moments of sexual tension that she'd ignored or pushed away. There was no way she could ignore it now. She felt as if she'd been starved, the hunger growing so intense that it had to break free. His hands were cupping her buttocks, bringing her into him. She arched and cried out as she felt him against her. Then she was frantically rubbing against him, making sounds deep in her throat. Yes. His eyes were glittering wildly. Kendra, it's going to be. His hands were on her sweatshirt, pulling it up, then off her. Let's get downstairs. You won't like it if your neighbors decide to. I don't care. All she cared about was his hands, which were now on her breasts. Why should I? This is all that matters. Just do it. Oh, I will. His mouth was on her nipple, his teeth tugging. I don't know why it took me this long. I've been crazy to do this since I first saw you. Things kept getting in the way. She knew that, and she'd been the one putting up barriers against Lynch. Crazy. There didn't have to be reasons when there could be this pure eroticism, when she could have him inside her. Reasons. She'd told Lynch she had to have reasons, that anything else wasn't good enough for her anymore. That was crazy, too. Not when they could have this moment. Sex was everything, wasn't it? You're backing off, Lynch muttered. Stop it. Damn it, I can feel it. No, I'm not. You are. He pushed her away. He was breathing hard and his eyes were blazing. You're thinking, and you're wondering about what happens next. Do you think I don't know you by now? I know you're not screwing me, she said fiercely, and I know you want to do it. Shit. He whirled away from her. I've got to be the stupidest son of a bitch on the face of the earth. Come back here. No, I'm not screwing you. He was breathing hard, because when you woke up in the morning, you'd still be wondering if you'd made a mistake. You're comfortable with what we have now. You don't know who the hell I am, and I intimidate you a little. She couldn't believe this, she thought desperately. She wanted him to shut up and touch her, to come inside her. She took a step closer. No, you don't. Oh, yes. And I knew you'd be vulnerable tonight because you felt frightened and helpless. I even tried to back off, but I still moved too fast. Because I wanted it too damn much. Because I know it's going to be fantastic. He violently jerked open the door that led downstairs. Shall I tell you what would happen if I screwed you tonight? You don't have to tell me. Just do it. I'd love it. I want it. Don't say that.
And then afterward you'd feel uneasy about having me with you as a friend and partner, and you'd end up not calling me if you needed me. And I could find you dead in a 50-gallon drum someday. You like the status quo, Kendra. The fastest way to lose you and everything we have right now would be to drag you down on this roof and fuck you. He slammed the door behind him. She stood there, shaking, looking after him. What the hell had happened? She had never seen Lynch that explosive. He had wanted her. She knew he had wanted her. And my God, how she had wanted him. It had been crazy and sexual and pure need. How long had she been feeling that way about him and not letting herself recognize the intensity? Too long. But then she couldn't remember ever feeling like that about any man. It had been bewildering and a little frightening. Not that she had shown him those emotions. She had been more aggressive than she'd ever been in her life. She had almost jumped him, damn it. She sank down to the floor and linked her legs in her arms and rocked back and forth. Her body was still feeling hot and ready and aching. And what would she have felt if she'd actually had him inside her? Too much. Lynch was always too much, always kept her on edge, always made her uncertain that she could handle him. That was the man himself, not the sex with him. But what if they were bonded together? It could be mind-shattering. What do you think? He had said that, and she had instinctively shied away from answering, because she had thought that he was right, and she was terrified of that lack of control. She was now afraid that he had been right about a lot of things. Why not, she thought bitterly. He was the one who was so good at pulling the strings, who studied people and situations and developed them to suit himself, who had studied Kendra's thought processes and could guess what the after-effects would be if she allowed herself to let their situation change. She wasn't a puppet. She would make her own decisions. She wouldn't let herself be controlled by anyone. She would do what she wished. And she would sit up here on this damn roof and not get near Lynch again until she made up her mind exactly what that was. The living room was in a shambles when Kendra came back down to the condo 2 hours later. Boxes everywhere, lamps and folded clothes on the floor and stacked against the far wall, and Lynch moving back and forth, carrying more boxes from the spare bedroom. Kendra frowned. "What are you doing?"
"Clearing out my bedroom. I decided the couch isn't going to do the job."
He set the box down with the others.
"You'll have to find another place for all this stuff."
"That's my bedroom."
"Not right now. It's either giving me this spare bedroom or sharing yours. Since I decided that's not going to happen at the moment, you'll have to cooperate."
"Will I? You've decided the couch won't do?"
"Yes. I'd be uncomfortable, and you'd be much closer to me. I'm not fond of self-sacrifice. I'd give it 2 nights.
Was that what you'd have given it when you first came?
No. But then I hadn't realized how hot you are.
He met her eyes.
I'd lie there and think about it. And I'd go in and screw your brains out.
She felt a wave of heat ripple through her as she looked at him. She'd thought when she'd come down from the roof that she'd had that erotic craving firmly under control. Evidently it was still vibrantly alive and ready to break free. He shook his head as if he'd read her thoughts.
Too soon, Kendra. It's going to take a while.
"I think the sensible thing would be for you to go home," she said steadily. "I've been thinking about what you said, what we did, and it's probably best that we don't see too much of each other for a few weeks or months. I'm really not the kind of woman that appeals to you, and you're right, the way you live your life is very foreign to me. It was just a random sexual moment that was—"
"Shut up, Kendra,"
he said roughly.
"I'm still aching, and I'm within a heartbeat of coming over there and starting it all again. I know that for the last 2 hours you were up there analyzing the situation, trying to put the pieces together in your usual brilliant fashion. Now you're thinking that caution is best, and caution tells you to run away from me. It isn't going to happen.
That's really up to me, isn't it?
No, it's up to both of us. But I'm the one who is going to make the decision because I'm messed up, and I have to straighten it out.
By having me stumble over you every time I turn around? Go home, Lynch.
No. I'm staying here and keeping you safe. That goes without argument.
The hell it does.
No argument, he repeated. There's no way I'm going to let anything happen to you because I lost control tonight. He added through set teeth, I don't lose control. That's not how I run my life.
Or run everybody else's life.
Maybe. Right now, I'm sure you'd choose to interpret it that way. At any rate, it's true, and you should feel comforted that I've no intention of having it happen again.
I don't need comfort. I need my house and my life back.
And you'll get it. When it's safe for you.
Her hands clenched.
Lynch. Ready to slug me? I wouldn't advise it. Any close contact could lead to even closer contact. He suddenly smiled, and I'm sure that you're worried where that would take us. You like to be in control, too. Those hours on the roof probably made you think twice about losing it in even the most pleasant manner. I could see how stiff and wary you were when you came into the condo tonight. Admit it. I was right.
I told you that you were.
But you didn't come up with the right solution. You wanted to run. That wouldn't solve anything. He leaned back against the couch. Here's how it's going to play out. You're uneasy with anything but the status quo, so that's what we're going to step back to. There's no way we're going to be able to go all the way back, but we'll do our damnedest. If we're careful, we'll only have a few episodes that could turn marginal. She remembered those explosive moments on the roof. It won't work. Sure it will. Because we're smart and we want it to work. We spark off each other, we like each other, we respect each other. We have a good time being with each other. Neither of us wants to blow that to hell because we haven't worked this out. His voice was suddenly softly persuasive. Tomorrow, when you get up, we'll pretend tonight never happened. It didn't, you know. Nothing irrevocable. It will be a little stilted at first, but as time goes on, we'll fall into the rhythm. Then it will feel natural and right. Doesn't that sound like what you really want? She could feel the relief pour through her. Not to have to lose Lynch, not to have to face a massive adjustment or decision that might compromise her independence. It sounds like a reasonable solution, she said slowly. But is that what you want? Yes. Partly. But you'd never believe me if I told you that would satisfy me. I'm an extremely selfish and horny bastard. He smiled. I want it all. And I'll get it, eventually, when the time is right. He straightened. But don't think I'm going to be pining for you and make you uncomfortable. As I said, I have a voracious appetite. There will be other women who are less interesting but also less complicated than you. He added softly, Status quo, Kendra. She nodded. She found she didn't want to think of that particular aspect of status quo. Of course, that's reasonable. It's not as if we're both free to... She moistened her lips. I don't know how this is all going to work out. I don't know why you'd want it to. Think about it. I hate to lose. I'd particularly hate to lose someone in whom I've invested so much time and effort. I'd lose a friend, a companion, a potential lover. It would be foolish not to make the effort. I guess it would. She found herself smiling. And no one could ever call you a fool, Lynch. Wrong. If you remember, I was calling myself that on the roof tonight. He turned away. Go to bed, Kendra. I have just a few more things to clear out of the bedroom. I'll try not to make too much noise.
Do you want any help?
No. I think distance is a good idea.
He headed for the bedroom.
By tomorrow, I'll be ready. See you in the morning.
She hesitated, then turned and went to her bedroom and closed the door. It hadn't turned out as she'd thought it would when she'd come down to talk to Lynch. She had lost both control of the situation and focus the minute she'd seen him. What had she expected? He always knew what he wanted and how to go about getting it. She had always regarded that as an invaluable asset in him. And now was she the target? No. She would have been incredibly easy for him tonight if that was true. He was the one who had rejected her.
I want it all.
And what did Lynch consider as all? Well, she was too tired and spent with emotion to try to guess or analyze what a complicated man like Lynch would want from her. It was time to get some sleep and forget about Lynch until she saw him in the morning. Eggs, pepper, chicken. Kendra was aware of the odors emanating from her kitchen before she was even fully awake. It had been a restless night for her, and she wondered if Lynch had fared any better. As she tried to decide if his cooking breakfast for her was the result of more or less sleep, she caught a whiff of chili sauce. She knew that recipe. It wasn't Lynch cooking. She tore off the covers and bounded into her living room. Olivia was standing over her kitchen stove. "Olivia, what on earth are you doing?" she asked. "Omelets," she said matter-of-factly. Lynch emerged from the spare room smelling of aftershave.
I invited her. I knew Olivia was an early riser, so I gave her a call. I thought she'd be concerned about what was going on with you. It was her idea to make breakfast for us all.
Kendra nodded. Smart. Lynch had obviously brought Olivia in as a buffer, and it was working. Any awkwardness between them was rapidly dissipating with her friend's presence there. "Great," Kendra said. "Olivia's a better cook than I'll ever be." Olivia turned from the stove. "Well, Lynch helped identify the ingredients for me. Your gift of sight has made you terribly lazy about organizing your pantry and refrigerator." "Many apologies," Kendra said. "I guess he filled you in on everything that's going on?" "Oh, yes, and so has your mother. I got an email from her yesterday."
Naturally.
"She said that if I can talk you into going to Hawaii with her, she'll bring me along, too." "I'm not going to Hawaii." "She knows that. She's just covering her bases." Kendra turned to Lynch. "Sleep well?"
"As well as I thought I would," he said non-committally. "You?"
"The same, but at least I put my time to good use."
"You've taken up scrapbooking."
"No." She picked up her tablet and flipped open the cover. "Something occurred to me before I went to sleep. The products used in Waldridge's hotel room to make any blood invisible to luminol. They were household products, easily obtainable at a moment's notice, but you said there were better chemical solutions available."
"There are. And they're also available to anyone. You would just have to order them online or go to a chemical supply store."
"Exactly. So maybe they had to settle on this iron-out and hydrogen peroxide mix because they hadn't planned ahead of time. Maybe they had to go out and get it the night after Waldridge was taken."
"Like at Home Depot?"
"All the Home Depots were closed at that time." Kendra raised her tablet and showed a city map on which she had used a stylus to circle 2 destinations. "But there are 2 24-hour Walmart stores within an easy drive of the hotel, and they carry these products. What if we get the FBI to request that these stores check and see if someone purchased these items from them that night?"
"And pray they used a credit card?"
"It's worth a shot." Lynch nodded.
"Good idea. Put all that in an email to Griffin."
"I already did, before I went to sleep. You really think I'd wait to run it past you?"
"In my dreams," he smiled. "What a team."
Yes, they were. And the reminder was probably deliberate. Regardless, it was oddly comforting at this moment. I haven't heard back from Griffin yet, either to say he'll do it or for me to go to hell.
He'll do it. Lynch checked his watch. It's only 7:30. We'll call him at 9 and harass him.
He turned toward Olivia and said lightly,
Until then, we'll occupy ourselves with what promises to be the best breakfast I've had in a while.
Griffin called 20 minutes later, just as they were finishing Olivia's delicious chicken pepper omelets. Kendra put him on speaker. "It's early, Griffin. You're working long hours for a government worker."
Blame it on the lunatic who tasks me with silly errands in the middle of the night.
So, I'm the lunatic?
Yes.
Just checking.
I should have trashed your email after that ping woke me up, but you happened to make sense. So I forwarded your request just a few minutes after I got it. The office reached out to both stores.
In the middle of the night?
As you pointed out, those stores are 24-hour operations. So's the FBI. But I guess you're aware of that since you saw fit to disturb my well-earned sleep.
She thought it best to veer away from that last sarcastic comment. Good. Any idea when we'll hear back?
We already have. We got a hit.
Kendra and Lynch exchanged a glance. Where? Kendra asked.
The Walmart at Baldwin Hills. Someone came in and purchased iron out, hydrogen peroxide, sponges, and cleaning cloths at 10:16 p.m. that very day.
How did they pay?
Cash.
Damn.
I know,
Griffin said, as if reading her mind.
But they promised me they have razor-sharp security cameras there. They're scanning for the footage as we speak.
Okay. Good. Lynch and I will drive up to L.A. It shouldn't take us more than...
Don't bother. They'll be emailing the video to my office.
We'll be there at 8:30.
I'll be there at 9:15. Unless you like those benches in the building foyer, I wouldn't arrive before then.
FBI Regional Field Office, San Diego.
We're doing very well, don't you think? Lynch murmured as he and Kendra crossed the parking lot toward the front entrance. Easy conversation, very little tension. I told you we'd get through this. Every day it will get better.
She couldn't deny it. That easiness had been mainly Lynch's doing. Even on the trip here in his car, with no Olivia as a buffer, he had not let her be aware of any disturbing sexuality. He'd been friendly, amusing, mocking, the Lynch she had known and bonded with for all these months. "I can almost believe you." He smiled.
Told you so. We're back on track.
He opened the door for her.
Just relax and enjoy it.
It was 9:25 by the time Kendra and Lynch were escorted to the fourth-floor AV lab by Griffin's assistant. Griffin was already there, with Special Agent Metcalf standing behind a tech who gripped a jog shuttle control wheel at the console. "Anything?" Kendra asked. Metcalf, smiling broadly, gestured toward the large wall-mounted monitor.
It just came in. Fantastic video. If this is the guy who cleaned up Dr. Waldridge's hotel room, he might as well have sat for a portrait.
Griffin pointed at the screen.
Here he is at the checkout stand. They matched it up with the timestamp and register number of his purchase. It's more of a profile shot here, but in a few seconds you'll see footage they pulled of him entering the store.
The screen flickered, and they saw the dark-suited man walking through the store's main entrance. The tech froze the image. Lynch stiffened. He leaned toward the screen.
My God. Isn't that...
He whirled toward Kendra.
Kendra?
Yes. She slowly nodded. She was stunned, still not believing what she was seeing. It's him. That man is Dr. Charles Waldridge. Chapter 8. Kendra stared at the monitor for another long moment, still not believing her eyes. What the hell, Charles?
You're positive that's Dr. Waldridge? Griffin asked.
Yes. That's literally the last person on Earth I thought I'd see here. She shook her head. Keep it going. Let's see the rest. The tech punched the play button.
There isn't much more. They sent the clips that would give us the clearest image of him.
Tell them to pull up everything. They have security cameras all over the place, right? In the aisles, in front of every exit, in the parking lot. I want to see him every minute he was in that store, from the moment he walked in the door to the moment he walked out. I want to see the car he came in. If he was with anyone, I want to see them too. Kendra heard her voice crack slightly as she spoke. It didn't surprise her. She felt as if a boa constrictor were crushing her throat.
Don't worry. We'll get everything they have, Lynch said quietly.
She turned to Griffin. Tell them to pull every frame of video they have during the time that Waldridge was there. Even if he wasn't in the shot.
I know how this works, Griffin said testily. It's what we do, Kendra.
He was annoyed. Too bad. She ignored it. I'm going up there right now. I want to talk to that clerk and anyone else Waldridge might have spoken to that night. Can you have them meet me at the store? Griffin thought for a moment.
Metcalf, go up there with her. I'll have to let Santa Monica PD in on this, so don't step on any local toes. Got it?
Metcalf was trying to look cool, but Kendra could see his eyes brighten.
Sure.
He nodded toward her.
I'll call them on the way up there so they can pull everything. And everybody we need.
Thanks, Metcalf.
We'll take my car. I'll dash off a couple quick emails, then we'll get on the road and...
Kendra and I will go in my car, Lynch interrupted. Metcalf shrugged.
I just thought...
In case she and I need to stay and follow up on anything, Lynch said. Call us when you get on the road. We'll meet in the store parking lot.
Sure. No problem.
Metcalf looked disappointed.
I'll meet you there.
I hated to crush that poor guy's spirit, Lynch said as he drove north on the I-5 freeway, but this makes more sense. Kendra leaned back in her seat. You enjoyed the hell out of it. By the way, I seriously doubt his spirit was crushed. Well, I also thought you might like some time to process what you just saw back there. He glanced at her. Are you okay? I'm relieved he's still alive, but I'm no less worried about him. Charles Waldridge is the last man on Earth I'd expect to be scrambling to hide blood evidence on the carpet of his hotel room. It does seem out of character for a world-renowned research scientist. It's crazy, she said flatly. He needs help, and I think he was on the verge of asking me for it. He backed off at something I said. She shook her head. Or maybe everything I said. Anyway, he changed his mind, but I have to find him. It's looking very much like he doesn't want to be found. Tough. I'm still going to do it. They arrived at the Baldwin Hills Walmart store just a few minutes ahead of Metcalf. The three of them walked in together and were taken through a maze of corridors to the Spartan office of the store manager, a trim African-American man dressed in a crisp white shirt and a striped tie.
Derek Collins,
he said as he stood and shook hands with each of them. He gestured for them to walk with him down the concrete-floored corridor.
We've been pulling all the video we have from that night. Our security manager has compiled and ordered video from the different camera feeds and burned them to a DVD for you guys.
Thank you, Kendra said. I didn't realize you were set up for that kind of thing.
We're not, really. You'll also get the raw video. Our guy just happened to be handy with laptop and editing software. He smiled. Like a lot of people under 30.
He turned into the security office, where a bank of monitors lined the far wall. A stocky young man looked up from his laptop.
Hi, I'm almost done.
This is Larry Delmos, Collins said.
Larry's the assistant security manager, and he pretty much runs the surveillance camera system for us.
It doesn't have to be a polished Hollywood production, Kendra said as she walked over to his laptop. Delmos flashed a toothy grin.
Too late. I stitched the feeds together into chronological order. I thought it would be more helpful to you that way.
He spun the laptop around for them to see. The first image showed a man walking through the parking lot.
Here he is approaching the entrance. Did you get the car? Lynch asked.
Afraid not. He either came to the center on foot or parked next door to stay out of range of our parking lot cameras. But here, look. He walked in through the front doors and goes immediately back toward the hardware section.
Kendra watched as the various angles showed Waldridge's journey past a soda display, stacks of Rubbermaid storage containers, and finally to the hardware aisles, where he spent a few moments looking over the shelves. He fumbled as he picked up a red and white bottle. "Is that Iron Out?" Kendra asked. The manager squinted at the screen.
"Yes."
They watched as he made his way through the store, picking up the cleaning supplies, and finally to the pharmaceuticals, where he picked up a large brown bottle that had to be the hydrogen peroxide. He then took his purchases to the checkout stand, where they saw the same footage they had watched at the FBI field office. After that, he exited the store, and a parking lot camera captured him walking out of camera range with his purchases. "Scan back," Kendra said. "Take us back to where he first entered the store." The video clip sped back to Waldridge's entrance. Just as he was about to leave the frame, Kendra pointed and called out, "Stop!" The image froze, and she pointed to the doors, where a man in a long jacket and a baseball cap had entered. "See?" Lynch nodded.
"Yes, but he doesn't seem to be with Waldridge."
"Just wait," she murmured. As they watched the other shots of Waldridge in the store, the other man followed from a distance, stopping and appearing to look at items every time Waldridge paused.
Waldridge was being followed, Metcalf said.
"It's more than that," Kendra said. They make brief eye contact several times. Watch. Waldridge appeared to glance at the man as he picked up the hydrogen peroxide bottle.
"You're right," Lynch said. "They were together. And notice how this guy uses his hat to keep his face from the camera."
"He doesn't want to be seen, yet he needs to be there," Kendra said.
"He could be keeping a leash on Waldridge," Metcalf said. "Maybe making sure he doesn't talk to anyone."
Kendra watched for another moment. "Scan back to the hardware aisle. I want to see something." Delmos scanned back to the hardware section where Waldridge fumbled as he picked up the Iron Out. "That moment, there," she said. "See how his hand hesitated and makes a couple grabs at that bottle? He's usually very precise with his movements. He's a surgeon. This is unusual for him."
"He could have just been nervous," Metcalf said.
"Maybe." Kendra stepped closer to the monitor before turning to face the manager. "Take me there."
"Sure. This way."
They followed the manager out of the office and back onto the sales floor, where they made their way to the aisle they had just viewed on the video. The manager stopped and pointed to the bottles of Iron Out.
"Here's where he was standing. The camera was inside that dome on the ceiling, and the other guy you were looking at was standing about 3 aisles to the right."
Kendra glanced around to get her bearings. "Thank you." Waldridge was here, and he reached toward this shelf. The red and white bottles were displayed 2 across and a half a dozen deep. Kendra moved aside the first 2 bottles and peered into the back of the shelf. She squinted, trying to see deeper. There was a small, glittering object back there. She reached in and pulled out a small silver charm.
"What is it?" Lynch asked.
She stared at it a long moment before showing the others. "A dolphin."
"Is that supposed to have some special significance?" Metcalf asked.
"It belongs to Waldridge. He's been carrying it ever since I've known him." She turned it gently over in her fingers. "Message received, Charles."
"So, he put it here for you to find? Kind of a leap, isn't it?" Metcalf asked.
She shook her head. "No. He's always had faith in me, even when it seemed no one else did." She spoke softly as she continued to stare at the charm. "Never surrender. Never give up."
"What?" Lynch asked.
"He knew I'd see this. He knew I'd track him here, even if no one else did. This charm is a symbol of perseverance, of never giving up. It's what he had to remind himself for his entire career. And now...
Now it's his message to you, Lynch finished for her.
She closed her hand around the charm. Yes. He knew I'd be on his trail. He's telling me not to give up. Kendra was still holding the charm as she, Lynch, and Metcalf walked out into the parking lot. She looked down at it in her hand. Its once shiny surface was now dull, and the sharp features had been worn down by the years, but its meaning had never been more vivid, more startlingly clear. Metcalf awkwardly produced a Ziploc evidence bag from his inside jacket pocket.
I should probably take that as evidence.
Kendra nodded. Sure. Metcalf opened the bag. She looked at the charm for a moment longer before dropping it inside.
Thanks, he said. I'll take good care of it.
You'd better. Waldridge will want that back.
Do you have a copy of all the security video? Lynch asked.
Metcalf patted his pocket. Right here. The whole thing is on one USB drive.
I'd like a copy of that, Lynch said.
Sure. After I get back to the office,
I mean right now.
Lynch pulled out his phone and plugged a small adapter into the jack on its underside.
If you don't mind.
Metcalf shrugged and fished the thumb drive from his pocket. Lynch inserted it into his adapter and opened an app to upload the drive's contents to his phone.
This will just be a couple of minutes.
Kendra looked around. Maybe we can get some traffic cam footage from that night. If we can track a vehicle going from the hotel to here at this exact time...
Griffin is on it, Metcalf said. They probably hit a dozen cameras between here and there. There's a good chance that...
Metcalf's phone rang. He glanced at the screen.
Speak of the devil.
Metcalf answered, and after a terse few words, he cut the connection. Quick call, Kendra said. He nodded.
Griffin wants us all to get back to the office.
Why? Lynch asked. What has he heard?
Metcalf snapped his fingers impatiently.
Can I have the flash drive back?
Another 14 seconds. What has Griffin heard?
Metcalf looked between Lynch and Kendra, then shrugged.
We have an ID on the Big Bear murder victim you found last night.
Who was he? Kendra asked.
His name was Porter Shaw, from London.
Metcalf glanced at Lynch.
Facial recognition software matched your photo reconstruction with his passport picture.
Score 1 for Ashley, Kendra said.
Who was he? Lynch asked.
They're building a file on him right now. We should know more by the time we get back.
He looked at Kendra.
Does his name mean anything at all to you?
Porter Shaw? She shook her head. No. Should it?
I thought it might.
He turned away and headed for his car.
Shaw was part of the Night Watch project.
Kendra's fingers flew over Lynch's tablet for most of their ride back, but she was able to glean only small nuggets of information about Dr. Porter Shaw, former professor of human physiology at Cambridge University. It was only after their arrival at Griffin's office that she discovered any further evidence of his association with Waldridge. Griffin handed her a file of documents and photos still warm from the printer.
We'll probably have more before you leave here, but this is what we have so far. I thought the Night Watch angle would intrigue you.
I don't remember him, Kendra said. I thought I'd met everyone connected with the project.
You probably did. He only joined Night Watch in the past 6 years.
She wrinkled her brow. That doesn't seem right.
Why not?
Waldridge stepped away from it long before then. He told me he had moved on to other projects.
Projects he wouldn't tell you about? Griffin asked.
Yes. Honestly, I thought Night Watch ended years ago when Waldridge departed.
Apparently it didn't. There have been a couple of mentions of it in recent medical journals.
Kendra stopped at a photo of Shaw and Waldridge standing together at a Cambridge alumni event. Her gaze narrowed on the date. This was just last April.
What was his specialty? Lynch asked.
Kendra raised a copy of an 11-year-old journal article. Internal medicine. According to his bio, he won several awards. Griffin leaned back in his chair.
He entered the country just 11 days ago. London to Vancouver, then into LAX.
Then to Big Bear, Kendra said. But why there?
Maybe he thought it would be a place he wouldn't be found, Lynch said.
Griffin clicked his tongue.
Well, that didn't work out well for him.
Kendra gazed at the pudgy face in another photo. It was a kind face, an intelligent face, and amazingly similar to the photographic reconstruction whipped up by Lynch's ex. She looked up. Did he have a family?
Yes, a wife, married for over 30 years. No children. He also had a sister. London police will be notifying the wife any time now.
I'd like that contact info, Lynch said.
Why? Griffin said. Thinking of paying her a visit.
Not personally, no, but we have a man helping out there.
What man?
Lynch started to reply, but Griffin raised his hand to silence him.
On second thought, never mind. I don't want to know. Your circle of acquaintances has the potential to cause me a good deal of trouble with the director. I'll make sure you get an address and phone number.
Lynch grinned cheerfully. Thanks, Griffin. You're always so understanding. A jet plane. No traffic. Coyotes. Dr. Charles Waldridge lifted his head in the dark room that had become his home for the past few days. He'd been sleeping, and his dreams had once again echoed the only sounds he could hear, that of the jets and coyotes outside. Coyotes? There were plenty of coyotes in L.A., but this sounded like a pack, probably a sign he was no longer in Los Angeles, and the sounds of jets were too infrequent to indicate he was anywhere in the vicinity of the airport. Maybe a military base. Not much information, he thought wryly. If Kendra were here, she'd probably have been able to figure out a lot more. There were no windows here, just 4 walls and a bathroom, no larger than one might find in a recreational vehicle.
Ready to work, Dr. Waldridge?
That mocking voice again. It was probably what had wakened him, he realized.
Why don't you come and face me? He called out into the darkness. It's not as if I don't know exactly who you are. Come here, and I'll tell you in person that I'm not going to do it. I hope that's not really the case. I've been trying to be patient with you.
Waldridge sat up on his cot as fluorescent lights flickered on high above. He was situated at the end of a long room, 40 by 15 feet. Long workbenches lined each side of the room to form a makeshift laboratory, packed with glassware, test tubes, heating elements, and half a dozen centrifuges. The voice blared again from a small webcam over his cot. Look around you. See how generous we're being? Everything you could possibly need. How could you ask for anything else?
Very easily. You know what I need, Waldridge said. Agree to it, and we might start over. Without that, we're just wasting our time. And I don't intend to waste any more time. I will come there to see you, and you won't find it pleasant. The voice lowered to menace. I suggest you start working before I get there. Chapter 9. London, 9 years earlier. Kendra positioned the oversized sports sunglasses over her face as she rounded the corner. It was past 9 p.m., but the sidewalks were still crowded with holiday shoppers. There was a distinct energy at this time of year. The groups were bigger and much more varied in ages.
She could hear the voices of children, 30-somethings, and the elderly walking together in numbers she seldom heard at any other time of year. It was nice. She tightened the sweep of her cane as the crowd thickened. She was trembling, she realized. Not from the cold, though there was a stiff breeze in the air, but from the realization that her life might be about to change. Might. Remember that word. In spite of what anyone had told her, she must not let herself fly too high. Because in just a few minutes, for the first time in her life, she might be going to see. She hoped. Hoping was okay. It was in the same category as that might word. It wasn't taking miracles for granted. She knew it wasn't supposed to happen this way. She had an appointment the next morning at St. Bartholomew's Hospital, where Dr. Waldridge, her mother, and dozens of researchers would witness the removal of the bandages she'd worn since her procedure 5 weeks before. She'd spent countless hours imagining what that moment would be like. Dr. Waldridge would certainly be calm and reassuring as he removed the bandages and waxed eye patches, and her mother's voice would be dripping with tension, terrified that a failure might crush her daughter's spirit. If it was a success, there would be cheers and champagne. For failure, there would only be apologies and empty words of encouragement. Either way, Kendra would be forced to mask what she felt, to give everyone around her what they needed from her. No thanks. She'd decided to make the story her own. Maybe she was being selfish, but she had been the one living in the dark all these years. She'd earned the right to do this alone, on her own terms. 2 blocks and a right turn later, she found herself right where she wanted to be. Piccadilly Circus. She'd visited the area several times during her stay in London, and she enjoyed the gasps and squeals of delight it elicited from tourists and children seeing it for the first time. It was the junction of several streets in the heart of this large shopping and entertainment district, and from what she understood, its already spectacular lighting was even more breathtaking with the seasonal decorations. Not a bad place to take her first steps into a new world. She stopped in the pedestrian plaza and felt the cool breeze on her face. She took a deep breath. Engine exhaust, perfume, and baked goods from a nearby market. It was noisy. Cars and buses roared by on the crisscrossing streets that surrounded her. Shoppers talked and laughed, and a brass quartet played Christmas carols nearby. She stood motionless for a long moment, a moment which became 1 full minute, then 5. What in the hell was she waiting for? It was time to rip off the Band-Aid, so to speak. Are you ready for me, world? Because I'm ready for you. She pulled off her large sunglasses and reached toward the bandages glued between her forehead and upper cheekbones. She tugged. The bandages barely moved. The hospital staff probably had a solution that would dissolve the adhesive. This wasn't going to be easy. She peeled back the bandages, feeling her skin stretch and pull. She felt no pain, just an unbearable excitement that sent her heart leaping into her throat. Was she really doing this? The bandages fluttered to the sidewalk. She peeled off the thick pads that covered her eye sockets. She held her breath. There was something. Her eyes were still closed, but there was a sensation she'd never experienced. Was this light? She opened her eyes. She gasped. In that instant, she stood in another world. No words to describe what she was suddenly experiencing. There was simply no frame of reference, nothing she could possibly compare this with. The sounds were the same, but they were now paired with these things. Lights, colors, people. Oh, the people. Did noses really look like that? And those ears? So this is how everyone saw each other. How arbitrary it was that some would be considered more attractive than any others. At this moment, they all looked beautiful to her. One of them was staring at her. A woman with shoulder-length hair, whose face was twisted in what Kendra realized was a smile. Could this person see the amazement, the wonder, the awe? "Kendra, baby," the woman whispered. Kendra gasped. It must be. For the first time in her life, she was looking at the face she'd wanted to see more than any other. "Mom?" The woman's head bobbed up and down. "You can see?" "Yes. Everything? I think so." Her mother laughed, even as tears rolled down her cheeks. She took Kendra in her arms and hugged her. Kendra squeezed her tight. "You followed me?" "I had a feeling. I know my little girl." She laughed shakily. "And you know me. I had to keep my distance. I knew you'd realize it was me if I didn't." "I'm sorry, Mom." "No, don't be. As I said, I know how you think. I just needed to be here." "I'm glad you are." Kendra spun around and faced the multicolored lights. She wanted to reach out, embrace them all. She was brimming with wild exhilaration. She felt as if she were part of those brilliant lights, that they were shining out of her. "You have to tell me what those colors are. It's incredible. I just want to soak in every detail." "There's so much more to see. The Grand Canyon, the Mediterranean Sea at sunrise, the canals of Venice. I want to see it all, every single bit of it, tonight." Her mother laughed. "Soon. First, there's someone else you need to see, someone who deserves to be here with you." Kendra nodded. "I know. Should you call him, or should I?" "I'll do it." Kendra pulled her phone from her pocket. She started to tap out the number, but realized that the illuminated buttons were disorienting her. She closed her eyes to finish entering the digits. He answered on the first ring. "Hello?" Kendra could barely contain the joy in her voice. "Dr. Waldridge. It's me, Kendra. Sorry to bother you, but I really think you should get yourself here to Piccadilly Circus." Old Town San Diego. Present day. Lynch held his phone between him and Kendra on a quiet side street on the bustling tourist and entertainment area of Old Town. He had Rye on speaker, and they had just given him the info on Dr. Porter Shaw and his involvement in the Night Watch project. "Night Watch," Rye said. "Interesting." "How so?" Lynch asked. "I've started asking around about Waldridge, and the Night Watch project has been mentioned a few times. But when I try to dig in about it, people tend to clam up fast." "Do they not know, or do they just not want to talk?" Kendra asked. "Probably both, depending on the person with whom I'm talking. Don't worry. I already have an idea how to find out what's going on there. I promise I won't leave London until I find out." "Keep us posted," Lynch said. "We'll check in when we hear more." He cut the connection and looked at Kendra. "I have faith in him. If anyone can figure out what's going on there, it's Rye." "I believe you." Lynch gestured for her to follow him around the corner, where they stood in front of a bar emblazoned with the words Café Coyote high on a neon sign. Kendra shook her head. "I can't believe you took me to another bar. Did you suddenly acquire a taste for bad karaoke?" "You don't know bad karaoke. You haven't heard me try to sing yet." "Ooh, now I'm intrigued. What's your pleasure? New York, or maybe The Gambler?" "That would take a lot more tequila shots than this place could possibly stock." "Oh, I'd gladly make a run to the liquor wholesaler to make it happen." "I bet you would. You'll have to wait for another night. This isn't a karaoke bar." Lynch gestured for Kendra to precede him through the open door. She entered to find herself in a rowdy bar largely populated by college-age patrons. In addition to a long bar, there were a dozen or so high-top cocktail tables, 4 dartboards, and a small stage elevated only a few inches above the rest of the floor. The stage held a guitar and keyboard duo of male vocalists who were covering Hall & Oates' "You Make My Dreams Come True."
"See," Lynch said. "No karaoke."
"Well, this is a close cousin, but these guys are pretty good." She turned to Lynch. "So what lead are we following here?"
"No lead. No lead at all."
She frowned. "Then why the hell are we here?"
"To allow you to decompress for a bit."
She turned toward the door. "I don't have time for this." He grabbed her arm.
"Make time. You need it."
He met her eyes.
"I've watched you since this began, and you're at the point where you're pulled taut and ready to break. Waldridge means too much to you. You're losing perspective."
He gave a half shrug.
"Added to the fact that it bothers the hell out of me to see you like this."
"I'm fine. I'm not losing—" She stopped. She didn't like to admit it, but she couldn't lie about being on edge. At the FBI office today, she'd had trouble keeping it together. She asked sarcastically, "You think drinks at an old town bar are what I need to decompress?"
"Absolutely not."
"Then explain to me why we're here."
"For some music therapy."
She pointed to the stage. "And you think listening to these guys will give me what I need?"
"Actually, no. The guitarist is a friend of mine, but I seriously doubt his talents have the rehabilitative power to soothe your nerves and restore a sense of calm and focus to your psyche."
"You have a lot of friends in this town, you know that?"
"I can't help it if I'm a popular guy. It's the cross I bear."
"So who is this music therapy wizard you have in mind?"
"You."
Her eyes widened as she stepped closer to him. "Are you crazy? You want me to practice music therapy on myself?"
"You do it all the time. I've seen it."
"You've seen nothing of the sort."
"Of course I have. Every time I've seen you with one of your clients, you come away invigorated, but at the same time a sense of calm comes over you, and that razor-sharp focus of yours is never more acute than it is after one of your sessions. Do you deny it?"
Kendra thought for a moment. She couldn't deny it, but she hadn't realized that Lynch had studied that aspect of her life enough to know that basic and very intimate force that drove her. But she should have realized it. Anyone as controlling as Lynch would probe and watch until he did know everything. "Okay. Music has always been a big part of my life. When I couldn't see, it was one way I could connect with anyone else. It was one experience I could share completely." She suddenly felt uncomfortable. "But you make it sound like I'm doing my sessions for myself instead of my clients."
"Of course not. I know you're doing it for them," he said quietly. "It's just a fortunate side benefit that it also helps you."
"And just how am I supposed to treat myself here?" To Kendra's surprise, Lynch suddenly hopped onto the small stage. He whispered to the guitarist, who nodded. Lynch stepped back toward Kendra. "What the hell did you just do?" she said, with ice in her voice. Lynch smiled, but didn't answer. The musicians finished their song, and the guitarist spoke to the crowd. "Okay, we're going to have a smoke break, but while we're gone, we'll leave you in some very capable hands. Be back in a few." He stepped off the stage, handed Kendra his acoustic guitar, and clasped hands with Lynch. She watched in amazement as the musicians disappeared into a back hallway. She held up the guitar. "What am I supposed to do with this?"
"What you always do. Play it. Connect."
"You play it."
"This is how you used to earn your living, wasn't it? Playing clubs during your so-called wild days?"
"I wouldn't call that a living. Scraping by is more like it."
"Okay. Then scrape on up to that stage. Your public is waiting."
Kendra glanced around the crowded bar, where several patrons were indeed looking at her. It still would have been a simple matter to place the guitar on its stand next to the stage microphone and walk away. She turned back. Lynch was wearing a borderline cheesy, self-satisfied smile. The bastard was practically daring her to do it. Fine. She gripped the guitar and stepped behind the microphone. She leaned toward the mic to make an introduction, but she stopped. Not necessary. The music would speak for itself. She leaned back and strummed the guitar, feeling the pull of the strings beneath her fingers. Nice. She closed her eyes, as she often did while playing any musical instrument she'd mastered during her years in the dark. She played a few chords, still not knowing what song she'd play. She had an instinct for what chord progressions would work in this bar, on this night, and she knew the right song would soon follow. That song was James Taylor's Fire and Rain. She wasn't sure she'd actually sing it, but again, it felt right. She let herself feel the words and music, allowing them to become extensions of her, as her voice warmed to the soulful lyrics. When she finished, she opened her eyes. Most of the bar's patrons were now staring at her, having put their beers, darts, and conversations on hold. They erupted into cheers and wild applause. She merely nodded her appreciation, put her guitar down, and left the stage. The crowd was still applauding as Lynch mouthed a single word.
Wow.
She walked toward him and stopped just inches away. A long moment of silence. She kissed him squarely on the mouth. Again, not something she'd planned. It just felt right. He smiled.
What was that for?
For knowing what I need, before I even knew it myself. He nodded.
My pleasure. You want to get out of here?
Yes. They moved through the bar and stepped out onto the street, which had become busier in the short time they were inside.
Are you okay? Lynch asked. You seem a little...
Buzzed? Kendra finished for him.
I was going to say woozy.
Definitely buzzed. And I mean in the best possible way. It felt wonderful. And all the jagged edges of anxiety that had been lacerating her were magically smoothed away. She knew it was temporary, but she'd take it. I've never had any desire to perform in front of people again, and it may be years before I do it again, but right now, it's just what I needed to... She froze.
What is it? Lynch asked.
Keep walking. Act normal. His brows rose.
That's exactly what I was doing before you stopped dead in your tracks.
They continued down the busy sidewalk. She's here, Kendra said in a low voice.
Who?
Motorcycle woman. I think she followed us into the bar.
Did you see her?
No, but I'm willing to bet she's following us right now. Don't look back.
That's probably the most insulting thing you've ever said to me.
Sorry.
What makes you think she's here?
Kendra nodded toward the strip of fine dirt running between the sidewalk and the street. Those damn Fusion Lay riding boots again. I just spotted a relatively undisturbed footprint heading in the direction of the bar.
Other people wear those boots, right?
Of course. But they're rare enough that I'm willing to bet that it's more than just a coincidence. She's here. Lynch thought for a moment.
Okay. I want you to walk 4 blocks down, just past the Western Wear store. Then take a left and keep walking.
And what exactly will you be doing?
I'll be nearby. Right now I'll duck into this restaurant and out through the back. Make a big show of saying goodbye to me.
How do I do that?
He kissed her. That's how. See you around the corner.
She was so surprised by the gesture that she could only summon a limp wave as he ducked into the restaurant and moved toward the back. She continued down the street. Motorcycle woman, whoever the hell she was, had saved her from those 2 thugs in the building. Turn around and confront her. Difficult, she decided, because the woman could be tailing her from blocks behind. She'd been studying reflections in the shop windows and knew that no one in the immediate vicinity was following her. Kendra turned, walked past the Western wear store, and turned left as instructed. She stole a glance back as she made the turn. There were several people on the sidewalk some distance away, among them at least 2 females with roughly the same body type as Motorcycle Woman. What in the hell did she want? If indeed one of those women was her, she hadn't been able to catch a look at the shoes. Keep walking. Stay alert. Don't look back. Where the hell was Lynch? If he was somewhere on this street, he was damned good. She sure couldn't spot him. She walked an entire block, then another. Did Lynch expect her to just keep walking until he reached a sharp yell behind her? Kendra whirled around. Lynch was there, and he had a woman in a hold. She had short, dark hair in a pixie cut and wore jeans and a long black coat that looked somewhat like a duster, and fusion lay riding boots. She used one of those boots to kick backward and strike Lynch's knee. He winced in pain, and she seized the opportunity to drop out of his grip. She spun around and pummeled him with 6 lightning blows to his kidneys. He was obviously in agony, but he snapped his hands over her wrists and twisted her around with her own left arm pulled taut over her throat. The woman was still struggling as Kendra ran toward them.
"Enough," Lynch said, gritting his teeth. "Keep it up, and I promise you'll be unconscious in seconds."
She muttered something Kendra couldn't understand, but was probably obscene. Kendra studied the woman. It's definitely her. Same body type, exact same boots with a light blue scuff mark on the right heel. Lynch readjusted his grip on the woman.
"It feels like there's a wallet of some kind on the left inside pocket of her coat. Pull it out."
Kendra carefully reached inside the coat and pulled out a thin leather wallet. She opened it and studied the ID card behind a plastic window. It's a private investigator's license. Lynch loosened his grip.
"A private detective?"
Kendra showed him the license. Her name is Jessie Mercado. She's from L.A. The woman finally spoke through set teeth. "And I saved your ass yesterday. Don't leave that part out." She jerked her head back at Lynch. "Does this ape follow your commands? If so, please tell him to let me go." Kendra closed the wallet and shrugged. "Lynch, let go of her." Jessie Mercado stepped away from Lynch and rubbed her shoulder as she glared at him. "Just so that you know, I could have put you down. I was going easy on you."
"Got it." He placed his hand on his side. "I'll be pissing blood for days, but you were going easy on me."
Jessie was now rubbing her arm. She was a pretty woman of medium height, about 30, slender, with tanned skin, huge dark eyes, and delicate features that belied the obvious toughness in her attitude and bearing. She said grudgingly, "Well, I think you dislocated my shoulder, so I guess we're even." "Not really," Kendra said. "Why are you following me?" "How do you know I was?" Jessie shrugged. "You're nothing to me." "Why don't I believe you?" "Believe me? Don't believe me. I don't really care." She hesitated. "I'm on a case for a client."
"What client?" Lynch asked.
"Have you ever heard of a thing called professional confidentiality?" "Heard of it. Don't give a damn about it," Kendra said. "I need answers. A friend of mine is missing. He's my only priority." "Well, that's something we have in common." She met her eyes. "Because my client happens to be Dr. Charles Waldridge. He's my priority, too." Kendra wondered if her face was showing the shock she felt. "Waldridge hired you?" Jessie nodded. "Where is he?" Jessie grimaced. "I wish I knew." "How could he be your client if you don't—" "I met him the day he disappeared. A satisfied former client referred him to me. He hired me on the spot." "Hired you for what?" She shook her head. "Confidential. He swore me to secrecy. That's why I didn't come forward as soon as he disappeared."
"Something's happened to him," Lynch said. "May I say your priorities are a little screwed up?" You might hold information that can save his life." She stiffened defensively.
"Don't think I haven't been weighing that."
"Must have been torture for you," Lynch said caustically. "How about if I put my thumb on the scale by taking you to the police?"
"Just try it," she said softly.
"Hey," Kendra said. "Let's just table this for a minute. I'm tired of watching the two of you bristle at each other. Let's talk about why you're following me." Jessie thought for a moment. "I guess that we can talk about." She glanced around. "But not here."
"Where?" Kendra demanded.
She smiled faintly. "I'd invite you to my office, but it's a bit far to L.A. "No problem. I happen to have an office nearby. It's at— I know where it is. I've been there." Jessie reached out and snatched her license from Kendra's hand. "I'll meet you there in 15 minutes.
"How do we know you'll show?" Kendra asked.
Jessie shrugged. "How do I know you won't have a squad car there waiting to take me in for questioning? I guess we'll just have to trust each other." She gave a mock shiver. What a truly bizarre thought. 15 minutes later, Kendra and Lynch drove into the office parking lot to find Jessie standing next to her motorcycle, checking her email.
"Anything interesting?"
Kendra asked. "Like an email from Dr. Waldridge? Afraid not. But 3 different companies want to sell me penis enlargement tools." Jessie put away her phone. "It comes with owning a motorcycle. I'll read those later." Kendra smiled. Lynch seemed annoyed with her, but she was enjoying Jessie's dry sense of humor. Kendra led her and Lynch to her office studio, where she and Lynch had teleconferenced with Rye only the day before. Jessie looked around with interest at the musical instruments. "Nice job with the song at the bar, by the way. You pretty much nailed it."
"You were there?"
Lynch asked. "She was standing near the dartboards," Kendra said. "I couldn't see her boots, otherwise I would have ID'd her in a second." Jessie rolled her eyes. "The boots. Is that how you made me?" "They leave a very distinctive footprint. In the snow up in Big Bear, in the fine dirt outside the bar." "Freaky. I guess the stories about you are true." "Depends on where the stories came from. True crime blogs, police discussion boards, places like that." "Any special reason why you've been reading up on me?" "Homework." Kendra waited for her to say more, but Jessie was silent, perusing the music-themed laminated posters on the wall. "Waldridge hired you to follow me?" Kendra finally asked. "No. He didn't even mention you to me." "Then why the hell have you been on my tail?" "For the record, I've been doing more with my time than just following you. Remember, I found my way to Big Bear before you did." Lynch crossed his arms and leaned against the piano.
"Yes. And you led us quite a chase."
"Not much of a chase. I'm guessing that the San Bernardino County PD stopped you long before you even got off the mountain."
Lynch nodded. "You guessed right. But what brought you up there in the first place?"
"The same thing that brought you. The corpse in the snow. Dr. Porter Shaw."
Kendra and Lynch exchanged a glance.
"You knew who he was?" Kendra asked. "Not immediately. When did you figure it out?"
"A few hours ago."
"You?" "Last night. I ran the pictures I took of the body against photos of Waldridge's known associates that I grabbed off the web. A facial recognition program did most of the work."
"Smart," Kendra said. "The FBI did something similar."
"I just happened to do it faster. Not that I'm bragging or anything."
"Oh, of course not," Lynch said. "Are you going to help us out, or did you just come here to jerk our chains?"
Jessie smiled. "Chain jerking does have its appeal, but no. You asked why I'm following you. You were one of the last people to see Waldridge, and I knew you were on the case."
"How did you know?" Kendra asked.
"Santa Monica PD. I have friends on the inside over there. I heard you were getting FBI help, which is a hell of a lot more than I've been getting. Every time I got stalled, I decided to see what you were doing."
"Why did Waldridge hire you?"
Jessie didn't answer.
I have to know."
"Confidential territory again," she said quietly. "I have an obligation."
"Bullshit. Your obligation is keeping your client alive."
Jessie hesitated, thinking.
"Please," Kendra said. "Tell us. I only want to keep him alive."
Jessie stared ruefully at Kendra.
"I hope I don't regret this."
"Regret what?
Trusting me?"
Jessie nodded.
"I'm not big on trust."
"Neither am I. But there are times when you have to take the chance."
"You won't regret it," Kendra said. "If your friends at the Santa Monica PD are keeping you in the loop, then you know I've done more to try to find Waldridge than anyone." "I do know that."
"Then what's the problem?"
"I guarantee you Waldridge would want me to have every bit of information that might help me find him."
Jessie dropped down on a chair.
"Okay, I'll tell you what I know, but I need you to reciprocate. Deal?"
"Sure," Kendra said. Jessie glanced at Lynch.
"I know that he won't be cooperative. From what I've been able to gather about him, I don't know if I'd want to deal with him anyway."
"Very wise," Lynch said. "But do be aware that I don't like Kendra's being lied to. It tends to upset me." Jessie shrugged, and her gaze shifted back to Kendra.
"I haven't found out much. I'm not sure what good it will do you."
"It has to be better than stumbling around in the dark," Lynch said.
"Sounds exactly like what I've been doing," Jessie said. "Anyway, I met Waldridge when he came to my office in West L.A. He was on edge. There was a certain desperation."
Kendra sat down across from her. "About what?"
"He was concerned about a colleague of his."
"Shaw?"
"No, another man. His name is Hayden Beers. Waldridge told me that this guy had come to L.A. from England late last month. They'd been in touch, but Beers had suddenly dropped off the face of the earth."
"Sounds familiar," Kendra said. "What did Waldridge tell you about him?"
"He's a medical doctor, more into research than treating patients."
"Also familiar," Lynch said. "But why was he in L.A.?
"Waldridge couldn't say."
"Couldn't or wouldn't?"
Jessie's lips twisted. "Funny you should ask that. For someone who was so obviously concerned for his colleague, he was extremely cagey. I had to pry information out of him."
"I feel your pain," Kendra said. "I went through the exact same thing when I saw him that night. But he didn't tell me about this at all."
"He was extremely concerned about confidentiality at all costs. His words. That's why I haven't talked to anyone about it."
"So what did he tell you?"
"He gave me an address down in Redondo Beach. Beers had been renting a furnished house there month to month. Waldridge went there as soon as he hit town, but there was no sign of Beers."
"Did you go there?" Lynch asked. She was clearly annoyed at his question.
Yeah, I am a real private investigator. No sign of a struggle. There were some clothes and a few things in the fridge, but that was about it. So I slipped in a couple webcams and moved on."
"Any local contacts?" Lynch asked.
"None that Waldridge knew of."
"And he didn't give you any clue why Beers might have come from England to L.A.?
Just some BS about him having a high-stress job and needing to get away from it all. I didn't buy it, and I even called him on it, but Waldridge wouldn't tell me any more."
"What was Beers's job? Did he tell you that?"
"Only in the most general terms. I had to dig around myself to find out, and it wasn't easy. But you'll be interested in this, though."
Kendra leaned forward. "Let me guess. He was involved in the Night Watch project." Jessie looked at her in surprise.
"You got it. Looks like someone else has been doing her homework."
It's a common thread between these three men, and now one is dead and the other two are missing. "Did Waldridge tell you anything else?" Lynch asked.
"Not much. I got Beers' cell phone number, but there's been no activity on the line since he disappeared."
"How do you know?" Kendra asked.
The next morning when Waldridge disappeared, I'd taken his money to find his associates, so it wasn't a stretch to figure there was a connection between what happened to those two guys. Beers's trail stalled pretty quickly, so I began to look into Waldridge's case. That's when I found out that you were on it. I tracked him back to Big Bear and...
How? Lynch asked.
She gave him another annoyed look. Again, I'm a licensed private investigator. I know how to do my job. But if you must know, he paid me using a prepaid Visa credit card, so I had the number. I have credit agency contacts, too. He'd used the card a few times in Big Bear. I went up there and asked around. It wasn't too hard to find the house that Shaw rented.
Why a prepaid card? Kendra asked. Why not his own?
Jessie shrugged. He was visiting from England. Some people like to use those in lieu of traveler's checks. Only later did I think that he was trying to avoid being tracked.
Like you tracked him?
Exactly. If that's what he was trying to do, he should have hired me to help him stay invisible. I'm pretty good at that. Anyway, I found Shaw's body just a few minutes before you came along that night. I tried to hide, but my damned footprints in the snow made that impossible.
When did you start following me? Kendra asked.
The next day. I knew you were getting FBI help that I couldn't tap, so I started following you to see where it led. Good thing, because that's why I was there when those thugs tried to bottle you up and cart you away.
You have no idea who those men were?
No idea. They came out of their van wearing those ski masks. She mockingly inclined her head. You're welcome, by the way.
Kendra smiled. Thank you.
You must have seen the vehicle they were driving, Lynch said. You should have reported it to the police.
I put a tracker on their van on my way in, but they must have found it and given it a toss.
Plates?
Lynch asked. Stolen. They were pros, whoever they were. I'm sure they ditched the vehicle within minutes.
Probably, he murmured.
So what did you find out today? Jessie asked.
Your crackerjack sources didn't tell you? Lynch asked mockingly.
There's a bit of a time lag. The FBI has been pretty good about keeping Santa Monica PD posted on the status of the investigation, but they aren't always timely. Find out anything interesting?
Kendra turned to Lynch. I want to tell her.
Your choice. This is your show.
Kendra turned back to Jessie. Everything she'd told them lined up with the truth as they knew it. She found herself wanting to trust her. First things first, Kendra said. How long have you been following me today?
Since an hour or so ago, when you left the FBI field office.
Okay, we'll start there. Kendra told her about Waldridge's appearance on the security video and their visit to the Baldwin Hills Walmart store. Jessie was silent for a long moment.
Well, at least we know Waldridge is alive, or he was at that time.
Kendra nodded. We just need to find him. Jessie's brow wrinkled in thought.
Maybe it's just a matter of drawing him out.
That's assuming he has his freedom. Someone was sure keeping close tabs on him at the store.
I'd like a frame grab of the person you saw watching him.
We can get you that.
Good.
Jessie hesitated, looking between Kendra and Lynch as if something had suddenly occurred to her.
Just out of curiosity, how much do you know about me?
Kendra shrugged. What could we know? Only what you've told us.
That's not really true, is it?
What do you mean? Jessie got to her feet. Her entire body language spoke of wariness and defensiveness.
I told you I've done my research on you. If what I've read is true, I bet you knew quite a bit about me even before today.
I may have picked up a few things.
Like?
She might as well tell her. In spite of Jessie's toughness and wariness, that defensive attitude reflected a certain vulnerability. If she thought Kendra was hiding anything, it might get in the way. I did think you were ex-military from your attack stance the other day, and now I'm sure of it. Lynch painfully touched his side, My kidneys are also sure of it.
Kendra stood up and slowly walked around Jesse. You were in Afghanistan. Your father was also in the military. Your family moved with him, including quite a bit of your childhood in Western Europe. You were probably born in Bakersfield, where you spent your early years. Jesse smiled. Tehachapi, about 40 miles southeast of Bakersfield. And I was doing so well. At least I think I was. You definitely were. And still are. Anything else? You're a marathoner. You've done the Bay to Breakers run in San Francisco and the Honolulu Marathon, but for exercise you usually just go to Gold's Gym. I'm guessing the one in Venice. Jesse nodded. Wow. If I knew you better, I'd high-five you right now, and I usually think high-fives are idiotic. Then I take that as a compliment. Oh, you vacationed in Fiji a few years ago. Jesse gave a low whistle. And you or someone you know has been in Bermuda fairly recently. My then-boyfriend, about 8 months ago. It was clearly an amicable breakup. Jesse nodded in amazement. Holy shit. Lynch leaned back and crossed his arms. I keep waiting for this to get old, but it never does. Jessie bit her lip. I can't see it getting old, but something about this is really pissing me off. You asked for it, Kendra said. You're right. I did. I guess I'm just uncomfortable being such an open book. You aren't, Lynch said. At least not to anybody except her. She was staring directly into Kendra's eyes. I consider myself a fairly private person. I think I'd feel better if you told me how you know all this. You won't feel better, Lynch said. But at least you won't drive yourself crazy all night trying to figure it out. Trust me, I've been there. As I said, I have trouble trusting anyone but myself. Jessie stepped closer to Kendra. How about where I'm from, and the places I've lived? Linguistics. You're a linguist, too? Amateur. When you're denied the opportunity to form an impression of people by looking at them, how they speak becomes very important. After your kind rescue the other day, I told Lynch I could hear a Central Valley twang in your voice. Add in some subtle continental European vowel suppressions, and you have someone who spent a lot of time overseas in their younger years. I didn't have to be a military brat, though. What if one of my parents worked for an international company that moved them around a lot? True, and that was certainly possible. But your fighting style made me think you had a military background, which significantly raised the chances that one of your parents had served. But how did you know about Afghanistan? Kendra grabbed Jessie's wrist and pushed up her sleeve. You have a tan line here. You often wear a bracelet that's fairly representative of Afghan tribal jewelry with beads and little bells. I'm thinking you bought that there. Jessie nodded. Chicken Street in Kabul. I did 2 tours in Afghanistan. That's impressive. Is it? I guess some people would call it that. What about my marathons? I saw your motorcycle, remember? You have a Bay to Breakers water bottle tethered to your drink holder and a Honolulu Marathon license plate frame. I also saw a Gold's Gym barcode tag on your keyring. It was easy to spot because I have one on mine. I guessed the Venice location because it's close to the mailing address on your private investigator's license. I've meant to go there every time I've attended symposiums at UCLA. She made a face. Somehow I've always found an excuse not to go. Probably the same excuses I often seem to find. Jessie thought for a moment. My key ring also told you about Fiji, didn't it? Hard to miss with that red and yellow tiki mask pendant. It shows a lot of wear, so it's something you've probably been carrying for years. Wait 1 minute. How the hell did you recognize that mask as Fijian? You've only had your sight for, 10 years? 9. Most people go their whole lives without being able to recognize things like that. Most people have probably seen that mask dozens of times in different places. They just don't remember. Sight is such a gift to me that I try to take nothing for granted. I got that. But there's nothing to see on me or my motorcycle that could tell you that I or someone I know has been in Bermuda. You're right. But there is something to smell. You're wearing a perfume called Easter Lily. It's very distinctive, but the only time I've smelled it on anyone is when they or a loved one brought it back from Bermuda themselves. I haven't investigated this, but my guess is that you only buy it there. Which is what my ex-boyfriend did. He bought it for me at the perfumery. The fact that you're still wearing it tells me that it wasn't an unpleasant breakup. Otherwise, that bottle would probably be buried in a landfill by now. Right again. Feeling less violated now? Oh no. She deadpanned. More violated than ever. Like I said, a normal reaction, Lynch said. And that remark makes me feel even more violated. People don't usually accuse me of being normal. This really isn't your day, is it? Kendra frowned. All my parlor tricks aren't worth a damn if they don't help to get Waldridge back. We'll find him, Lynch said softly. We got closer today. Not close enough. She turned to face him. All roads lead to Night Watch. It's the one thing these 3 medical researchers had in common. Jessie nodded. Agreed. I haven't been able to find out much about the Night Watch project. There was a fair amount written about it when you got your site, both in scientific literature and the mainstream media, but there's been almost nothing in the last few years. We found that out, Lynch said. We have someone in England working on it. Someone good? The best. Lynch checked his phone. I'll text him about what you've told us concerning Hayden Beers. If you can give me his cell phone number and any other info Waldridge provided you about him, it may help. It's not much, but I'll give you what I have. Thank you. My contact information is now in your phone's address book. Adam Lynch. What do you mean? She asked warily. Check your phone. Jessie fished her phone out of her pocket and scrolled through her contacts. Cute. Now that's a violation. This is what you've been doing with your phone since we've been here? Hacking into mine? Hacking is a word with such unpleasant connotations. I was merely exchanging contact info. I have yours and you have mine. Uh-huh. My life is on this thing. What else did you grab? Nothing else. I promise. She held down her phone's power button. I'm turning my phone off now. Our partnership is getting off to a rocky start. A partnership? Kendra repeated. Is that what this is? Jessie shrugged. Makes sense. We're both working toward the same end. Waldridge is still my client. He paid me up front. What happens when his retainer runs out? Jessie headed for the door. We'll see when that time comes. Until then, I'm on this case, whether we work together or not. She stopped and turned at the door. It's been interesting. She gazed at Kendra. I think I can trust you, but you make me damn uneasy. Her eyes shifted to Lynch. And you're definitely an unknown factor. But if we're going to work together, I think I should be honest with you. I wasn't telling the truth about being able to put you down this time. You were good. Very good. But now I've fought you and I've learned you. Next time, I'll be able to take you down. She turned and left the studio. After a long moment of silence, Kendra turned to Lynch. What do you think? Other than that she's smart as a whip and fires on all cylinders? And the fact that I think there's so much beneath that surface that it would take years to uncover it all? He shrugged. I'll run a background check, but I'm inclined, in this case, to believe her. So am I, she smiled. And there's nothing wrong with hidden depths. Sometimes it shows character, and sometimes it hides landmines. He smiled back at her. You're prejudiced because she saved your neck. That's okay. I'm prejudiced, too. That neck has great value to me. I'll just keep an eye out to make sure she doesn't circle around and attack from the rear. Warmth. That damn charisma. It had come out of nowhere, and she was having trouble looking away from him. But his smile was fading, and he was shaking his head.
We're doing too well.
He reached for his phone and started to punch in a number. Relief. Disappointment. Frustration. Curiosity. "What are you doing?" Kendra asked.
I'm sure it has a name and a purpose other than the one that I'm cursing at the moment. Yes. That's it. I got a text from Rye while Jesse was here. He might have some news for us.
Chapter 10. London, England. Docklands. Rye stood in the empty lot, staring at the acres of paved, crumbling concrete. The air was damp from the pre-dawn mist, and the sky was beginning to lighten in the east. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He tapped his Bluetooth earpiece to answer.
Lynch? Yes. Sorry I couldn't pick up before, Rye. I was talking to someone. You're up awful late. Or is it early? I couldn't sleep. Something was bothering me. The more I looked into Waldridge's work history, the less it added up. What do you mean? He's given the same work address on at least 3 official documents in the past couple of years. Hyperion Laboratories Limited. Hyperion? Yes, the late Mr. Shaw also listed it as his place of employment at an academic conference last year. It's somehow related to the Night Watch project. Okay, so why doesn't it add up? I'm at the address right now, and it's a vacant lot. What?
Rye stepped over a clump of weeds that had burst through a crack in the concrete.
There was a building here once, but it's probably been 20 years or more. Nobody's worked here for decades. What does it mean? Don't know yet. I looked it up on Google Earth, and I thought it must be some kind of mistake, so I came down to see for myself. Not much to see. I hate to repeat myself, but I don't understand what the hell that means. Me neither. I just thought it was curious, and you might want to be informed. I'll talk to some more people and try to get it sorted out. Good. While you're at it, I have another name for you to check out. Hayden Beers. Yet another colleague of Waldridge's. He also came here to California, and it seems as if all 3 men may have come here to hide out. Hide from what? As soon as you find out, let me know. Pressure, again, he sighed. I'll do my best. I'm not going to find it in this vacant lot, that's for sure. What's your next move?
Rye checked his watch.
A fine breakfast and a cup of tea. After that, Shaw's widow lives in Covent Garden. If she hasn't been notified already, she should get the news of her husband's death in the next couple of hours. I'll go over and talk to her around the time she should be getting up. Seriously? Sure you don't want to wait on that? Positive. She'll be numb, in shock, not quite sure which way is up. In my experience, people can be very forthcoming when they've been knocked off balance. And people call me the puppet master. Go easy on her, Rye. Worry not, my friend. I can be quite a comforting presence when the occasion demands it. I'll let you know what I find out.
Rye cut the connection. Lynch could be something of an enigma, he thought. Considering his background, he hadn't expected him to caution him about hurting that woman. He usually displayed no emotion and just got the job done. It just went to show that it was a vast world filled with multifaceted people, which, except for his books, made it the only thing bearable. Together with the unique puzzles that occasionally were brought for him to solve, he must not forget that spur, and Lynch was adept at furnishing him with that particular stimulation. He would have to be very clever and innovative and give Lynch something for his trouble. "May I help you?" The 60-ish woman stood in the front doorway of a charming flat on Monmouth Street, She was attractive, well-dressed, and didn't seem to have a care in the world aside from the stranger on her front stoop. Rye studied her face. Her eyes weren't red, and the mascara wasn't running. This wasn't right.
Madeline Shaw?
Yes.
Wife of Dr. Porter Shaw?
Yes. She appeared almost chipper. Had she not been notified yet? Awkward. He hesitated.
Has someone spoken to you this morning?
About what? Oh, Lord. He was going to be stuck with giving her the news. My husband, she offered.
Yes. You received some notification this morning?
For the first time, a bit of stress lined her face, but only a bit. Yes. He passed away.
Were you told of the circumstances?
I was. Her expression still wasn't troubled. Curious, but not troubled. And may I ask what business it is of yours?
My name is Ryan Malone. I'm working with the American authorities on the case. 2 of your husband's colleagues were also in California. They've gone missing. I know it's a devastating time for you, but I wondered if I might.
Of course. Come in. The chipper voice and attitude were back. She opened the door wide for him to enter. I was just having tea. Would you like some?
Thank you.
So much for not knowing which way was up. He followed her through the narrow but tastefully decorated home back to a sunroom. She gestured for him to sit in one of the 2 white wooden chairs. She had already started pouring his tea by the time he was seated.
I'm very sorry for your loss, he said. You and your husband made a beautiful home for yourselves.
He had nothing to do with it. I think he liked our home well enough when he cared to notice, but it's certainly nothing he ever cared to weigh in on.
I see.
This was going down a far too static path. Time to stir it up a little.
Pardon me for saying so, but you seem to be taking your husband's demise incredibly well.
She picked up her teacup and gazed at the garden outside. I can see it does seem that way, she shrugged. He left me a long time ago in spirit. It's the old cliché, I suppose. The man whose passion was his work.
Really? And how long has it been that way?
Always, if I'm honest with myself. Even when we met, it's what attracted me to him. I thought it would be enough if just a little bit of that fire and intensity was thrown in my direction. It never was. Not really. She looked up. I'm sorry. You're not really interested in all this. It's been a confusing morning. I guess I'm still in shock. I haven't even told anyone yet. He has a sister in Leeds who really needs to know, but I'm still processing.
I understand.
So, how can I help you? Rye leaned forward in his chair.
Tell me why your husband was in the United States.
Work. He was always traveling someplace, and even when he was here, he wasn't here, if you know what I mean.
Was there anything unusual about this particular trip?
She nodded. Actually, yes. For one thing, he told me he was going to Chicago. He never mentioned California.
Odd. Are you certain?
Positive. I didn't know he was there until this morning, when I was told that he was dead. But there was something even stranger. He left his phone here.
He forgot it?
I thought so, at first, but he never went anywhere without it, not even the corner store. She shook her head. Who does in this day and age? We all live with our phones. He called twice in the 3 weeks he was gone, each time from a different disposable phone he'd purchased. I offered to send him his own phone, but he didn't want it. He was very specific. He didn't want me to power it on or even charge it.
Interesting.
I handle all the finances, and I can tell you he didn't use a credit card or cash machine card since he's been gone. He withdrew several £1,000s before he left, and I suppose he'd been getting on by that. She grimaced, which also kept me from knowing where he was.
And kept anyone else from knowing, Rye said. Tell me, what exactly was your husband working on?
To be honest, I have no idea. He wasn't very forthcoming. He'd been very excited, but his mood had soured in the past couple of months. She shook her head. And heaven forbid he explain himself to me. I was only his wife.
In what way had his mood soured?
In almost every way you can imagine. Sometimes depressed, sometimes angry, sometimes frustrated. Not an unusual range of emotions for a researcher struggling to solve a problem, but this has been worse. Much worse.
Can you tell me anything about his colleagues? People he might have been working with in the last months of his life?
Well, there was Charles Waldridge. Porter worshipped him. He thought the man was a genius. I should probably try to contact him. Rye hesitated, wondering if he should tell her about Waldridge's disappearance. He decided against it.
Anyone else?
Her lips twisted. No one he ever discussed with me.
Did you ever visit his lab?
Heavens, no. It was in the Docklands, near the fish market, I think.
Near Canary Wharf?
Yes.
I was just there. It's a vacant lot.
What?
No lab. Just an empty lot. It's been that way for quite some time. Could there have been someplace else?
Her face was frozen in utter bewilderment. She shook her head.
Did he drive to work?
She nodded.
I wonder if you might let me look in his car. Is it here?
She motioned out the sunroom windows toward a freestanding garage on the other side of the small backyard. It's in there. It hasn't been driven since he left.
Would you mind? It could be very helpful.
She didn't speak for a moment. Isn't it silly? I think I'm dreading looking at it. I'm used to thinking of him in this house. It would be different with the car, perhaps a bit jarring. She finally put down her teacup. Certainly. I'll get the keys. After a few moments rustling through an overstuffed kitchen drawer, Madeline found her husband's spare keys and led Rye out to the detached garage, where a silver Mercedes SL shared space with an MG Mini. The Mercedes is his. Was his. She paused. Her voice was the slightest bit unsteady as she added, Still doesn't feel right to say it that way. I guess I'll get better at it. He held out his hand for the key.
May I?
She used the key's remote button to unlock the car, then she handed it to him. Rye slid behind the wheel and surveyed the vehicle's interior. Immaculate. He started the car. The engine roared to life, and the touchscreen lit up the dark interior. Rye tapped the screen and cycled through the GPS map screens until he found the navigation app's driving history. The passenger door opened, and Madeline leaned in. Any luck?
Maybe.
He pointed toward the screen.
Do you recognize this address? It's on Scarborough Road in Croydon. Looks like he went there almost every day.
Madeline's eyes narrowed on the screen. Croydon? No, not at all. It's not a place he ever mentioned going. Rye took a photo of the screen with his phone.
I don't like to ask this, especially in light of what's happened today.
There was no delicate way to ask this question.
But I can't help but wonder, since your husband was regularly going someplace without your knowledge, if perhaps...
You want to know if my husband was having an affair, she said quietly.
Yes.
The answer is no. She swallowed hard and looked away from him. Among other reasons, I honestly don't think he would have made that kind of time for it. Believe me, this was about his work.
I do believe you.
He avoided looking at her as he cycled through several more destinations on the touchscreen. He snapped photos of a few of the other recurring entries, but none appeared with anything near the frequency of the Croydon address. He cut the engine and turned toward Madeline. Tears were now running down her cheeks. The mask was off.
"I'm very sorry," he whispered.
So am I. Her eyes were glittering tears. I loved him, you know. I wanted to make him happy. All these years of loneliness. I didn't take my first lover for over 15 years. I was careful. I didn't want to hurt Porter. Her lips twisted. I didn't have to worry. He wasn't interested. She met his eyes. But in the end, I realized it's what I felt, not what he felt. If you truly love someone, then you accept who they are and still want the best for them. Her voice was low and uneven, but rang with sincerity. And I wish, with my whole heart, that Croydon address belonged to a woman who could give him what I couldn't.
You're a very wise and generous woman, he said gently. I'll find out what happened to your husband. I promise.
Thank you. I believe it will help to know. She took the key and slammed the door closed. San Diego, 6:50 a.m.
This is your would-be kidnapper.
Kendra had been jolted wide awake by her buzzing phone. It signaled a one-sentence text message from Griffin. The phone buzzed again.
Look familiar?
She scrolled to see that he'd included a photo. It was a man with a broad face, close-cropped brown hair, and penetrating eyes. Those eyes. Meet Wallace Dean Powers. Her bedroom door flew open. Lynch, wearing only a pair of black lounge shorts, held his phone in front of him.
Griffin included me on the text. They must have gotten a DNA hit on the skin cells from under your fingernails.
Her phone rang and the caller ID screen lit up with a most unflattering picture of Griffin. Kendra had gleefully snapped it when he was scratching his lip, but it looked more like he was picking his nose. She swiped to answer, leaving it in front of her in speaker mode. That's one of the guys, Griffin. He tried to grab me. I know those eyes.
Good. Unfortunately, we didn't get a hit off the other guy you mauled.
I wish I'd mauled them. This man's skin was under my left nails, wasn't it? After a clicking of keyboard keys, he replied,
Yes, left.
I knew it. That's the second man. Deeper voice, maybe from the Midwest.
Very good. He did some jail time for a domestic abuse charge about 4 years ago, committed in Missouri. That's why his DNA was in the system.
Kendra looked at the man's photo on her phone. And his name is Wallace Dean Powers. Anything else?
He lives in Downey. He's an unemployed high school physical education instructor.
He's a gym coach? Lynch asked.
That's our best information.
Well, I guess thugs have to come from somewhere, Kendra said. It's not like you can pick up the phone and call henchmen are us.
You've just given me an excellent idea what to do with my retirement years, Lynch said. Griffin, do we know anything else about this wife-beating jock? Very little. No prior associations, no clue who he might be working with now. But I'm hoping that we can ask him ourselves in the next couple hours. You're bringing him in? Yes, we're coordinating with Downey PD as I speak. I'll text you directions to our staging area in the neighborhood. If you want in, meet us there at 9:15 a.m.
We want in, Kendra said as she jumped out of bed. See you there. Downey, California, 9:15 a.m. Kendra and Lynch arrived at the large office parking lot adjacent to the Downey Pizza Company restaurant on Florence Avenue, where 3 squad cars were waiting with flashers on. FBI Special Agent Metcalf climbed out of his car a few feet away.
Damnedest way to ID a suspect I've ever seen.
Kendra wriggled her fingers. Your lab deserves all the credit. I just collected the samples.
Remind me to keep my distance from those talons of yours, okay?
What's the plan? Lynch asked. Metcalf folded his arms in front of him.
We just placed a call to his residence, posing as a solar panel company. He's home. 2 detectives are keeping an eye on the house while we prepare to move in. We need you to keep your distance until we have him. Then maybe you can come over, look at his build, listen to his voice, and see if you can confirm.
I've seen his eyes in the photo. That plus his DNA is confirmation enough. But I'll check him out to make sure. Metcalf nodded to a uniformed officer who was obviously in charge, who in turn signaled to the officers in the patrol cars. He turned to Kendra and Lynch.
Okay, follow us. I'll signal you at the top of his block to pull over.
Lynch nodded.
Got it.
They caravanned to a residential street just 3 blocks south of the staging area. Metcalf, riding behind the squad cars, stopped just long enough to signal Kendra and Lynch before continuing. Lynch pulled over, and they watched the 3 squad cars and Metcalf's vehicle continue down the block. Kendra glanced over at Lynch. It's killing you, isn't it?
What?
Not being down there in the thick of it. Lynch stared at the cars speeding down the block.
One reason I prefer to work alone. I'm much more comfortable when I get to make the rules.
That makes 2 of us, even though I don't have a strong desire to break down doors with an automatic weapon in my hand, she added. That must be a guy thing.
You're taunting me. Now I need to be down there.
They'll have him in just a couple of minutes, she said soothingly. Lynch leaned back in his seat.
It's just as well. After what that guy tried to do to you, I probably would have beaten him senseless. That would have been most counterproductive.
You think? Lynch pointed to the cars spinning to a stop in front of a house halfway down the block.
They're moving in.
Kendra found herself holding her breath as she waited for some sign that they had the man who had tried to abduct her. Could he lead them to Waldridge? Chill out. 1 step at a time. Get him first, then worry about... Buzz. She lifted her phone. It was a text from Metcalf. No go. House empty. Shit. Before she even knew Lynch had seen the message, the car roared to life and the wheels spun on the pavement. What are you doing? Lynch shifted gears and sped down the street.
He slipped out after they called. He knew they were onto him.
But there were detectives watching the house.
He might have crawled through a neighbor's yard. Who knows? However, he gave them the slip. We don't have time to poke around and figure it out right now. Keep your eyes peeled. He's got to be close by.
They roared by the police cars and turned at the corner to circle the block. There were few people to be seen. 2 kids playing, a landscape crew cutting grass, a man in a tracksuit jogging with his dog. He might have had a car parked on the street, Kendra said.
In which case, he could be miles away by now. But let's exhaust all of our other possibilities while we still can. He might be in one of these backyards, in a tool shed, or a barbecue island.
Or pretending to be a landscape worker, Kendra said.
What?
Turn around! Lynch spun out and gunned the engine as they faced the direction from which they'd just come. Kendra pointed to the landscape crew. Check out the guy kneeling by the gardenia bushes, the one in the white shirt and baseball cap.
I see him. He looks like pretty much everyone else on the crew.
His jeans are the only ones that aren't grass-stained. Also, no perspiration on the back of his shirt. The man looked up and locked eyes with her. That's him, Kendra said. Powers jumped to his feet and bolted toward the backyard. Kendra unbuckled her seatbelt and opened her door. Stop the car. For what? I'm going after him. You circle the block and try to cut him off. Lynch hit the brakes.
And if you catch him?
We'll beat the hell out of each other until the cavalry arrives. You're the cavalry, so get your ass in gear. Before he could object, she jumped out of the car and took off running. The landscape crew stopped their work and stared as she ran past them and bolted down the side of the house. She bent over and grabbed a shovel as she ran, barely breaking stride. Powers had pushed through the gate and was making for the back fence. He was a big man, probably not the most agile. Maybe she could catch him before he made it over. He gripped the top of the wrought iron fence and swung his leg up. A miss. He tried again. Another miss. She extended the shovel before her, aiming the blade for his lower back. This is going to hurt, buddy. But with a burst of energy, he managed to swing his leg up and catapult himself over the fence. Damn it. He landed on his feet and was already running through the opposite yard by the time she got within striking distance. She threw down the shovel and climbed up and over the fence. By the time she made it over, he was already sprinting down the side yard toward the street beyond. Good. With any luck, Lynch and maybe half the Downey PD would soon be on top of him. She ran down the side yard and emerged on the street beyond. What the hell? The man had vanished. She glanced around. She suddenly felt extremely vulnerable. He could strike from any direction, especially since he now knew she was alone. Where the hell could he be? Maybe on one of the porches. In the tall shrubs to her right. In between some cars on the street. He was inside one of the cars, she realized. Which one? Powers's head bobbed up in the driver's side window of a Dodge SUV. Either he owned it, or he'd just completed the fastest hot-wire job she'd ever seen. The tires spun hard against the pavement, and the SUV rocketed down the street. Shit! She heard a familiar roar and turned to see Lynch's Ferrari rounding the corner. The cavalry was here. She yelled and pointed at the SUV. "That's him!" He nodded and sped after Powers. She stared, dumbfounded, at his Ferrari as it roared away. She'd expected Lynch to stop long enough for her to jump in, but of course it made more sense to stay on Powers's tail and not risk losing him. Fine. She'd make her way back to Powers's house and see if there was anything there she could... Another familiar roar. Behind her. Jessie Mercado's motorcycle rolled up and screeched to a stop just inches away. Jessie flipped up her visor to reveal those huge dark eyes and a broad smile. "Need a lift?" "Seriously?" "Seriously, even though I'm a little annoyed with you right now. I thought we were working together." "I really didn't know that..." "Relax, just kidding. There's a helmet strapped to the back. Take it and hop on. Hurry." Kendra put on the helmet and threw her leg over the seat of Jessie's motorcycle. "Ready?" Jessie asked. Before Kendra could reply, Jessie squeezed back the throttle and rocketed down the street. Kendra leaned around Jessie to see that Lynch's and Powers's cars were still within sight. Jessie shouted over her engine, "Are we chasing one of the guys I put down the other night?" Kendra shouted back, "Yes, the one who dragged me into the office." "He pissed his pants, right?" "Yes." "Good. I'd love another crack at him." Jessie put on another burst of speed. Up ahead, Powers turned right, almost taking out a streetlight pole as he went wide on the busy cross street. They were heading deep into a congested retail district, with 4 lanes of traffic and traffic lights stretching to infinity. "Hang on!" Jessie shouted. She took a hard right into the intersection. Lynch was now only a few yards ahead. Powers was half a block beyond him, weaving in and out of traffic. "Wave to your friend!" Jessie shouted. While Kendra was still trying to figure out what she meant, Jessie passed Lynch on the left. Kendra smiled. She didn't have to be a skilled lip reader to pick up the curses tumbling out of Lynch's mouth. With another burst of speed, Lynch was behind them. Kendra looked forward. They were now nimbly weaving between the few cars that separated them from Powers. Almost there. Dozens of taillights flashed, and Kendra realized they were approaching a stoplight. Powers turned left into the lanes of oncoming traffic, where he narrowly missed a pickup truck and a Lexus convertible. To Kendra's horror, Jessie stayed on his tail, dodging the same vehicles. Kendra wanted to look away, but she felt compelled to watch, as if that would somehow stave off a deadly collision. Powers turned left at the next intersection, where Jessie hurtled through and shortened the gap. "What's your plan?" Kendra gasped. "Keep the pressure on until he crashes," she said calmly. "Or until we do. I'm way better than he is." Modest. I like it, I think. "Hang tight. I'm going to try something." Jessie gunned the engine and drew alongside Powers's car. Powers glared at them. His knuckles were white on the steering wheel, and sweat poured from his face. Jesse was right, Kendra realized. The man wasn't comfortable in a high-speed pursuit. He abruptly pulled the wheel in an attempt to hit them, but Jesse sped past and cut in front of the SUV. He bore down on them. Kendra could hear his engine roaring in her ears. Jesse? I see him. I need you to reach into my right jacket pocket." "What?" "I have some ball bearings in there. Reach in and grab a few." Kendra reached into the pocket of Jesse's leather jacket and pulled out a handful of shiny little orbs. "Who rides around town with ball bearings in their pockets?" "I do. Now throw them at his windshield as hard as you can. Aim for the driver's side." "Do it!" Kendra hurled the metal balls with all the force she could muster. Contact! Kendra glanced back to see that 3 of the ball bearings had made contact with the windshield, creating webs of cracked glass in Powers' field of vision. The car swerved erratically. Jessie fell back alongside the SUV long enough to grab another ball bearing from her pocket and hurl it into the driver's side window, shattering it completely. Again, the SUV swerved crazily. They dropped farther back until they were once again following the SUV. Kendra looked behind her to see that Lynch had caught up. He was talking, she realized, communicating their location to the police. Jessie beeped her high-pitched horn several times. Powers glanced back, and Kendra could see that he had a fine mist of blood on the side of his face, likely a casualty of the shattered driver's side window. Jessie beeped again. Kendra thought she was doing it to rattle Powers, but she quickly saw that it was a warning for a supermarket delivery truck slowly pulling out of the alleyway ahead. Powers saw it an instant later. He swerved to avoid the truck, but overcompensated and jumped onto the sidewalk. He tried to correct his course, but it was too late. He plowed into the brick wall of a diaper factory. Jessie winced. "That's gotta hurt." They circled the smoldering wreck as Lynch stopped and climbed out of his car. He looked at the wreck. "How is he?" "Still breathing," Jessie said. She and Kendra dismounted the cycle. Powers was slumped in his smashed car, partially covered by an airbag. He moaned in pain. Jessie reached in and pulled the airbag forward, revealing Powers' swollen and bloody face. "He's not going to be winning any beauty contests anytime soon, but he'll survive." Police sirens wailed in the distance. "I called them in," Lynch said. "They'll be here in under a minute." Jessie leaned down to face Powers. "Where's Waldridge?" He wrinkled his brow. "Who?" "Dr. Charles Waldridge. Thin British guy, late 40s. Where is he?" "Can't help you." Jessie jerked her thumb toward Kendra. "Then why did you try to kidnap her the other night?" He glanced at Kendra before looking away.
"Didn't have a choice."
"What the hell is that supposed to mean?" He closed his eyes.
"I'm not saying another damn word."
Lynch stepped forward and placed his hand gently on Powers' shoulder.
"You're pretty beat up. Where does it hurt? Here?"
"Yeah."
Lynch squeezed his shoulder.
"Ah!"
Powers cried out. Lynch squeezed harder.
"I suggest you tell these ladies what they need to know."
"I can't."
"Sure you can."
He applied more pressure on the shoulder.
"Ah, shit!"
Kendra flinched at the sheer agony in his voice. She braced herself, tensed, then leaned in closer. "We know it was you who tried to take me the other night. Why?" He gasped.
"I can't say any more."
Lynch squeezed his shoulder again.
"Ow!"
Powers grimaced.
"Keep it up, and I'm gonna pass out. Then you won't get anything from me."
"We're not getting anything from you now," Kendra said. "And I have to say, I'm really enjoying this," she lied.
"I'll bet you are. Ow!"
He looked up at Lynch.
"I'll have you brought up on police brutality charges."
Lynch smiled malevolently.
"I'm not the police. Just a concerned citizen who's extremely annoyed with you for what you did to my friend."
He slowly increased the pressure on Powers' shoulder. "And if you think you're hurting now, what do you think of this? It's all in the fingers." Powers' eyes bulged, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Lynch released his shoulder. "Just a little sample. So tell us why you tried to kidnap my friend here." Sweat rained down Powers' face.
"We weren't going to hurt her. We just had to bring her there. They told us they needed her. I promise."
"Where were you taking her?" Lynch asked. He shook his head.
"Do whatever you want, but I can't say any more. My life is at stake here."
"Your life?" Kendra said.
"Yeah."
He was pale and shaking.
"Excuse me if I don't feel like dying."
Kendra's eyes narrowed on him. "Who are you working for?" He stared at her for a long moment.
"For your sake, I hope you never have to find out. But you probably will. They want you real bad."
"Who? What's that supposed to mean?"
"Not another word."
He looked at Lynch.
"Do whatever you want with me."
He breathed a sigh of relief as he saw squad cars coming down the street.
"I'm not talking."
"No?" Lynch smiled. "I'd barely started. Those time restraints really hampered me. Oh well, there will be another time." Behind them, the 4 squad cars and Metcalf's car rolled up. The police cars cut their sirens, but the flashers stayed on. Lynch called out to them, "Get a paramedic unit out here. This man needs a hospital." Metcalf jumped out of his car and ran up to them. "Is it him?" Kendra nodded. "Yes, but he's not overly talkative. I need to know everything about him we can find out." "We have cops swarming through his house, and we'll subpoena phone records." "Good." She turned back to Powers. She tensed, her hands clenching into fists at her sides. "One last question. Is Dr. Waldridge still alive?" Powers didn't answer. He closed his eyes and slowly leaned back against the headrest. No use, she realized in frustration as she turned away from him. 15 minutes later, Kendra and Lynch watched the ambulance drive off down the street. "I'm out of here." Jessie strode toward her bike. "I'll see you at Powers' place." She glanced over her shoulder at Kendra with a mischievous grin. "I suppose you're going to opt for riding with Lynch in that opulent jalopy, but you're welcome to come with me. I bet you'd have more fun." "But I wouldn't," Lynch said firmly. "I've had enough for one day of wondering whether I'm going to have to peel her remains off a truck or light pole." He took Kendra's elbow and led her firmly toward the Ferrari. "She might have fun, but it will take me the entire trip to Powers's to recover." "Poor Lynch. I can see what a delicate creature you are." Jessie laughed and roared off. Lynch waited until they were back on the freeway before he glanced at Kendra. "I didn't think. Did I offend your precious independence?" "If you had, I wouldn't have let you push me into this car. I was ready for your opulent jalopy. I need to get my breath." She leaned back against the leather headrest. "In more ways than one." He nodded. "That was a wild ride. Jessie is unique." His gaze narrowed on her face. "Was it fun?" "Yes. And exciting, and scary. It brought back a lot of memories." "What kind of memories?" "Back to the time when I took as many chances as Jessie. In all kinds of ways." She smiled. "But I was never as good as she is on that motorcycle. Of course, I could go back to it and see if—" "No." He paused. "You'll do what you please, of course, but I'd appreciate it if you don't do it around me. It was an experience I prefer not to repeat." He smiled. "Jessie's right. I'm such a delicate creature." "Yeah, sure." She looked away from him. "So delicate that you're one of the reasons I have to get my breath and recover." "Powers? I had to get the information, and we didn't have much time." He paused. "He hurt you. He might have been planning to kill you." That's not what he said. But he could have been lying. I don't know what reason anyone would hire someone to kidnap me.
We'll find out. What's important is that I wasn't there to help you that day, but I was here today.
Oh yes, you were here all right.
Look at me.
When her gaze shifted to meet his own, he said,
You know what I am, what I do, any way I can. I'll never say I'm sorry. I'd do it again.
Do you think I'm blaming you? I don't have the right to ask you to say you're sorry. I didn't stop you. I didn't even try. She moistened her lips. I even helped you. What does that make me? There's so much damn pain in the world. I hate it.
I know you do, he said quietly. And I knew there would be a payoff after today. You surprised me.
He knows where Waldridge is. We have to find him, Lynch.
He nodded. Anything for the good doctor. I could almost envy him.
Envy? We'll be lucky to find him before they kill him.
I misspoke.
He covered her hand with his own.
We won't be lucky. We'll be smart. And we'll be fast.
He pulled off the freeway.
But right now, we'll stop by Starbucks and pick up a couple of cups of coffee. You could probably use the caffeine now that you don't have Jessie here to cause your adrenaline to spike.
Chapter 11. Half an hour later, Kendra, Lynch, and Jessie stood in the living room of Powers's house, watching as the police searched every drawer and surface. Metcalf emerged from a back room with an expression that was far from encouraging.
Anything? Kendra asked.
Not yet.
Metcalf shook his head. No ski mask, no night vision goggles. Nothing that you saw him wearing the other night.
The guy knows how to clean up after himself, Jessie said. Metcalf extended his hand to Jessie.
I'm Special Agent Roland Metcalf, FBI. Your motorcycle makes me think you might be the person who lent a timely assist to Kendra the other night.
She shook his hand. I'm Jessie Mercado. I guess I was just in the right place at the right time.
Uh-huh. Something tells me there's more to it than that.
There is, Kendra said. I'll explain it to you later, Metcalf.
Sure.
Metcalf's eyes were narrowed on Jessie's face.
Have we ever met? I have a nagging feeling that I've seen you before.
She smiled. I don't think so. He was still staring.
I'm pretty sure I have.
I think I just have one of those faces.
No, you don't. It'll come to me.
She shrugged. If it does, let me in on the secret, because I'm sure we haven't met.
Okay. I'll think about it.
He pulled his gaze away and finally turned to Kendra.
As for our search of the house, we've only come up with one interesting thing so far.
What's that? He placed a business card on the table in front of them. Kendra leaned over and read the card aloud. Peter Hutchinson, attorney at law.
Lynch chuckled. That is interesting.
Kendra looked up. Why? Other than the fact that we're supposed to be impressed by his willingness to spend big bucks on silk-laminated business cards? He can afford them, Jessie said. Peter Hutchinson is probably the highest-priced lawyer in the city. She glanced around the living room. Too high-priced for anyone who lives here, for damn sure. Lynch turned to Kendra.
Does anything here catch your eye?
Kendra scanned the foyer, living room, and small kitchen. Not much. He makes his living as a manual laborer of some kind. There are work boots in the foyer, construction gloves tucked inside. He owns an RV. It's probably stored in a facility nearby, so it might be worth checking out. How do you figure that? Jessie asked. Kendra pointed toward a hook in the kitchen where a ring of keys hung. Fleetwood ignition and rear compartment keys, plus a Medico security key cut on a slant that most likely goes to a storage unit. She glanced at Metcalf. Did you find any medication? He looked surprised.
Yes, actually, in the bathroom.
Injectable?
How did you know?
There are 2 sterile syringe wrappers in the waste can next to the computer desk. She thought for a moment. Are they prescription?
The vials look commercial, but there wasn't a prescription label.
Let me take a look. Kendra and Metcalf walked back through a messy bedroom to the master bath. Metcalf pointed to 2 small vials next to the sink.
Here they are. The labels have no product name and no manufacturer name, just a series of numbers. Maybe batch and sorting ID codes.
Kendra knelt, and her gaze narrowed on the bottles. I don't know what they mean. She raised her phone and snapped a picture of both labels. Can you bag these and take them to the lab?
Any special reason?
Kendra stood up. I saw 2 bottle impressions on a hand towel in Waldridge's hotel bathroom. They were the exact same size as these. It might mean nothing, but we should check it out.
Oh, I agree. He smiled. You've been racking up some major lab time. Griffin isn't going to like it.
He can take it out of my pay.
What pay?
Exactly. She turned toward the doorway where Lynch and Jessie were standing. I think we've gotten what we can from here for now. What do you say we go to the hospital and continue our conversation with Powers? He should be out of the ER by now.
There will be no conversation with Wallace Powers.
Kendra, Lynch, and Jessie stood in the hospital corridor, gazing at the tall, broad-chested man blocking their way. He wore a charcoal gray Brioni twill suit that had to have cost him thousands, Kendra thought. The man handed each of them a business card identical to the one they had seen at Powers's house.
My name is Peter Hutchinson. Any communication you wish to have with Mr. Powers must be conducted through me.
You're his attorney? Kendra asked.
I am.
Lynch pocketed the card.
I just spoke with the officers on duty here. They told me Powers hasn't made any phone calls. I'm sure he hasn't.
Then how did you know he was here? Hutchinson's plump, pouty lips smiled.
It's my job to be attuned to the needs of my clients, Mr. Lynch. Adam Lynch.
You didn't answer my question. How did you know he was here?
I'm afraid you'll have to accept my seemingly glib response, Mr. Lynch. May I ask, what is your official capacity in this matter?
No, you may not. But you can ask me, Kendra said. My official capacity is victim. Your client attacked me.
Allegedly. We have slander laws in this state, Miss. If you want her name, ask your client, Lynch said. He knows. And while you're at it, ask him why he did it. Unless you know already. Why would I have knowledge of such a thing?
Kendra smiled. Whoever is paying you may have told you. By the way, who is paying you? I have a feeling it isn't Powers.
Financial matters are between me and my client.
Right. Jessie stepped forward. But are you really representing Powers' best interests? We already have some rock-solid evidence against him, so unless he gets cooperative very soon, he's going to jail. That may be okay with whoever's paying your bills, but I have a hunch it won't be okay with the man in that room. Even if he isn't willing to talk, you can't keep a cop from coming and telling what is or is not his best interest.
They're certainly welcome, but I'm willing to put my powers of persuasion against those of a local police detective any day of the week. Maybe they'll let me in the room, Lynch said. I've been known to be very persuasive.
Hutchinson smiled.
Ah, so you can get in a few more licks on an injured man? Trust me, I'll do everything in my power to make sure you stay as far from him as possible.
Time to throw out another bit of bait and see if he'd take it. Your client may be involved in another abduction, Kendra said. A man named Dr. Charles Waldridge. He didn't change expression.
Your proof?
We'll have it. I promise you, if anything happens to him, we'll find all the proof we need to nail everyone responsible, Lynch added softly. Everyone.
More threats, Mr. Lynch. Call it a warning. In my line of work, I've always found threats a waste of time. You just make a decision, then you act. Call it whatever you like. I've instructed my client not to speak to anyone about this case. Go look elsewhere for your proof.
Hutchinson crossed his arms in front of him, assuming the pose of a thuggish bouncer guarding the door of a college town bar. Something that didn't quite work in this setting, Kendra thought. Maybe it was the $6,000 suit. "Oh, we will," Kendra said, as she turned away. "But expect us to be back." As they stepped out of the hospital parking garage, Jessie held up Hutchinson's business card and snapped a picture of it. "Think you can get his client list?" Kendra asked. Jessie put away her phone. "Maybe. I can search some databases and scan online court records for filings, but good attorneys usually keep their clients from going anywhere near a courtroom."
"I'll look into it too," Lynch said.
"It would help if we could find out who's paying for Powers' defense." Jessie had stopped at her motorcycle. "I'll look into it right now." She looked at Kendra and slowly nodded in approval. "By the way, you handled yourself pretty well on the back of this bike." "I've ridden a few motorcycles in my time," Kendra smiled. "But tell me, do you always travel with a pocket full of ball bearings?" Jessie smiled back at her and pulled a few of the little silver balls from her pocket. "Pretty much. I got the idea a few years ago when smash-and-grab thieves were using them to break car windows and steal purses on passenger seats. No one thinks of these as weapons, so even if I'm searched, I can go anywhere with them. I've gotten very accurate and can inflict pretty heavy damage if the occasion demands it." "How accurate?" she asked curiously. In response, Jessie swung her arm in a lightning arc and released one of the ball bearings. The motion was followed by a metallic ting behind them. Kendra whirled around. "What did you do?" Lynch chuckled.
"I'll show you what she did."
He walked 20 feet to a steel lamp post where a cardboard sign advertising a local band had been taped. Lynch tore off the sign and brought it back to Kendra. She took the sign. A hole had been punched cleanly through the head of the band's lead singer. "Wow," Kendra said. "Very good. Are you some kind of ninja?" Jessie gave her a peculiar look. "What makes you say that?" "I'm just impressed. You nailed this all the way from over here." "Oh. Well, I'm no ninja. I've just picked up a few things along the way." Yet that response had been a little strange, Kendra thought. "I meant it as a compliment." "Then that's how I'll take it." Jessie threw her leg over the bike and started it. "Stay in touch. I accepted that you might have not had time to contact me this time. Next time, remember, we're working together." Jessie revved the bike and roared away. Hutchinson entered the hospital room and closed the door behind him. He walked over to the bed, where the extremely banged-up and bruised Powers was handcuffed to the side rail.
"We don't have much time," Hutchinson said. "They've gone, but the police will be here any time now."
Powers nervously adjusted himself on the bed.
"So what's the play? I don't think they have any real proof."
"They say they have DNA."
"No way. I was careful. Incredibly careful. I did just as I was told."
DNA can be left behind in many ways. A finger on a touch screen, perspiration on a shirt, a sneeze on a window, or... Hutchinson placed his fingertips on Powers' left temple and turned his head to reveal the scratches on his neck. Skin under a fingernail. "Did Michaels give you those scratches?"
"Shit," Powers whispered.
"This clearly puts you in that building as her attacker. So, you see, there's careful, then there's careful." Hutchinson moved Powers's head back with slightly more force than was necessary. "You have the right to remain silent. You're going to avail yourself of that right. Do you understand me? When the police come, don't say a word."
"What if they—"
"Not a word. You mustn't even listen to them. Everything that comes out of their mouths will be only to trick you. Understand? When they begin talking, you just think of your favorite song and mentally sing it to yourself over and over again. Don't try to strategize. That's my job, and I guarantee I'm a hell of a lot better at it than you could ever be. Not one word must pass your lips. Do you understand?"
"Okay, I got it. You didn't have to tell me this. I've already gone through a hell of a lot of pain and didn't tell them anything."
"That's good, because you and the others were incredibly clumsy, and Jaden is not pleased." Powers's eyes widened in alarm.
"You're not sending Jaden after me."
"That's not my call. I just take orders, like you do. I'm only telling you that Jaden is a perfectionist and would be happy to clean up loose ends." He stared him in the eye. "If you prove to be a problem."
"I won't be a problem,"
Powers said quickly.
"We did everything we were told. It should have gone smooth as glass."
But it didn't. And now we're faced with a very delicate situation we have to solve.
"Not by using Jaden."
Hutchinson shook his head. "That would cause ripples. Ripples are discouraged in this matter, which is your good fortune. Our mutual employer appreciates your cooperation. He has, at great expense, employed one of the world's greatest legal minds, that's me, to fight on your behalf. If he senses that you do not appreciate the extent of his concern, he will cut off all contact, all assistance. Do you understand what that means?" Powers turned and stared out the window.
"It means I'll die."
"I'm accustomed to a fair bit of melodrama from my clients, but in your case, your concern is warranted." Hutchinson reached into his jacket and produced 2 foil packets. Powers tensed.
"What are those?"
"A token of appreciation." Hutchinson grabbed 2 plastic cups from a countertop and set them on the small serving table next to the bed. He tore open the packets and emptied their gooey contents into the cups. He then picked up a pitcher, filled both cups with water, then stirred each with a straw. Powers stared at the cups.
"Is that what I think it is?"
"Yes. It's your medicine, something that no hospital can provide you. You need it, don't you? Less efficient than the type you inject, but I've been told it's just as effective. The officer on duty searched me before I came in, and I never would have been allowed to bring a syringe and needle in here. Drink the one on the right first, then the left." Powers picked up the right cup and examined it for a long moment.
"No offense, but how do I know this isn't poison?"
Hutchinson smiled. "Poison? Is that why you think I came here?"
"I think you came here to make sure I keep my mouth shut. Okay, you won't use Jaden, but 2 packets of fast-acting poison would do the job, wouldn't it?"
If that's what they really wanted, then all they had to do was absolutely nothing. Correct? His voice lowered. "Why are you being difficult? It's a little incentive to keep you doing what we want you to do. You know you need it." Powers looked at the cup for a moment longer, then downed it. Hutchinson tapped the other cup. "Now this one. I'm not to leave until I've seen you drink both." Powers drank the other one in a long gulp. He wiped his lips.
"Sour."
Hutchinson folded the foil packets and placed them back into his pocket. "Now remember our discussion. Cooperation is everything. Not one single word."
"I won't forget."
His lips twisted bitterly.
How could I? I'm just wondering something.
Powers leaned back in his bed.
Would you have given me those packets if I hadn't agreed to keep quiet?
Hutchinson brushed his hands together and straightened his jacket. See you soon, Mr. Powers. He left the hospital room and closed the door.